Welcome teams! Now I would like to introduce Deep Crossing Gaming from Indonesia. From Oceania, Ground Zero Gaming. Simplify Esports from Oceania. Representing Philippines, Oasis Wolfgang. From Singapore, Team Nemesis Asia. Representing Thailand, made in Thailand. Galacticos, representing Vietnam. Our turn from Malaysia, Bangman Esports. Now I would like to invite Marcus Tan, Samsung Asia, to put the grand trophy on the podium. Thank you, Marcus Tan, for putting the place on the podium. And now, you know what time it is? Let's make some noise! It is time for the Odyssey Cup Counter-Strike 2 Championship. Today is the day, and thank you all to the teams who flew all over from Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Oceania, Singapore, and our turf, Malaysia. Today is the day one of them will bring home this glistening champion trophy. Now there is a prize pool worth 50,000 USD on the line. So make sure to tune in live from our Samsung official channels, those who are watching right over there. Hi, my name is Priscilla and I am the host for the Odyssey Cup tournament. Now, our tournament is powered by Samsung. As you know the drill, the Odyssey OLED G6 with 500 Hz refresh rate and 0.03 milliseconds response time. It is clearly the only way to play Counter-Strike 2. And we are staying fueled by Red Bull, which is one of our sponsors as well. We have Pomelo as well as Apple and Grape Muscat, which is one of their few sparkling refreshing flavors. We have to power up our crew, our teams, and everyone here at Quill City Mall. Now, Deep Cross Gaming, as well as Made in Thailand, you guys can start and clear up your gear. Now, we are having them here at live, but we are also having a segment at Orange Esports Cafe Arena, where Semper Fi Esports as well as Team Nemesis Asia will be competing. So those who are watching here at a live audience, you can head over there to take a look as well. Now, without further ado, I would like to pass it on to our casters, and it has officially begun. GLHF.
All right, thank you so much, Priscilla. And yes, welcome in everyone to the Odyssey Cup Counter-Strike 2 Championship My name is Law Caliber. I am joined here with Trevor, and today we have a set of games that's going to be super, super fun, super intense, all to crown the king of the region here. And yeah, we're going to start with quite the matchup here. Deep Cross Gaming versus Made in Thailand. Kind of topical considering Thailand is hosting the SEA Games, right, this week?
Yep, definitely. And yeah, both of these teams, they, I think, know each other like a book. So basically coming into a LAN environment, we will see how both these teams actually match up. For me, I think this is one of the most even matchup in the quarterfinal. So let's hope we'll get an exciting game for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing just yesterday how this draw was going to go, right? What kind of teams are going to be prepped for each other? What kind of teams are going to be fighting each other? The kind of different styles that all these teams bring, right? Some of these teams are more aggressive. Some of these teams are a little bit more passive in their play styles, and that could change up in the LAN, right? LAN setting in this beautiful, beautiful arena here over in Quill City. Make sure you stop by. And I'm really curious to see what kind of process they have for the prep, you know, or any sort of prep that they had, because they didn't really have too much time to prep for yesterday.
Yeah, maybe indeed. So this is the prize pool that all the players here are playing for. The prize pool max for the champion is $20,000 US. Meanwhile, the first runner bring home $15,000 US. The second runner bring home $8,000. The third runner up $5,000, and even the grand finals MVP walk home with $2,000 US for himself.
Crazy, crazy stuff. That's so much money for all of them. I mean, look, if you're gonna perform lights out and you get yourself 2K just by yourself, that's insane. But yeah, these are your finalists here. All the teams. If you are now just tuning in: Oasis, Wolfgang, Simplify Esports, Ground Zero, Deep Cross, Bayman, Galacticos, Made in Thailand, Team Nemesis, Asia. 8 different representatives, all hungry to fight for that prize pool, for the title, and to be crowned king here in the Odyssey Cup.
Yep, first stage done. I mean, winning their national and their regional qualifiers, but here they're battling out with the top dogs. They are battling out with champions of different continents and countries. So we'll see whether they can bring their A game and try to snatch the grand prize.
Yeah, so if you have a favorite, I mean, you know, you've got a lot of favorites to choose from. But almost immediately, we're going to be taking a look into the map ban and pick for the first 2 teams of the day. That is Myth and, of course, Deep Cross. Ancient Nuke.
Yep, so on the first phase, I think MITH, they actually ban out Inferno and then pick Ancient to start on. And then we'll be going for Nuke for Deep Cross Gaming pick. And if we have a decider, if it's balanced 1-all after the first 2 maps, we will settle it all on Mirage as the deciding map.
Yeah, Mirage as the decider is quite interesting. I mean, that's pretty much where you can go all out, but you have to see if these teams can even make it to that 3rd map, right? It could just end in 2 if these teams want to be blitzing fast into their straight games here. Ancient's going to be really fun, I think, right? A lot of teams have started to pick Ancient these days, especially with, you know, ever since we swapped over into CS2 and Ancient came out, it's become such a staple map, right? It's taken over the Dust 2. Dust 2 is no longer really much of a pick that a lot of the teams even pick these days. Kind of reserved for EMEA, really, right? And in terms of Ancient, there's a lot of strategy you can bring to Ancient.
Yes, I mean, you can play aggressive, you can play passive, you can try to even play for map control. Even just going for the middle and the A, you can actually split into both bomb sites as well. So we will see how, this is the map choice of MITH, and for me, it's actually not really any surprises, because for me, ever since they are the more aggressive kind of country in this continent, so for them actually picking out Ancient, I think it will suit their profile a lot.
Yeah, and then, I mean, Nuke is actually not something you kind of really see in some of these Asian teams, right? I think usually you see the usual, maybe one crazy strat map, and then the other one is more of a, I guess, aim-heavy map, right? Something you can kind of skirmish on a little bit more. Really throw your star players out there to try and frag out, and then you kind of base the plans off of that, right? So having Nuke in here as well, I think is really interesting, because usually Nuke, when it comes to the dynamic of Nuke, right? From what we've seen different teams pick up the CT side on Nuke. It's super, super impressive to see their defense, but then they can collapse on the T side, right? At the same time, if the T side is very, very strong, you can almost cripple the entirety of the CT side's plans, and they're going to have to just constantly save and save and save. And now, ever since we've been put into that MR12, it's so much more dire that you keep your economy alive on CT side. win those 2 pistols as well if you absolutely can, and then try and really bring it home.
Yep, I mean, getting the pistols and the subsequent force up will probably give you, what, 5 to 6 rounds. So there's actually a staple. That's almost like 50% of what you actually need to get to actually win the map. So having good pistol rounds, especially on a map like Nuke, that can actually guarantee you the first 5 to 6 rounds, that will be actually very beneficial because terrorist rounds to come on full buy is really, really so hard. You know, I mean, the counter terrorists, they can just lock you out with utility after utility, and probably when the time you want to do your executes or want to hit onto the bomb site, you probably have like, what, 20 and 30 seconds left, and your play is too telegraphed, and the counter terrorists will be waiting for you to come there. So, yep, you have a little bit more dynamics, especially in Nuke. I would say you throw a lot of variation towards the outer smoke, and try to make like people is going towards secret, but sometimes there's nobody at all. Sometimes the players actually go towards hell and create an attack towards the upper bomb site. So there's a lot of dynamics instead of just taking outer and going towards secret. Yeah, so I think we'll see whether, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming can actually pull some cool terrorist rounds on the Nuke T side.
Yeah, you definitely have to have a very deep playbook for Nuke. I mean, we'll have to see, right? Because we don't even know how Ancient's going to go, right? That's going to be our first mystery of the day. And should Myth really pick that up really convincingly, you know, Deep Cross are going to kind of have to sit back a bit and really think about it and rely on their map pick to push it into the decider. It's really dependent on how this Ancient goes as well, because, you know, some of these teams, mentally, that's another battle, right? You're here physically, you're kind of fighting the land environment in a sense, all the senses, it's all the lights, all the sounds and everything, right? And then you kind of want to be in a proper head state as well to kind of keep yourself in the game. If you're not, you're going to be taken out. So let's say that goes extremely wrong for Deep Cross. Myth picks up their map pick, right? Mentally, you're going to be kind of maybe panicked a bit, you know, kind of checked out. You want to make sure you're kind of tightening up all the bolts and screws in the ship. You don't want it sinking.
Yeah, yes, I guess so. But looking at the 2 map picks, I mean, it's Ancient and Nuke. I mean, it is not the Inferno, Mirage. So I think both of these teams having some strategy behind that picks, not just blindly picking. Maybe it's a little bit of their weakness towards the opponent side, or maybe they have extra strategies that they can actually bring out on the fly. So yes, I think both of these maps should be going the way of the pickers, and we should be ending up on Mirage. But there's one thing to take into consideration: they will both be starting on the disadvantage side. So whether they can rack up enough rounds on most probably the terrorist side to have a solid foundation to actually come back on the second half to actually close the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I kind of want to bring up the topic we were kind of having a little bit earlier. I mean, we're talking about how a lot of these teams aren't fully the national they're representing, right? This mixed teams, essentially. It's basically our homebrew international kind of way of doing things, right? So for Deep Cross, I believe we have, what was it, two foreign imports?
Yeah, they have 2 Indonesian, two Indonesian, 2 Russians, and Filipino of Clyde.
Yeah, okay. So quite the mixed roster. And I mean, we talked about the language barrier stuff yesterday, right? How that has to be worked on. I mean, Impression in the interview that I did said that, like, with his team, you know, one of the things that they're working on and constantly scrimming about is the fact that they have to get their language barriers clean. They have to get their communications done cleanly, because if not, I mean, in the chaos of things, you can't really read out the call out. You can't say the call out. It's going to be such a huge issue.
Yeah, miscommunication could actually turn out sometimes. Maybe they were, I mean, you are trying to say, but they can't actually hear you.
Yeah.
And then you get the instead of looking towards the right, you look towards the left, and yeah, that could cost. So this kind of things could actually lead up one to another, and hopefully they will not actually tilt the teams. So hopefully both of these teams can actually bring out their best gaming. And then basically, on looking towards both of these lineups, you have any like particular players that you can actually pick to be like the standout watchful player for either of these teams?
Oh, I mean, for both of these teams, I think I kind of want to keep an eye out on Rolex on Myth, right? You've mentioned praise about him, and quite a tenured history on his side as well. For Deep Cross, I'm kind of curious just generally how the entire roster is going to work out, because they are a little bit more on the international side, right? especially with the imports coming in. I want to see if they can get their strategies done all together, really concise communication, if anything, and then see how the strategy gets put into the maps. But yeah, I think for I guess from this side, yeah, I guess I kind of want to see what Rolex has.
Yeah, for me, I would feel on the deep cross side, he should be a daymake. He was like the playmaker and the reason they actually won the third map on their regional finals over there. So yeah, I'm hoping he can actually replicate that form and bring it into a regional land. And probably spark some surprises in this whole tournament as well. Go for that MVP that we actually saw earlier. There's another additional $2,000 for the MVP himself that he don't need to share with his team or coaches. He can bring it over for himself. So yeah, there's something for them to actually play out for as well.
Yeah, and just just pulling up the stats on my side for Daymake himself. That's quite insane. The rating of 1.21 across the past 3 months, just 7 maps, but still, you can still maintain that kind of performance. Still, bring it over into a LAN setting. You're going to be such a killer throughout the whole thing. And I mean, that's why they bring in these imports, right? Because of the just absolutely insane next level mechanics that they have that they can bring in. But even if it's not the mechanics, they're bringing in these imports because they have a lot of knowledge, right? Counter-Strike is king in the European regions, as we've known for since ever, right? Since
it's the
since
bread and butter for Europeans. I mean, like compared to Dota 2, is the bread and butter for the Asians.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the other way around for Counter-Strike. But if I'm not mistaken, one of the teams that is actually participating here, they do have a foreign coach, if I'm not wrong.
Okay. That might change things up, yeah. We might see a bit more experience coming in from the coach, see what they can kind of input in between some of these games, and then that might change the tide of things, right? I mean, the other thing is that, these players are basically here. They might get inspired as well, because while this is also happening, overseas we have the major going on for CS2, right, over in Budapest, and there's a lot of stuff that they could even pull from there, bringing here as well. It's a possibility. I've seen kind of some teams do that in different esports where there's a whole another big tournament, and all of a sudden you see a big strat come out from one side, and suddenly replicated in a home country, on a home match, in a smaller setting, right? Basically copy the greats.
Yep. Indeed. And also want to give a small shout out to our sponsors for actually making this happen. Samsung, Red Bull, they are 2 main sponsors, and we also have Logitech, Newswave, and for this making happen. Look at the Logitech drinks, it's keeping us energized for the whole week. And if you're around KL, if you're around Kuala Lumpur, head down to Cool City Mall. There is beanbags, there is chairs for you to actually catch the action, and we'll be here for 3 days, maybe up to 9 o'clock p.m. So if you're around town, do head by and join us for some live action, and I think you can win some great gifts as a giveaway as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you actually do manage to come here down into Quill, there's a chance that you might be able to go away home with something a little bit extra for yourself. I don't even know what it is yet, so I'm kind of curious to see what it's going to be. I mean, hey, if you kind of go home with a monitor, that's a win, right? Especially if you're going to come all the way out here. So, and I mean, Samsung have been going kind of crazy with their monitors, right? I kind of had this discussion with our with FaZe, which is our other caster they'll be coming in later on. You'll see him then. 500 hertz is kind of insane. It's like looking through a window. And for a game like CS, that's going to be so crazy for the riflers. The operators, I think, will feel it definitely, just staring down the angle forever. Such a smooth transition to see one guy come through. But for the riflers, the aggressive entrying, you're cleaning all these angles. You need to find these guys. OLED as well, pop out the colors, make sure you can see them. And then, we have we have like the boost settings, the NVIDIA boost settings over in CS2 now. So you can definitely see these guys not hiding in the shadows. I remember in Counter-Strike Go, that was a little bit hard to see some of the Ts or CTs sitting, especially in Mirage, and they're sitting in shadow.
Yeah, so the color correction is all made much nicer, especially when they transition from Counter-Strike to Counter-Strike 2. And one more thing is, thanks to Samsung for providing us amazing monitors for making the players happy, and also, providing this for them to actually play on.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have some good equipment for this as well, because, well, I mean, LAN setting is stressful, right? You're not your home setup. You're not comfortable, you bring in some elements of your home setup, your mice, your mouse pad, maybe your keyboard. other than that, you're gonna kind of have to work with what they give you, right? Whatever screens, whatever kind of elevation. I know here, I think the tables are kind of set. Usually, you see some players are very, very, very on about their settings, especially their sitting height or anything, even the way
Yeah, some of them actually bring measuring tapes and stuff to actually make the exact same placement
Correct.
from home to land. Yeah.
I've seen a few clips of Rops, I think.
Yeah, he's
having
one
like
of
a measuring tape.
very particular guy.
Yeah. Which is really funny considering every time you see Rops on camera, his forehead is kind of to the screen. I mean, the only other person I can think that could beat him out is like Yukindar.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but you know, you got to be very comfortable in this setting because everything around you is flashing. Everything around you is very loud, and a whole different setting, right? I remember what was it? Faze was mentioning that you know in the LAN settings, so many different elements come through all of a sudden, right? You throw a grenade, you might feel the boom of the grenade. That might give you just that little bit of information for a team to kind of push through. The age-old thing was that I remember back when even I was competing or watching some of the competitions before when I was a kid, was that especially the players are sitting in front of each other and they threw a flash, they could see the flash on the other team's like, okay, he's there, I can see him, he got full white flash.
Yeah, I mean that was so 2000s for the gamers. I mean that is how they actually spy on the opposing team.
Yeah. So I don't know if they'll get to kind of utilize that. I know one other thing is that it's also nice to be right next to your teammates as well. I mean, just from here, I think just behind Trevor, you can see some of the teams sitting there as well, and right behind me as well, you can see the other team setting up. I mean, one thing is that when you're kind of apart, you know, you don't kind of see each other's faces as well. Some teams, when they work through, especially their mental stuff. I remember my old IGL used to say, if you have nothing good to say, don't say anything. Don't even sigh into the microphone, because you might tilt your teammates who are constantly thinking about the game, constantly just trying to rewire the strategy, everything that they're trying to do, everything they're trying to pull out. They're trying to keep themselves in a state of mind. You don't want to throw off your teammates who might be performing, right? Now that you're sitting on LAN, right, you're going to have to kind of deal with, who knows, the ones that might show a little bit more visceral reaction around on the table, right? We've seen the very famous Nico death slams. We put a hole. Hopefully no one puts a hole in the table like Nico did, because I think that's coming out of their paycheck. So they better win the tournament and then pay for the table.
True. Yep. So I mean, looking at the maps, looking at the players, so the stage is already set. So I mean, for me, I mean, what is like? I mean, both of these teams, they cannot really start off weak on their map pool, or they cannot really think. So for me, do you think that these players will actually like take the risk or play out of the box, or just play a little bit more safe because they do not want to make mistakes? What is the approach for both of these teams will be coming in towards like this kind of game?
Well, different teams start off the first days usually very differently, right? I've seen some teams kind of take it very, very easy and just like to kind of feel things out in the tournament, right? See what kind of opponents they're working with, because sometimes they might not even show their true colors until you reach deeper and deeper into the tournament. Stress starts to accumulate, the pressure starts to build, right? Because it's so much more in your grasp all of a sudden when you get closer and closer to that grand final spot. So I don't know, we might see a more lax kind of style of gameplay, but then again, you don't really want to be too relaxed, right? You really want to, you're here for a reason. You're representing your country. You've been flown out here by the orgs, and you want to be here competing at your very top form because, hey, you make it here, you're, I mean, for these players, right, even if they don't stick with some of these orgs, they're putting themselves out there. They're giving themselves the portfolio to work with some other teams across the country, right? I mean, the biggest example we can give is these imports coming in, right? And I mean, we also have, Kaze coming in for Bayman, right? And we know of his track record since, 2015?
Yep. So this could probably be their ticket away to maybe America or Europe to play into a higher level of CS.
Yeah. So, you know, there's a chance that they themselves can be the imports, which, you know, usually when, I think for CS, if there was ever an Asian import that could come in to another foreign team, I think the last one that I could really remember was it Bentet? with that whole Genji run
Yeah.
and NRG, which unfortunately didn't work out too well. But he was there to bring in firepower, and for the times that he was extremely consistent, he was such a lethal weapon for that roster.
Yes, indeed. I mean, unfortunately, that roster didn't really last. I mean, probably about 6 to 8 months. Yeah, but anyway, Bentet, he continued playing and he actually played this qualifier, but unfortunately, he didn't really make it because they actually lost to, yeah, Deep Cross Gaming, who is actually will be taking the server in our first match.
Yeah, no. I believe you said there was a bit of a comeback situation that happened in that matchup, right? So that's kind of insane to me that they could do that. So yeah, that would have been another big team to have come in, right? Alter Ego, was it?
Yeah, because I mean, yes, I mean we all know Bentet and his level, and he has actually played. They also have a couple of other players that, well, I mean, Gratification holding the AWP for them is another Aussie offer that's actually playing here. But yeah, they didn't actually make it. So yeah, the opposite side, like what I highlighted just now, Damic, he was out offing Gratification in that matchup. So we'll see whether he can pull up his weight, pull up his socks, and replicate the same form that he actually showed in his national qualifier to actually bring his team to moving into the next stage.
Out-offing Gratification, I think, is it's a bit of an achievement on its own, right?
Yeah,
that
because
guy,
he's kind of flashy, he's kind of good, and he's kind of proven in the international CS as
correct.
well.
Yeah. What roster was he on? If I recall, was it the Renegades roster?
Yeah, he was on the Renegades core lineup for a couple of years, I would say.
A couple of years, right? Yeah. I mean, the initial Renegades roster, I remember watching as I was growing up when they made it through into the first Cologne, right? Sorry, the second Cologne, 2015 Cologne. It was such a thing to watch, all of them, right? Because we saw so many of the Aussie players start to make themselves known, right? I mean, one of the other players that eventually became such a legend was what was it, JKS as well,
JKS,
right? And so, you know, it's chances like that, it's things like that you wanna work yourself up to, you know, push yourself into greatness, push yourself into these positions where, who knows, you know, it might lead you into a major. You might be traveling the world. Some of these players might have been in Budapest right now.
Yep, that's definitely the end goal for all these CS players. I mean, getting the sticker with your name on it, I mean, that will be engraved for the rest of your life, basically.
Really?
Yeah.
And then, all right. So, I mean, you have your stickers on your name, right? And then, speaking of the prize pool, by the way, talking about this prize pool, you get your stickers up there in the major. This prize pool might look like nothing at some point, but for these players, this is what they want.
Yep, this is not as good as a sticker, but it is almost as cool as a sticker. The champion walk away with USD 20,000. First runners-up bring home 15,000. Second runners-up 8,000 US dollars. Third runners-up 5,000, and the grand finals MVP will take home 2,000 US dollars for himself.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Again, this is, especially for this region, this is essentially life-changing money. Right?
Yep, I mean, this is a couple of months' salary, basically, if they were to get the champion for some of these teams.
Yeah. I mean, just to talk about it, right? It's converting it over. It's crazy. It's a crazy amount for some of these teams, right? So even if it doesn't go to, let's say, you know, supporting their families, which I'm sure it will, it's for some of these players, it's gonna really push forward their professional career, right?
Yep,
that's their in.
Yep, we were actually talking about Deep Cross Gaming and thing for the first game, but yeah, we also have the other teams that's actually participating here. We can see as Oasis Wolfgang, Simplify, Ground Zero, Bayman Galacticos, and also Team Nemesis Asia.
Yeah, and I believe Semperfi Esports and Team Nemesis are having their own game as well, right?
They're playing on the secondary stage and is off stream. But the match results will be updated through our website as well. So don't worry, you can keep refreshing and keep checking out for the latest scores and update for this tournament.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see what's going to be the eventual tally of those two teams, because those two teams are such powerhouses too, right? I was really hoping to see at least one of them here on the stage, but eventually if they make it through, one of them is going to be here on that stage. I mean, if anything, right? Semperfi Esports, they are the OCE representatives. what we know about OCE is that they're loud. So for all you know, if they win a round, we might be able to hear them from all the way here.
Yep, definitely. And I mean, based on the HLTV rankings, which we don't really have much data because they don't really cover much of Asia and Oceanic CS, I mean, Semper Fi is the highest rated team among all of this. So yeah, I mean, they have kind of the favorite stack pinned onto them. So we'll see whether they can live up to expectations and yeah, make the best out of this tournament.
Yeah, pulling up the HLTV stats right now. Valve ranking says they are currently 105th in the world, 104 in terms of the world ranking. Still, quite the amount of performance that they've done. Their peak was sitting at 67.
Yep. So as you can see, today we'll be gauging Deep Cross Gaming and Made in Thailand for the first game on stage, and the secondary game on off-site stage will be Semper Fi Esports and Team Nemesis Asia, and it will be going live at 12 p.m. And then for the second game, which will be starting at 3:15, on stage will be Galacticos and Ground Zero Gaming, the second representative from Oceania. Meanwhile, the side stage, it will be Bayman Esports and Oasis Wolfgang. And then to close out the day, we'll close out lower bracket round 1 with 1 game on stage and 1 game off stage. So the losers of the opening games will actually face off to see whether they can stay alive in this tournament for another day, or they will be knocked out in 7 and 8 place by today itself. So cruel tournament bracket we have, but that's the way it is. If you want to win, you got to win your matches.
That is competition at its finest. It is the thrill of the rush, the thrill of winning, all the achievements that you have to chase, all the glory, but at the same time, the heartbreak is twice as hurtful when it comes to these kind of circumstances. So hopefully any of these teams, once they go through, you know, they'll be playing for their lives here as well. So just to look back over at what the Matt Bannon picks are for these two teams that are about to play. Made in Thailand is going to be picking up Ancient, and then for Deep Cross Gaming, they're going to be picking up Nuke. The decider is going to be Mirage. We already kind of talked about Nuke, kind of talked about Ancient. Mirage really hasn't changed too much in terms of dynamics over the years. It's been pretty much the same thing over and over again.
That's the gentleman handshake map for, all CS players.
Right.
Mirage has not been removed from the active map pool for, I think, more than 10 years, since basically CSGO and CS2. He has not been replaced yet. So yeah, whoever plays CS definitely knows their way around Mirage. So
yeah.
I think it's a good decider map to actually aim it. Looking at the bans, MIT actually banned out the common maps, which is Last Few and Inferno, but they actually picked what we actually call the decider map, that normally people will settle things on Ancient. So them, I think, for an aggressive team to actually pick into Ancient actually really suits their profile. On the side of Deep Cross Gaming, yeah, you're playing on a large map of DNU where you need a lot of smokes and a lot of variation. It's not towards more firepower, it's more towards getting in the mind of your opponent. So yeah, I think these things could actually balance out, and then to end on the side of Mirage, that is a fireworks map.
Yep, absolutely. We're gonna see what else some of these teams are gonna pick up right into the entire tournament. We already kind of figured out that a lot of these teams were gonna pick up Ancient, as it's become the relative staple of CS2 at this point, and it fits so many different playstyles, right? I think initially, just over into the half-year mark or earlier on into the year, right, we saw a lot of teams testing out Anubis, especially after last year's major, once that all wrapped up. Anubis was very interesting because we started.
But Anubis just got replaced out of the blue. Everyone was like so confused, like why did Anubis? Yeah, so that's a little shake-up that Valve did, and all the players, they kind of have to adapt. And looking at it, the Anubis change, it happened directly after the previous major. So most probably, I think next week we might get another map in the whole new map pool. Maybe Cash could come back, or maybe Cobblestone could come back.
Oh, don't! If you tell me, I would love to see Cobblestone on the big stages again. I miss seeing Cobblestone. So many different maps, so many different teams fought for their lives on that map. So many different clips were hit. I recall the
Cobblestone, Cobblestone,
the snacks pistol round on Cobblestone, the unfortunate whiff, I believe, from, was it Kerrigan? or KDP,
Yes, Carragher, Carragher, yes.
against Kenny when he was planting, right? It's such
Against
a
Kenny, yes,
such a
yes.
legacy map.
Okay.
So I'm kind of hoping Cobblestone comes in again.
But actually, I kind of prefer this kind of changes that actually throw a spice into the map pools a little bit. So like, you know, like every 6 months basically you just remove, because basically now CS we have what, like 10 or 12 competitive maps. So you just rework the map during when they are not in the active map pool, and you just slot it in. So teams, especially like teams on top, if they want to stay on top, they have to adapt to the new map pools, or they have to learn other maps, not just playing on what they actually know. So yeah, I mean, this is things that, I mean, maybe they could actually look at it and yeah, this is how we should actually spice up the level of competitors at the highest level.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of these teams just generally over how many years of Counter-Strike, the different iterations of Counter-Strike, right? The maps has always been one of the things that's your wild card in that sense, right? What was it? We saw, I mean, the biggest one that I could kind of recall in my head was during the veto phase in one of the majors. Was it between Liquid and Astralis, and they let the Vertigo pick slip in?
Vertigo.
That had the whole crowd going, what just happened? Even Adren was like, what just happened? I think we just lost the veto. So yeah, I mean, some of these teams they can put their playstyle in. They can work secretly in some of these maps, you know, adapt it to their style, and then see what works out for them. Because it's the same thing that's happening for the other teams as well, right? You're basically gonna clash your playstyles. You're gonna clash your heads against each other, bash horns to see who's more mechanically talented in that sense, and then which IGL is more prepped, which coach is more well read into some of the situations, right? It's a whole ball game for 12, 13 rounds into the server, not even talking about possible overtimes.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the in-game leader will have a lot of pressure. I mean, first thing first is to think of whether the strategy is correct, and then secondly, for his players to actually understand what he's trying to say and actually to carry out what he's trying to do. So for being an in-game leader, it's not really easy as it seems. Yes, your stats will not look great, but for you to actually think, oh, my opponent has been getting these kills for easy for the past 2-3 rounds. So how do I avoid that, or how do I overcome that? So he needs to think about these kind of things that could actually play a part in for his team to change from losing the round to actually winning the round.
Yeah, and I mean, these coaches, right? Some of them have quite a big hand in picking the teams, right? Because usually, when it comes to some of these teams being made, it's generally just the one IGL and the one coach. Maybe the IGL has a star player in mind, right? That they're always kind of with. They're always kind of, in a sense, mentoring all the time. And then the rest of the party is just, all right, let's see who's really good in this pickup game. Let's see who peaked the leaderboard locally in the Face It brackets. Who won this tournament? Who won that tournament? Maybe some kid from the CC, right? How many stories have we seen where they just pick up a kid from the CC that was just so insane and then make the stage forward, right? That was the story with what, Coldzera?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he came out with the Blues, won 2 MVPs, 2 years best player, and
hit a legendary clip.
Yeah.
that forever scarred NA.
Yeah, he even have graffiti in the game because of his play that day.
Yep. So, a lot of glory, you know, possible glory for some of these players to achieve. You know, it's a very long road, and I won't play nice with it either, right? Counter-Strike is brutal. Let alone here, right? In Europe, it's already quite brutal in the sense of like you have so many roster changes, roster mania is always going on, and now ever since we have the international lineups coming in, right? A lot of these organizations don't even look into the home country unless they are, to put it really straightforward, the cheaper option, right? It's like, okay, we can't get ROPS. Let's get budget ROPS. You know, it's unfortunately kind of that scenario that we see with some of these orgs, but it's still a place for you to grow.
Yeah. It's still a foundation for you to actually start. I mean,
correct.
I mean, ROPS didn't turn into a superstar overnight. I mean, he needed time. I mean, he went from like what, mouse sports to, and then
mouse sports, right? It was just mouse sports for how many years? He stuck with that roster. So yeah, like you could just be in one place and then eventually kind of keep growing your talent. I mean, yeah, Robs, we talk about him just because he's one of the most ideal, really cerebral, right, types of like CS players. A lot of CS players look up to, even in this region. And from that Mouse Sports organization, you start to see how, you know, a lot of the organizations here can pick up the same habits, right? All right, we pick up some of these kids, really try and push through with their talent, work with them, see how they can grow, push them into the environments, the LAN tournaments, maybe have some scrims with some teams from overseas, get them more experience, and then see where they can kind of take off from there, right? Because like, what just to think about Mouse Sports alone, right? Robs came from Mouse Sports. He's now sitting in Vitality, right next to Zaiwu, right next to Apex, going huge. They won their game yesterday against the Mongols, right? And Mongols are no joke. Yes, they're going through their roster changes right now, but Vitality, huge team. Frozen, right? Now currently Kerrigan's right-hand man after Robs left that phase core. Who else? Nico, sitting in Falcons. Very unfortunate for Falcons. I don't know what's happening there. I'm still very confused with that team sometimes, but Nico was still trying to chase.
Yep,
That
Nico is still
major.
Nico. I mean, he has been the staple for
The
CS.
crownless prince. He's the crownless prince, man. It's so heartbreaking to see, and it just got knocked out yesterday again, unfortunately. And that was what, against Spirit?
Yeah, Spirit.
14-12. I mean, when I woke up,
12.
yeah, when I woke up, it was like 14-12. So I was like, okay, it's kind of over at this point. It's kind of gone. But
yeah, I mean, things like that could actually happen in CS. If you actually were to lose focus, like even I would say, in the Indonesian qualifier, they were leading, what, 11 to 6 or 11 to 7, but just one slip up or one overconfident move, the whole game just slipped out of their hands.
Yeah. What was it in the Malaysia qualifiers when
Yes,
we were watching?
yes,
Yeah, when we were watching
yeah.
the what is it for on our side on when I was casting with FaZe for the Malaysian qualifiers. We saw another team. I forgot what their name was. It was like Karusi something. So like chair something, right? Can't remember. But they had such an amazing game against one of the other teams. I think it was the secondary Bayman team, right?
Yeah.
I believe on their second map, they went like triple, quadruple overtime. If what I recall, it was just so intense. It was on an ancient. It went back and forth, and initially that Bayman B team had already hit match point, and all of a sudden from like 12-4, 12-3 kind of deficit all the way up, crazy comeback.
I mean, CS is such a momentum game. I mean, yes, sometimes you can look like it is 12-3, the game is over. They don't really have enough financial to actually get the best guns, but somehow, I mean, you just need like one or two changing shots, and then the whole game can actually change to your favor. The momentum comes to you, the economy comes to you, your players start feeling the shots, and yeah, it's a game of
How many times have we seen these teams are on their wits' end, right? And all of a sudden, oh, it's looking so over. Economy is not favoring them. They have to go into their eco round, and then someone somewhere on the map hits two incredible deagle shots. Someone on the map is sitting in the corner, runs it down with a P250 or a 5.7, gets like 4 kills, and then all of a sudden, you're in overtime. And then the team that was already leading was like, okay, now we're in panic mode for a little bit. Yeah, we have our economy back in the overtime, but if we had it, what just happened, right?
Yeah, and over time everything just resets. I mean, we don't have to fight for economy like the earlier round, so now everyone has all the money they can actually play for. They can buy whatever they want, and yeah. So yeah, I mean, overtime definitely will change the game. And sometimes if you were supposed to win the game in the regulation and you like throw such a big lead, like a 12-4, 12-5, when you actually hit overtime, sometimes the mind games actually come to you and you feel like, yeah, I should have won this like 20 minutes ago. I should be having like my chill break now and then focusing on the next map. But why am I still in this same
game,
yeah.
same map, right? And that's just like excess energy being used, right? Excess physical energy just from sitting there trying to hit your flicks and everything, especially for the star players. A lot of excess mental energy being used all of a sudden into this map, where it's like, okay, I thought I was chilling, now I can't chill anymore. It's just going and going and going and going until we stop, and then now all of a sudden you have that break. Usually after overtimes you have the extended break, and then it's like, okay, Still haven't gotten over it. Now we have to think about the new map. Adaptability is one of the things, one of the key components as a professional player, right? That's the one thing you kind of have to always be set for. Every single one of these players that are here, that you can see behind us, you know, adaptability is one of the key traits that you need in any esports, any sport in general, to kind of overcome all those barriers.
Yep, and for these teams, we'll see how they will actually utilize their tactical timeouts. As for general information, okay, CS is a round of what? Max round 12. So each of them, they need to reach 13 rounds to win. But if we end up in a tight score line, we won't finish the match. We need a clear-cut winner. So we'll play an additional 6 rounds. Whoever gets 4 rounds will actually win. And if we are tied up again, we'll go again till we get a clear-cut winner. That's why Lord said he had like 4 overtimes. And 4 overtimes could actually basically be like almost 2 maps of Counter-Strike. So it's basically 2 hours. And that's only on the first game. So yeah, this kind of game can actually drag for hours if you can actually outplay your opponent. Or yeah, it could just be an easy game for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, still kind of remembering I'm having flashbacks of the overtime games. It was a little bit crazy. But yeah, I mean, not too much else to say about Myth and what was it, Deep Cross, because we watch what they could do in the qualifiers. We don't really know how they're going to react in the LAN.
Yep.
So we're picking up information as we go, even here on the desk.
And in the regional qualifiers, no disrespect to the regional qualifiers. I mean, the level of opponents is not as what we have here in KL today. These are 8 of the best playing instead of them finding the national champion. So
right.
yeah, this is the level is much higher. The stakes is much higher. The prize pool is much higher. And yeah, so we'll see a much higher level of Counter-Strike being played over the next 3 days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, initially the tournament's basically like a open registration, right? If I recall. So really any team could kind of come in. So, you know, if you at home were really ambitious to go for set up your team and play, let's just say you're in that level. Maybe you're all face at level 9, around there 10, but you know, some of these guys are face at level 10, but they're like what, 4,000 elo.
Yeah,
they sit there
struggle.
and do nothing but play Counter-Strike, right? It's like, okay, those are your benchmarks, right? Some of these guys are a little bit lower, maybe not 4,000, maybe in the mid 3,000s, but still, that's a crazy amount to grind, right? And if you're just kind of here for fun, I mean, we saw some teams that were just kind of here. I'm reminded of the first game in the Malaysian qualifiers where one team was just buying the Zeus over and over and over again.
Oh, thank God I did not witness that.
Like, there were like at least 3 or 4 rounds when I was doing my notes where like he could have bought a defuse kit, but 3 of them bought Zeus's. And they got a few Zeus kills and they were having fun. I mean, if your idea is just to have fun in the tournament, sure, you know what, go for it. But if your idea is to kind of use this tournament as essentially your own portfolio to work your experience, work your skill, then you better be sat there for a very, very long time.
Yeah, I mean, look at the prize pool. It is no joke. I mean, that is basically a full-time job pay. I mean, for certain or most of the countries that's actually participating here, I feel that, yeah, $20,000 say divide by 5, like 4,000. I mean, that is kind of a lot of money, I mean, to be honest. So, yeah, I mean, if you can actually win like maybe two tournaments a month, or yeah, 1 tournament a month, I mean, that would be life-changing. I mean, enough to satisfy your life for a short period of time, for at least.
Sure. I mean, this is not to dump on any of the regions, because this is just generally how our region works, right? That amount of money is more than what some of these teams even invest into their organizations, right? Some of them pretty much just work off whatever they have. Some of them are quite literally just built on dreams and hopes.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, some of the teams here, they are basically, they don't really have sponsors. They are playing on their own passion. They are playing on their own free time, and they are grinding out whatever. And yeah, look at this. Some of the results is actually breathtaking because they actually qualified to a LAN that has a prize pool of $50,000, and they are part of it.
Yeah, no, it's huge. It's absolutely big. And just because you brought that up, I want to kind of talk about the little thing with Oasis Wolfgang. So I was a little bit curious yesterday. I was walking around the Cyber Cafe side, and I ran into the Oasis boys there, the Wolfgang boys there, right? And I was curious. I was like, hey, you guys, you have Oasis in your name. Are you connected to the Oasis organization that heads a lot of the Valorant side, and also they kind of host a lot of Apex tournaments as well, right? In their downtime for the Filipino, just for the Filipino scene itself, just there, right? And they're saying, yeah, we are. We're basically kind of like on trial for them. So so if they make it through, Oasis has
Also,
a CS
basically,
team.
Oasis signed them for this tournament as a
Yeah,
trial.
I think just because it was so last minute in that sense, they couldn't really do the name changes, right? Because you kind of have to lock in your rosters in these tournaments, right? And once you've locked in your name, you've locked in your players, it's very hard to change things around. Usually impossible, especially like in the bigger tournaments. You set your roster like 2 months in advance.
Like even we saw our pre-video for our interview, all the highlights was from the national qualifier itself. So it's kind of impossible for them to actually make the name change. But maybe for the following tournaments, they could be representing Oasis in the future if they actually do well or meet the certain requirements that set by their future.
Yeah,
employees.
and I mean Oasis as an org, I've kind of seen how they work. They're very nice people as well. If I recall, what he told me was the call came in last minute. It was like, hey, do you want to represent us? And they were like, yes, absolutely. Oasis gave them shirts, some jackets already, and I believe flew them out here as well.
Yep,
So
that is the most important. I mean, you need some kind of financial backing, especially if you're going to a foreign country. How can you just go into a foreign country? You don't know the language there. You don't know what food they eat. You don't know what do they do as a normality. So yeah, you need some kind of things to actually bring you there for them to feel comfortable. Maybe they can play their best yes and show the Oasis organization that they are a team to keep.
Yeah. So hopefully, all the best for them, right? Because that's a huge opportunity for them to kind of push through, especially for Philippines to get another representative in such an esports where we don't really see that much of the Philippines, right? I mean, generally we don't see too much of a lot of these other countries. When it comes to CS, I think within this region we see a lot of mostly OCE, right? In the form of the old 100 Thieves team, the Renegade squad, that old Renegade squad, and then currently right now, FlyQuest.
Yep, FlyQuest. And we must not forget the Mongolian hype of our Mongols. And yeah, our Asia flag is still rising high in the international CS. Despite us being knocked out in the quarterfinals last night, we went out to a very strong vitality.
That's hard.
Yeah, I think it's all good. I mean, probably we'll strike back in the next major. And also, I heard the next year there will be one major in Singapore.
Yes, that's going to be so huge, right? I mean, Blast did their event in Singapore, and it was such a success, right? Fortunately, I couldn't go, but I was hoping to go.
Maybe next year's one, probably.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll finally have that train line open, right, from here to Singapore, so we can go straight there if we needed to. But yeah, major here in basically Southeast Asia grounds is going to be huge. Can't really think of too many other places to do it as well, right? Singapore is probably a good start for them
I think
to
probably maybe
it.
like Shanghai, but Shanghai we already had a major.
We've had Shanghai, right?
Yeah, maybe Hong Kong, but I think Singapore will be better because the language they speak there is English, so it's easy for the other, mostly the European and American countries that come there. It's easy for them to actually get along.
Yeah, I mean Singapore is such a internationally known kind of hub in itself, right? So many different, I mean, sponsors, businesses, just generally just all there. They're all there.
Yeah.
It's all crossed into Singapore. So I think it's a nice place for them to start. And then for some of these players, I think it's also close to home. They can kind of go there, maybe enjoy a nice holiday, and then see the major there in Singapore. So hopefully that comes true. And yeah, we get a huge event here, right?
Yep. Yeah. So we are actually still waiting for the players to actually get ready. But we already have the map, we already have the teams, we already have the players. We're just waiting for them to both to get ready and then we can head into this best of 3. So yeah, don't worry, sit that tight, go make your hot drink, go make your cold drink, go get your snacks, because once the game starts, I think we'll be in for some good couple of hours of action, of non-stop Counter-Strike action today.
Yeah. And if you're going to get a cold drink, consider the ones that are shown here on our desk here.
Yeah,
Or,
sparkling Red Bull,
yeah,
less
sparkling
sugar.
Red Bull, yeah. No, zero sugar, some caffeine. That's keeping me awake today, right now.
Yep. I have the red one, the pomelo flavor with me, and he has the
I got the apple and muscat, great flavor. So it's nice. It's cooling. It's chilling.
Yep.
I need it for today. For sure, it's gonna be a long day. For some of these players, it's definitely gonna be a long day. I wonder if I can move myself here, and then they could maybe see the stream. Could maybe see the. There it is. Over. Oh, this is so confusing. There we go. Under my arm here, you can see all the Red Bull cans lined up.
Yep. So that's for all the spectators. And if you were to come here, yeah, the drink is all for you. Right. And this is all brought to us by our sponsor Red Bull. Thanks for making this happen.
Yep. So, if that's one of the drinks you're gonna get those. So, other than that, I mean, kind of went through a lot of the basics, a lot of all the other kind of topics that we needed to in terms of just a lot of these teams, because again, it is going to be quite the mystery until we hit deeper into the brackets, right? Hit deeper into a lot of these other scenarios that these teams are going to be pushed through.
Yeah, maybe when we get to the upper bracket finals, or maybe when we get to the lower bracket final. I mean, any of the lower bracket games, because the lower bracket game, if you lose, you're out. You don't really have an additional chance there. So, and all these teams actually come here for one version only. It's only for the prize. It's not to get second. It's not to get third.
Yep.
They're all aiming for the top.
Yep. I mean, getting knocked out early in another whole country, you don't want to be doing that, right? It's already, it can be taxing to already get here in the first place, right? It's something we don't really talk about too much when it comes to these players in this position, in this tier, to be doing, right? They sacrifice a lot just to get here, right? So for them to get knocked out so early, it is heartbreaking, but it is the way competition is, right? And even then, that will either break you or that will either really fuel you to kind of go again and again afterwards. So hopefully, none of these players ever really give up. They just keep fighting for what they want to do, which is, if it's to make it to the tier 1 scene and sit next to one of their favorite players, and
yep, or maybe just make it through the RMRs, get enough points, and actually try to qualify themselves for the next major.
Yep.
Since the next major will be in Asia itself, the second major of next year. So if they can actually set their mind, that is the goal for 2026, getting to the major in Singapore, because it's in our region, and I want to do our region proud. Yeah, that should be the aim and the goal for most of these players here, actually.
Yeah, and in a sense, some of these teams are not far off, right? Ever since we swapped to the Valve ranking system, it's still relatively close in terms of like the world ranking system, right? But that is what we're using now to essentially pick up these teams into the majors, right? Through Valve system alone, and they're not that far numerically.
Yeah,
but theoretically they are very, very far. Like Team 50 and Team 100 are nowhere near the same level, right? Numerically, it's a little bit close considering the amount of teams that do play Counter-Strike. But even Team 50 to Team 70, it's a whole different level of play, right? So, yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, nowadays, if you just look at the tier 2, the tier 2 is so grindy. They have maybe they play 3 tournaments a week, and sometimes their tournaments even overlap one over another. But most of these teams, they actually have to go through this phase for them to actually get enough points to go up higher in the ranking, to get direct invites to the IEMs, to the ESLs. These are the staple stones of all the highest tournaments in Europe, the Blast. To actually get there, you need a certain ranking to be in the top 16 or the top 18 to actually get invited. So for them to actually get these points, yeah, they need to struggle in the lower lands to go and grind out points. If they were to win, yeah, they can boost up their rankings. I mean, that is what I think the current NIP did. That is how they actually barely made it to the major, because just starting for the major cycle, I think they were somewhere out of the top 50, top 60. They were definitely missing the cut, but they managed to cut in the top 20 just on the last week, and they managed to pimp out a couple of good teams. I would say like Saw, which was pro miss out on the expense of NIP, which I think is actually good. If you can actually grind out tournaments and win it, do it on land, that give you more points. Yeah, I think that is the way all CS players should actually aim for.
Yeah, and I mean, time and time and again, it's shown that it's possible even here in the home region, right? I mean, we had that one year, I believe, it was just every single Asia tournament was consistently just Tai Lu and
Yeah,
Vichy, was it?
yeah.
Just constantly like butting heads for the entire year, and it was either Tai Lu going through and then suddenly appearing in like the ESL like Pro League, right? That usually happens over in Malta, or sometimes Vichy would come through, and I think Vichy has made some appearances before, right? I mean, in terms of all these players, I'm not too sure if you have the statistics. I mean, for Bayman, I think Kaze is like the only one here that has shown himself at a major, right?
Yeah,
On
I
the
think
major
he
stage.
played 2 or 3 majors.
3 majors.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
He has his own
impressive.
sticker. You can check it out in store. Just search the name Kaze, Kaze, and yeah, whatever is available, it's available over there.
Yeah, absolutely. He was formerly in Rare Atom. Prior to that, he's kind of swapped a lot of different rosters
Rare
as well.
Atom, yeah, he played for Tai Lu at one
Tai Lu
point.
as
They
well.
switched organizations. Yeah.
Yeah, so quite a consistent player in our region, right? And I mean,
And he's also here playing for the Bayman squad.
yeah, he's here playing for the Bayman squad. That's why I brought him up. Just saw him sitting there earlier, so it's quite a pickup actually for Bayman. It's so last minute, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of a boost because you have players who has played at the highest level, who has played with the best of the best. And even in one time, I mean, Kaze, he outplayed Kenny S in that Inferno B side, hiding around the new box and stuff. So he actually made a highlight
Yeah, he did.
against
Yeah, he did.
the greatest offer of CSGO at that time. So yeah, I mean, having a player with so much experience, who has played overseas for more than half of his life, I think that will fit well into the rest of the Malaysians. I mean, yes, they have firepower, they have the eagerness to play, but what they are lacking person with experience and composure. So maybe Kaze will bring this to the team and could actually take Bayman to the next level.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case too, because when you have a player like that in your roster, you cannot waste it. You cannot waste that opportunity, right? To learn everything that you can from him, take away all the experience that you can, and share what he can as well to the younger players that are in the roster possibly too. And then when he's doing that, I mean, hey, you have a straight shot into, like we said, appearing in some of those tournaments. So yeah, kind of. Hopefully these players are readying up already. I can see some of them already doing their discussions. So
Yeah,
kind of curious to see how this is
talk
going to
a
go.
little bit more about the other teams. I mean, we have teams from Vietnam, we have teams from Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. I mean, we didn't really talk about the Vietnam team, but what I know, I mean, VTM is actually the best Vietnam team. I mean, they can go head to head with this Bayman, with this Alter Ego. But unfortunately, they couldn't actually be here. They had to pull out for another event. So they actually sent in the second place team in the Vietnam qualifiers, which is Galactico. So they are for them, I think they have no pressure or no expectation at all. And for me, I actually look back at the matches. The matches against VTM was actually kind of close. They went to all 3 maps, and I think 2 of the maps was kind of close. So if they can actually play to that level to VTM, and VTM can actually hang in with the rest of this Bayman and stuff, so yeah, I think they can actually spring up a few upsets and maybe throw the whole bracket worldwide.
Yeah, kind of a shame we couldn't see the original Vietnamese team, but you know, now that we have Galacticos here, it's a whole different ball game for them. Again, technically no pressure, right, to perform. The expectations can be quite low, and anything at that point could be a positive. You know, you take away maybe a map of your opponent, that might be a good thing already for some of them. But all of a sudden, they're a little bit closer to winning out the tournament if they can make quite the run, right? And for themselves as well, placing just that little bit higher also gets them that prize pool share too. So that's not too bad.
Yep, not too bad. So basically today is day 1 of day 3 for this Odyssey Cup Samsung. I mean, all of these teams will be playing at least a game. And then we'll be having, after the first 2 games, we'll be having 2 lower bracket games. So basically, whoever that loses their opening matches, they will have to play for survival later in the evening, if I'm not mistaken, about 6:30 local time, to see whether they can actually stay on in the tournament and stay on in the lower bracket, or they will be first eliminated. And being the first eliminated in an 8-team tournament is something that you do not want, and I'm hoping all these teams would try to avoid, but unfortunately that's how the cookie crumble. We have 8 slots, and by the end of today, we will be only having 6 slots for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So a lot to play on the line for them to actually keep themselves running and going all the way for the Samsung trophy like that we just brought out earlier this morning.
Yeah. I wonder if they can see it from here, from our desk. I don't think so, because I think it's kind of dipped down.
We got it there.
Oh, right here. Yeah, there you go. Just the very small shape of it. Right here. There you go.
It's kind of covered over there, yeah. But that's the trophy that they will be hosting on Sunday night if they were to claim victory in the grand finals of the best of 5, which will be on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, about 5 p.m. or slightly earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, beautiful venue for you guys to be in as well, right? Full stage set, everything, lights for these guys might be distracting, but it's there for their walkouts, for their victories as well. Anything that they want to do. So, yeah, I mean, again, I really want to stress the importance of them just making it through into the brackets. So, I'm getting the note that we might be ready to go into this finally.
Yep, so let's get into the game and we'll catch you guys shortly after this. Yep, so we'll be heading on to Ancient, if I'm not mistaken, right? We'll be starting on Ancient. And then Dust Chew and Mirage. So, yep, production, let's go on to Overpass.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, finally welcome into the first day, the first game that you're going to see on the stream for the Odyssey Cup. Deep Cross Gaming versus Made in Thailand. All the players are set, the maps are set, and I think you've heard us talk for way too long, but we really do have to set in the importance for these teams being here. So once these guys are fully ready, then we can get the show on the road.
Yep. So for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, they are represented by Wisely, Ways of Ammo, Clyde, Randon, and Daymake. On the side of Made in Thailand, Myros, Automoli, Z, Anony, and also Rolex.
Stack roster from both sides as well. I kind of like the picture over on the side on Waste. Everyone's just kind of doing their usual headshot photo, and Waste has his arm up already ready, like with the stance to show the headshot.
Yeah, I mean, kind of style of the picture itself. So Overpass MITH, this is their map ground. I mean, so we really thought it was Asian, but it's actually Overpass. So yeah.
What are your thoughts on Overpass?
Again?
What are your thoughts on Overpass?
It's a fun map. I kind of like it a lot, but for me, I feel it's kind of sus because they actually removed the map and they didn't do much changes and then they brought it back in. So why remove the map and you're not doing anything to it? But I like the map and I do play it a lot. So yeah, hopefully I can see a good game out of both of these teams. So it looks like we have some kind of technical issue. Just hoping that our admins, our super admins, can get it sorted out before we get back into the game. Yep, looks like the round timer is live. And here we go. And look at it. Waste of Ammo. He has a flash. Full set of utilities for the side of Deep Cross. Meanwhile, on the side of Made in Thailand, just one flash, one smoke, and incendiary. And looks like they want to split this B bomb site.
It's a good pickup for Rolex already, and oh, so many Ts coming in right through into the tunnel, pushing over into the site. They're not stopping, but wait, he's going to put up a defense just for the 2 before Z picks him up. So first pistol round, good for Made in Thailand. Deep Cross pretty much got blitzkrieged on. They are so ready for this.
Yeah, nice setup there by Made in Thailand. I mean, sending 3 guys towards B short, 1 towards connector, and 1 towards the B long. And they just managed to crunch onto the connector guy and hit and use the numbers advantage, hit onto the B side, and then Deep Cross Gaming, despite them getting 2 kills, they'll be on a full eco and try to bring out the rifles for the next round. So we'll see. Mac 10 bought in by Rolex and Nobly to try to clear out the front clear. A flash is nicely thrown over there, but unfortunately it misses his mark. They managed to get 3 kills with the USB. Woo. And also upgrades for the counter-terrorist, so it's down to Amoli and Z to try and stabilize this round back.
That was such a good flash from Wisely as well. That's essentially what helped him get those 3 frags in the first place, so good stuff for him. Now all of a sudden the round's going to slow down a little bit more. See if they can kind of make the plan work here. They're going to shift around ever so slowly here. Whole squadron of CTs working together to try and bring this round back from disaster if they can. And meanwhile, Made in Thailand already passing the boundary pass into Monster. The timing should be working here.
Yep, Made in Thailand, they are resetting towards B. By the side of Deep Cross Gaming, they are also resetting towards Heaven. So it will be a cat and mouse game. They're trying to clear out. They're trying to even up the numbers before making the bomb down. But they are already here. The smoke will give them some kind of cover. But unfortunately, Waze gets taken down by Z. And he's just anomaly, but he is unfortunately cannot take down. YZ will come in for the clutch. And there you go, a full eco. Won by the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And they even scavenge an AK-47 and Khalil to bring in, to add some firepower going into round number 3.
Beautiful round from the side of Deep Cross. Again, that was just Wisely and Waste doing a lot of the footwork there. And I believe Daymake as well, getting the frags as well with the USP, so good stuff as well. AK picked up, Khalil picked up as well over onto the CT side. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand gonna go for the Mac 10s and the Tech 9 rushes.
That was basically like a full eco, and then just one magical flash won them the round. So, yep, because getting the bomb down, they will need to force in themselves. So, a couple of Mac 10s, a couple of Tech 9s, probably a run and gun strategy here, trying to keep it fast. But look at this, they already have the boost set up as Wisely. He will go on top the height of Widow's ammo, but he gets spotted out and he'll be pushed back. The utilities and the hit will be coming in towards this B side as Deep Cross Gaming. They will be preparing counter utilities for the defense themselves.
Already bodies are dropping onto the side here. The smoke wall is going to be the thing that's going to be so dangerous over onto the other side. Daymake is just there by the barrels, but peeked out a little bit too far. Waits is going to keep going through alongside with Daymake, lighting up the kill feed. And the defense is beautiful. They stop them in their tracks.
Yep, Waze and Daymake holding down the B sides like champion over there, despite MITH having the utilities placed into the right position. Unfortunately, they do not have the good enough weaponry to actually take down the defending members on the B side. So it looks like a full eco will come into round number 4, and Deep Cross Gaming can actually stabilize and build some economy for themselves.
Set up into the Molotov as well is quite early. I'm actually going to walk through as well, pass into the playground. They don't want to really chance any fights coming out over on the other side by Party and by the Fountain. And they've managed to sneak their entire battalion all the way around. So a whole train of T's quietly working their way up now. Jump spot's not going to catch anything just yet. This can go so wrong if they can time this really, really well. But again, they're at such a disadvantage with just the clocks. No armor to work with.
Yep, I mean, for the side of MITH, the best they could actually hope for is try to get the bomb planted. But that could be such a task, because look at, there are 2 defenders on the A side. They still have utilities, they have weaponries, and they have been spotted over here. But he's been caught out, pulling the gun. Unfortunately, he gets overrun. And they managed to get 2 kills, and there, the bomb should be getting planted, but they are taking too much time. And Waze is already here for the rotation, and he will get the last 2 kills. So despite them getting the 2 kills, they wasted a little bit too much time, and they do not get the C4 planted. But guns can come out back in round number 5, but they'll be lacking some utility, some flashes, some HE grenades, and that could prove costly, as we will see they may bring out the AWP right off the bat into round number 5.
Good stuff from them as well. But the fact that they even got there in the first place, it's huge. If only they got the plant down, the defense down a little bit better. Ooh. Up in the hand of Daymake. See if he can do anything with it, not just yet. Space is being lost here, and he managed to just slip past into the smoke, but his teammate is going to get caught out there. Now, up onto this line, is watching for it, but he's looking for it, executes him from behind. That's Rolex making the play. All of a sudden, all these teams can now move up into the site, but he might have just missed this timing just yet. But no, over on the other side, Waze pulls off the same move that Rolex just did.
Oh, that was such a critical play by Rolex. He thought he had the timing. He actually had the timing, but he did not check to his left there, and Waze was there to actually clean it up. But there you go, and Malay, he will even out the situation, 3v3, and the kid is coming towards this B side, and it's a lot of pressure towards Radan. Waze sitting towards Pit there, and he is calling for reinforcements to actually keep him alive. He will take the first pick, he gets the headshot, drops, hold it down, and then Glidey and Radan will swing. There you go, the defense has been called in, they step up strong. 5-1 Deep Cross Gaming, and because MIT did not get the bomb planted, looks like they have to take another partial or another half buy, and looks like Deep Cross Gaming can extend their lead going into round number 6.
Push back into the Tech 9s now all of a sudden for Myth. We do have a scout being bought up for Rolex here, so they might try something a little bit different, maybe push up into party, maybe try and take a little bit of control over towards the left here. We'll have to see. This off though is going to be so dangerous in the hands once they have it up again.
Yep, so they're trying going for this half push on towards this B side, between towards B shot and the C4 guy holding towards Monster, but they have been melted with utilities. They have been stuck back. 3 of their players lose almost half of their HP, and they still have not made any ground.
No ground just yet. Being a little bit more patient, trying to run down the time a little bit more. And waiting. Yep.
And you look at the defense, they're already 4-man strong setup towards this B side, and they're taking double picks towards Monster, gating the kill. And making that another kill by Daymake, taking out another main. So there you go. But then Rolex, he opens up the A side with a scout once again with his quick timing. But could he catch the player rotating through a bang this time, which is Daymake is already here up to the task, but he's just holding a relatively passive angle, waiting for them to cross in towards Optimus. Oh, we can see.
Oh, shoulder spotted there. Arrows goes down forward. Wisely picks up the second. Just Rolex left to try and pick up one more, at least just one more if they can. Done damage already, so 2 of them are down and out in terms of the HP, but Daymake gonna pick up Rolex as well. 5-1. Now Made in Thailand can buy up their guns again, but it's looking quite dire already when you're setting your lead this far, this quick.
Yep, I mean, they won the pistol round, and they were actually up against a full eco. And then it's 5 rounds on the trot for the Deep Cross Gaming, so MITH, they really need to put the foot ground, and they really need to strike back in round number 7. They would not have the AWP to play with, but they're sending 3 guys towards Fountain, and 1 guy holding towards his B side. So we'll see Daymake, he will be challenging, he will be breaking the smoke towards mid, and he will get that instant trade onto Rolex. But Rolex, once again, he managed to open up towards that A side, but that will only split up the defense and only pull a rotation of one of these players towards the A side. Oh, look at this push. Look at this aggressive play by Clyde. And he's punished. 1, 2. Can he get the third over there? Unfortunately, my rolls will punish him, but then the instant trade by Waze, leaving just a Noni with 3 players to find. One good thing, he does have the C4. He has an engagement in front of his eyes, and he takes it with relatively ease. So not losing a HP, but he still needs to pass this line, and Daymake is holding, has that info, and he has that shot. Daymate, he's not missing a beat right now. 6-1 for the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Daymake is here to play. He's 10-3 already, sitting at 6-1 with his team, right? Good stuff for him. This off is going to be so huge in the whole scheme of things for the side of Deep Cross. And again, Made in Thailand, they're not really finding their way in here just yet. And I know initially we were talking about the map picks, right? So I think there was a bit of an error because we were talking about Ancient and we ended up on Overpass, so it is Overpass. Again.
Yep, so MITH, they will be, I think, taking a tactical timeout now, trying to think things over. Rolex once again going with his trusty scout. Oh, he refunds, he goes for the Deagle. So 4 Deagles, attack 9. Slight utility, they have 2 smoke, 2 flashes, and a Molotov as well. Meanwhile, on the side of Deep Cross, 4 rifles and the AWP on the hands of Daymake.
Saw the shot come out through the smoke, so he knows his players making their way across. He doesn't want to really stay there either. Make sure the op doesn't fall into their hands. Meanwhile, though, Lurk coming in, just picking up the stairs position here.
Yep.
There's no contact just yet.
Around, Daymake will take a slightly passive angle, but there's 2 or 3 players there will actually come to meet him here. So he could actually take a shot and fall back. Meanwhile, his teammate can actually toss in some utilities and also provide him some cover. But they're going to come in 2 towards his long and maybe 2 towards his toilet side. But they're still filtering out the map and trying to get any picks towards their side. Meanwhile, they have Z still holding towards the B side to hold for any extremity pushes by the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
Trying to see what the defense is here. Ooh, shot could have rung out just nicely, but wisely finds that pickup into Amalu instead. Again, they're just going to tuck in. They don't really have to show themselves here. Have to be so careful by the bin angles, and the Radon's going to pick that up alongside with Daymake, but Z makes an opener, all of a sudden just wasted into the ground by Optimus and just goes down 7-1 Deep Cross. They are making this so convincing for themselves.
Yep, they're making it so light and easy for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, they know that there are no presence towards B, so they kind of have 3 players already waiting in a crossfire setup, waiting towards the A side to mow them down. And finally, MITH, Rolex will bring out the AWP. We'll see whether he can do some damage because they definitely need more than 1 round on the C side. Despite this being their map pick, being 7-1 down is not an ideal score line.
Made it off the angle. Test his luck any further. Decides to reposition over by the side on B side here. So far, no contact given just yet, and they've made their way across, just kind of watching over by the angles over in Monster. They're holding this deep. They don't really want to push the initiative in, because they do, they lose so much more of their utility. They lose so much more of their defense. Now coming in, now crossing in. We'll see if this duel comes through. Z has to be so prepped for this, but the shoulders are already shown. Oh, but he goes for the crouch peek instead. Picks him up. Is going to be Clydie just over one side, but Rolex found that pick as well alongside with Myrolls. Has to win that fight, doesn't win it out. Instead, it's going to be Waste. 3-on-3 all of a sudden.
Yep, finally, I mean, they had the favorable trade over there, but Myrolls could not keep that advantage. And there you go, one more time, the extremity push by Radan, pushing deep towards Con. Will get that equalizer, and Wave will provide some kind of thing, leaving just Rolex in this 1-on-3. He did 4 players over there. There you go, 2 flicks, 1v1. He's going towards his B side. And guess who's waiting? It is Wisely. He's waiting so wisely over here, so there's still time to play with. And we'll see whether Rolex he can clutch up this situation.
Holding deep here. But I think he's expecting it. Rolex has to be so quick, but he looks away. Wrong timing. Could have been just that extra round that they needed for this half, but not even his heroics can pull them through just yet. Deep Cross are working so much better altogether as a team right now. Made in Thailand are kind of struggling to find their drive here. Rolex really the only one kind of performing. Myrolls is picking up some steam here as well, but the rest are a little bit on the quieter side. They're still trying to figure out what their movement is here against Deep Cross.
Yep, so close yet so far. This time Rolex providing 3 kills, but unfortunately just short of 1. So this time around looks like they got a burst towards this B bomb side. They're sending 3 to 4 players out towards outside this monster area. Meanwhile, the basic counter utilities have been tossed down, and YZ is just going to go in for a spam. Meanwhile, the Incendiary has been tossed down. Meanwhile, on the side of MITH, they are ready. Utility has been tossed in. The signal is go, and there you go. Z, with the help of Anomaly, they will get the first drop.
Oh,
and they even dig Clyde, who is trying to hide towards this barrel over here. And he is raining down from heaven, and is straight back and forth, leaving just Z, and he gets taken on by waste of ammo. There you go, once again locked out of this B side. 9-1 for the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
I don't know, man. It's looking so rough for this team to try and push through anything. Any sort of slow play that they do, they lose so much ground because, I mean, Deep Cross are just kind of waiting, right?
Yeah.
So,
Deep Cross is kind of playing aggressive everywhere, and they're just getting the opening kills without being traded. So you're heading into the second last round. Looks like a partial is on the way. This time it will be a fast play towards B, with the Incendiary down towards B shot, and a smoke toss in towards itself. Well, looks again, once again, this connector position is controlled so well by the side of Deep Cross. And look at the break of smoke. Gives Clyde a free B over there. Thank you very much. 5v4. And the attack has been stopped over there. But there you go. A nice trade by Z. Not really losing too much of his health. But there you go. Once again, Daymake, he is being the difference maker of this game so far with an AWP. Managing to get his 14th frag over there. But once again, Rolex got his number, made that 2. The A side is open, but can they get the C4 in? And the side of the terrorists, they do not really have head armor, but they do have the AWP in the hands of Rolex. He has 2 stunning deagle headshots, so we'll see whether YC and Clyde, they can come in for this retake. They have all the money in the world to actually go for this last round, and there you go, a crucial miss there by Rolex. Let this retake comes on the way as YZ and Clyde, they will crumble in on this A side as Z and Anoli, they are trying to starve off this counter-terrorist to hold on for dear life for their second round.
Creeping in now, all of a sudden sees him around the corner, takes down Z, now left just 1-on-2. Oh, that was so close to the transfer, but it's not gonna happen.
Yep. Once again, the trades are just too good and just too on point for the side of Deep Cross, gaining double digits secured on the counter-terrorist side, and we still have the last round to play. 10-1. This is such a convincing scoreline for the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
Good stuff for them. Again, we're starting to see now the blank pages start to fill up a little bit more, right? All these teams, we're so curious to see what kind of gameplay style they even had coming into this. Now we're starting to see the aggression. Now we're starting to see something a little bit more passive. Again, Made in Thailand are still trying to warm up here for some of these players, but Rolex, he's already warm going through. Z is going to pick up that first one onto Daymake. Spam into the wood wall, but again, no contact, no juice just yet.
So finally, they have the opening pick to the name. I mean, they have 3 or 4 opening picks, but they cannot capitalize. They cannot get onto the bomb side. They cannot hold the afterplan. So we'll see whether round 12 is any different for the Thailand squad over here, as they desperately need this last round to keep themselves a little bit of breathing room heading into the second half.
Slow creep here into the bathrooms, making sure they can kind of retain the space. They don't really want to lose it at this man disadvantage, but the blind is so good to kind of reveal the position here, and that pool doesn't go the way of waste of ammo. Wisely is still here. He's still kind of waiting for a wider swing to come over on the other side, but he's going to be the one to make the play instead. It's a good pickup, kind of putting the numbers into their favor now, because Myrals is still just sitting at 12 HP. Coming over onto the other side is going to be Radon, and he picks up his second of the round.
No, MITH, they have a 2-man advantage. It was a 5v3 at one point, and now they are down a man with this last round.
But I mean, Z, he has this open position towards his B side, but he's been overlooked by Clyde, playing so passively towards ABC over here. Can he get the drop? Can he get the thing? The smoke will come in over here, and that's such a crucial shot by Z. So it is a 2v2. The counter-terrorists, they have to go for it. YZ and Radan, I mean, they have been marvelous with this retakes. Can they make one more and get up to 11?
Yeah, playing in this buddy system, but they have to deal with Z, and he runs out of bullet. He's not
Here's
going
the
in for the
reload.
trade. Oh no, and there you go, Molly. Finally gets them on the board, so they close this half with a 10-2 scoreline after a 10-round streak by the Indonesian representative. And they really need a perfect City half to actually stand any chance of coming back in this game.
Yeah, we might switch things up here a little bit more. They might be a little bit more defense heavy, so we'll have to see. For those at home, if you're just now tuning in, don't get too fooled by the UI just yet. They have swap sides. There we go.
Yep, so this time MITH, they'll be on the defense. And we'll see whether they can put up a solid defense. So they're playing a one-man setup towards this A side. It's just Ononi, and he's playing the jumps. So meanwhile, on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, 3 towards connector, 2 towards fountain. So trying to pincer in towards this A side, but there are not any aggressive counter terrorists that they actually punish. So they're just going to slow play their hand. They still have some utilities on the back of Daymake. So most probably once he toss in this smoke and flash, they will just move forward with the execute.
Holding it still. Ooh, okay. Finally has the contact, has the information. Flashes are being thrown up over into the air. Has to back out by towards the bank, but if he doesn't get wasted, he's going to get wasted himself. Again, they're losing so much space over onto the side. Myros finally picks up that one. They're all repositioning over onto the side. Rodan picks up Rolex as well. He's kind of trapped here by the staircase. Up over onto the bin. Has to find the headshot angle as well for these T's, but their ground is being taken over onto the flank here. Daymake goes down as well. Anoni picks up 2. Gonna pick up a 3rd as well into the pistol. Good stuff for him.
Yup, a much needed round there by Anoni coming in with that flank. I mean, they were actually overrun. They were down a man. But Anoni with that crucial flank comes in with 3 crucial headshots to give MITH a chance at a comeback. So starting off on the right foot with a 3-10 scoreline, and most probably a 4th should be a freebie on the board. But remember the first half, they won the round with just 1 flash. Can Daymake's flash be magical once again? Yes, it's flashing the counter terrorists, but this time Myros and Rolex, they pull out their weapons and they take down their opponents in front of them. But Rolex, he could be under a lot of pressure if he goes down unanswered here, but he is standing strong. And he managed to finish up with a triple kill, pumps up some money because he's the oppo for the Thailand squad, and he definitely needs the extra cash in the bank to actually purchase up the big green when it matters. And there you go, straight up in the first gun round, Rolex, he brings out the green. And can he keep MITH above water and keep them in the running and deny Deep Cross Gaming an 11th round?
Some semblance of some respite here for the side of Made in Thailand, right? Starting to see a little bit of their gameplay shine through over onto the CT side. So T side might be their weakness here. What a shot coming up from Daymake. Rolex did not stand a chance. Saw the shoulder even. Had that duel right just for him, but
it's an oppo versus oppo duel, and Daymake without an up shows what that AK can do, and wisely he will prove us one better as well. So a 5v3, Myros, Anomaly, and Anoni, they have to hold on for their life, or Deep Cross will be hitting 11. They just slow down the tempo of it, pump the brake, trying to bait out the remaining utilities to try to get the position of the remaining counter terrorists before making the execute. Whichever side they go, they will have the number advantage because they have 5 men for the setup, and they even have Clyde throwing out a lurk towards A, and that's even pulling the rotation back, front, and forth. They do not know where to go. They're so out of position, and they are just walking into an MTP side. Well played there by Deep Cross Gaming. They have just won the round basically based on utility itself. And yeah, the 3 remaining players, they're so out of position. If they were to go challenge, they're going to face so many unfavorable angles. So the best bet for them is to try to save. And that is also not a certainty as they've been locked in. But Anoni, he will find a way out. But with so little HP and so much time left, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming can actually send a couple of members to actually go in for the hunt and try to take away all of these weapons from Made in Thailand.
yeah, I was a little bit worried with their crown being lost there with the flank, but And Anoni does get that one up. Does save the AK over as well.
And
So
the
that's
most
good stuff.
important, they manage to scavenge the op from the body of Rolex.
Yep.
So that's a $5,000 investment that they don't really need, and they don't really have the cash to actually purchase it back if they did not scavenge that. So they can actually fight for another day with decent enough weapons, but can they make no mistakes? They have to play a perfect game from here right on out if they want to take their map in regulation, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the map pick of Made in Thailand. And they are just being schooled by their Indonesian counterpart over here.
Flash up high as well, but no aggression going to be sent forward into the fountain just yet. A lot of these nades are the usual early nades that you're seeing, just to make sure they can get some ground. But again, the way that they play it out is so much better, right? We didn't really see Made in Thailand do these kind of nades to get the space, right?
Yep.
Instead, Deep Cross are so ready to kind of push through, really confirm the space, so they don't really have to take dry fights all of a sudden in the middle of the map with like no cover or no teammates around.
Yeah, one thing I like about Deep Cross is they really emphasize on the control of connector, because if you have the control of connector, you can actually rotate between both the bomb sites if you have the end game. And yeah, looks like they have just controlling, and they are gonna try and head up towards this B side.
Probably just slow things down a bit, let the timer kind of count down. Made in Thailand are probably going to get a little bit more uncomfortable as the timer keeps going down and down and down, because you only have so much utility to stave off these T's, right? So once that goes down, then it might be a problem. Starting to hear shots go through, Flash is going to come through, but it's not going to really hit. Thomas is going to go out blitzing, but it's going to be Z. He picks up 3 onto the defense, looking for more onto the angle, but not going to find it just yet. The lurk happens over onto the other side. It's going to be Clyde finding a Rolex as well. But he has to scramble all the way down past the stairs, and he's not even sure if it's safe yet. He had the idea. He knew there was one more player, but had to second guess it.
Yep. So it's down to Daymake in this 1v3 situation. Kind of hard for him to actually clutch this out, but there's nothing much for him to actually lose. He can try to do a little bit of damage, try to take down a couple of members, but we'll see. They will pick him on to the first contact made by Anoni. They will actually not even pick him, so he will go for the swing. He will actually get another kill, and most importantly, staying alive. And yeah, the rest of his team will actually force behind this and to try and see whether they can break MITH money once again.
Kill them after time too, actually. So not looking too good for the bank on that side either. Alright, we'll see how this works out now for D-Cross. The rounds are starting to be built up a little bit more for Made in Thailand, and again, D-Cross are still lethal as ever, but you give them one more window in, and that's their map point secured. We'll have to see. That headshot was so close over onto the other side of the smoke.
Yep, that nade is a little bit deep, and this time they're just gonna W through that monster. He is so blind, and Clyde gets a lot of damage over here, and there you go, the trades come in for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. 2v4, Myros and Rolex, the OG members for this Made in Thailand squad. They have to come in big, but look at this, they are locked out behind utilities, and even after breaking the smoke, he gets a nade chucked right to his face, losing half of his health points, and looks like it should be a save for the Thailand side, but there is no guarantee itself, and look like there's even Wisely holding towards the top of Con to try and cut off any rotation, and even with looking at the C4, so there's no way in hell that MITH is going to make this round count, and the best bet is to try and save these 2 weapons and try to drop it over to try to have the best buy to start off match point for the side of DC Gaming.
Alright. Map point for the side of Deep Cross. Again, they just needed that one little slip up, that one little window for them to go in. Set themselves a safety net to take this map away from MITH. Over on their end though, they're not looking too good either. That CT economy is so rough to work with, especially when you're down and out like this. UMP pot for the side of Anoni as well.
Kind of unorthodox UMP. We don't really see that in everyday CS, but we'll see if... Oh, they're going aggressive. Oh, they have just crossed places.
Wisely,
He's not
Wisely,
turning, he's
Wisely.
not turning.
Oh, and Anoni will come in for the trade. The UMP upgrades to an AK of 4v4. And such a crucial battle over here, but already 2k. He will get a good trade onto Radan. So a 4v3 instantly made it a 3v3 as Damien will take down Rolex. The 2A players going head to head.
They're so split though. They're gonna have to try and find their way back together to try and make this work. Slow crawl up into the stairs, just try and clear angles, get rid of all the threats around the map.
Yep, Damien. He could get the drop on Anoni if his crosshair is right on point, but unfortunately he could not adjust for the swing. Anoni with that good kill over there keeps the man advantage 3-1, and he even gets the spot out onto Waste. With this incendiary, he will force him out, and he will take him down. So 1v2, Myros and Anomaly to find. But look at the position, but the two remaining counter terrorists is too strong with that double pick, and Myros will take down Waste. So an eco should be on the cards. Oh, the money is still there for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. They can actually force in with 3 players, but we'll see whether they go for an eco or they would just go in for a half buy as well. So yeah, trying to balance out the money, keeping all in the mid 2k, and even bringing some Tech 9. So looking at it, this should be a fast round, and if fast rounds on if fast rounds on Overpass, it should be ending on the B bomb side. So we'll see. The boost has been stacked up over here, and it pays dividends as Z. He will take down Wisely, and also will spot out a couple more members of the side of Deep Cross Gaming. So this comeback is definitely on the cards, and there you go, a nice double there by Anomaly, and Z keeps it in check as waste of ammo. He would do some damage towards the terrorist side, but unfortunately could not finish Anomaly. So there you go, 5 rounds the deficit. This comeback is definitely on the cards. It is not out yet, and made in Thailand, they are picking up some steam.
Yeah, close but no cigar there for Waste to pull off that clutch. And again, the rounds are being built up over onto the CT side for Myth. It's looking so good for them. Now with the economy to work with, all the rifles being saved up right together. Also, Myro's getting that AK. We'll have to see what they can pull off now. Still, the threat is going to be Deep Cross here. 2 AK, 3 Galils to work with. Not too much utility across the board for them, but they can definitely make that work still. They have to win their duels, find their way in, and again, they are still in the advantage of sitting on map point here, so they can't slip up either. Gonna go upstairs now, gonna push up towards the toilets here, clearing every corner, making sure no one is here, but again, they're kind of giving them the space. They're a little bit too, not too scared, but they're just playing a little bit more passive. Now they're hearing the footsteps. They're gonna try and play this back into the site.
Yep, once again they get connector and the front toilets control for free.
Ooh.
Oh, Rolex, he was on the angle, but unfortunately he just unzoomed at the worst possible moment. Meanwhile, a smoke has been dropped down, and he would not know the number or how many players of the side of Deep Cross Gaming have rotated towards the A side or the B side. Meanwhile, they're just gonna set it up for the attack. They don't really have much utility left, but decent enough utilities to make the hit a successful one on the A or the B side. But looks like B is the name of the game, and there you go. Entry is there by Radan, and he will lead the charge, but unfortunately he gets taken down. A good trade over there, and he's still favoring the side of Made in Thailand over here.
Ooh, jump might have been heard. They might have heard that jump. They're going to clear this ever so slowly. Nani over to the other side, swings out wide. Couldn't find a pick there. Myros picks up a headshot over onto Wisely. Left him to this 1-on-2 for him to try and bring it across, but this head angle is so rough to work with. Gets the dick off, but cannot find Rolex in time past that fight.
Yep, what a trade there by Rolex. If he did not hit that shot, probably DCG would have won out the round. But there you go. 6 rounds on the counter-terrorist side, and they just need another 4 more to push this into overtime. And once again, on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, the finances is not there. Despite them gating the C4 planted, there's only inject another $600 cash, and they could not really justify the full purchase behind it. So we'll see. Tech 9s, couple of smokes, couple of flashes, light armor here and there. This time they're not going for the B rush, trying to go in for some connector and mid control. We'll see whether they can get granted over here. They're in such a weird position, and these flashes can actually catch them. But Rolex and Myro, they stand strong, getting 3 kills to their name, leaving just Daming and Wisely, the 2 imports for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, and they would not make any advancement, leaving just Wisely in this 1v5 situation. He has a Tech 9, he has a Flash, he has a C4, but what else can he do?
I mean, realistically, what he can do just for himself, maybe pick up Myros. He's low HP, right? If they have that information. But it looks like he's gonna come into the cross here. Should be his shoulder spotted. Only a dink off as well. Wisely goes down. 9-12. This is looking so doable all of a sudden for Made in Thailand. From such dire straits over onto their T side, their CT side looking so much better.
Yep, so much better indeed. So there's 3 more rounds for them to tying up the game, pushing us into overtime. So if you're relatively new, if the scores end up 12-12, we'll go for another a maximum of 6 rounds in overtime, 3 rounds each, and see either each team can find 4 rounds to actually get the victory. So this time again, Rolex is going for this aggressive, has been flashed off the angle, but we'll see. The terrorist coming in to clear this space. As Clyde, he will lead the charge, but he will face onto the waiting arms of Rolex Sniper. But a good flash over there, but unfortunately he could not connect his shot. But that's info for the side of MITH, and how aggressive does Rolex want to stay. He stays, he got a second bite on the cherry, but unfortunately would not connect. But Myros with a quick spam onto the smoke will get down Daming, and that's one of the heavy hitters for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And that's such an issue for round number 22, as they have to play on the back foot once again. Despite having advanced toilet control, they do not have any ground.
Oh, long range fight, and the force so hard to control, but Myros, he's just going
Myros!
for it. 4 already for him. He could search for the ace if he wanted to.
Myros is rolling, his team rolling them on towards that A side, getting 4 kills, pushing his racks up to 18-14. I mean, just trailing Daymaker on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, and this looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we might be heading to the all 24 rounds, as it should be a 12-10 scoreline, and Eco should come in the next round, and then yada yada yada, and we should heading to round number 24. It was 10-2 at one point. I thought this game was done and dusted for the side of Made in Thailand, but ladies and gentlemen, this is why they are here. This is why they brought it back, and this is why Myros is in this lineup for the Made in Thailand squad.
Yeah, can't discount the side swap, right? Some teams are just so much better on their CT side. Some teams are better on their T sides. In the form of Deep Cross, you know, they were doing well over on their CT side. Clean 10-2, like you said. Now all of a sudden, Made in Thailand are taking that seat away from them. Still sitting onto this map point is Deep Cross. They do have a little bit of economy to kind of work with if they wanted to kind of buy up for this, but again, at this point, you might as well just play for that final round,
I mean,
and just take it away from them.
Wisely will not have any money, but he has that AK, so yeah, just get a couple of Tech 9s. If that AK were to go down, they can actually shuffle that AK onto another player. The main objective for maybe this the cross gaming is try to get the C4 down. Maybe they can get the AWP on the hands of Daymake, and that could be the difference maker in them actually winning the game, or this game getting extended into overtime. Because Daymake, he's been such a difference maker with the AWP in the first half, so we'll see whether he can continue, and if given that weapon in the final round, whether he can make that difference. But looks like he's going to invest a little bit more getting into utility, so that might not be an option if he does not get kills or he does not get the C4 planted. But looks like the round timer should be cancelled off, and we should be gating back into round number 23, second last round of regulation. Made in Thailand, it was looking dire straits for them, but they have clawed their way back, and they're just 2 rounds away from equalizing the score line.
Looking like a full B rush here is what they're trying to plan. Nades are going out, the setup is there as well. Early nades over on this side of CT to maybe try and just stop the push, but again, I think they want to go full gas on this one. You might as well. They don't really have the economy for it, but they do have the armor. They do have the speed for it. They're already there. None of the rotations have come in just yet. Oh,
Yep.
cheeky boost might
Once
come in.
again, connect the
Oh, what a
control.
wallbang coming in from
Inside.
Nani.
Look at that spam by Omni. And that will even give them more information. There are probably more players towards that position. And look like because they do not want to wait. And they're just going to move towards that B side. But once again, Myros is here. And we saw what he can do in that previous round, getting 4 kills to his name, single-handedly winning the round for the main Italian squad. But we are still in the 4v3. But they're not going to overplay their hand. But that could be their demise as Wisely with that AK will take down 3. There you go. 13 to 10 for the side of Deep Cross Gaming.
What a round. And yeah, he was supposed to be the hero of that round, right? Everyone else had Tech 9. He was the only one with the AK. Made it work towards the end. Crazy stuff from Wisely as well. That's what you want from your imports.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
he really stepped up in that final round. It was heading towards overtime. It was a clear-cut overtime. They were basically, I mean, he had that AK because he saved in the previous round and all of his teammates fall. But in that round 23 where he actually took it over the line, he just played CS to the most basic. I mean, he heard the info, the player was in barrel, the player was in, and he knows he has the better weapon in his team. He has to go for the trade. He managed to get the trade, managed to get the bomb down, and there you go. They finally managed to get it over the line. It was supposed to be a walk in the park for them, but my God, they sweated to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to give it to MITH as well for attempting that comeback too, right? It was kind of worrying. I was in the same boat. I was like, okay, it might be over for them. It's 10-2 is not looking too good. They can't really pick up any rounds in their T side. Any sort of their mid strats or anything, it just was not working out. They essentially just won the start and the end of it. They won their pistol round and then they won the final round, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, but they showed that they actually could play the series. But unfortunately, even in that first half, a lot of rounds actually came down to the 2v2s, the 1v1. So the clutch really not really going into their favor. But I mean, for them, they should actually need to pick up because they will be heading into the lower bracket if they were to drop the next match. So these couple of highlights for you all to just sit back and relax. I mean, to see that how this game unfolded just now.
Yeah, that flank round was also so huge for Rolex, right? But unfortunately, what he did, it essentially just got karma towards the later point, right? Someone else was just over on another angle, shot him, completely stopped any advances as well. So again, they have some ideas to kind of play the game slow and kind of play it very thorough, but Deep Cross are so much more aggressive, and not only that, from what I can see, Deep Cross are just a little bit more well put together when they were on this side, right? Their T side struggled a little bit. Maybe just both teams, their T side is not too much of their strengths. So more CT side for them. Then they kind of want to chill over onto.
I guess MITH, really should have done that because if we actually go back to round number 2 where they actually won the pistol round on the Terry side, I mean they were up against basically a full eco. It's just one P250, one Deagle, and a single flash.
Yep.
But that flash that, if I'm not mistaken, they made throw towards that party fountain area really caught 3 of the terrorists fly. I mean, in a blinded position. I mean, where is the player that is supposed to be playing anti-flash in that position? I mean, so that is a mistake that they could not repeat if they actually want to go far in the tournament. I mean, looking at it, they had all the fundamentals, they had all the strength, they had Rolex hitting shots, they had Myros hitting shots, they had everything to bring it back. But because of these silly mistakes, I mean, it fell a little bit short. So for me, I mean, not the best players will win. It's just who can minimize their mistakes and doing the less mistakes in this high level of CS.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I talked about the adaptability being a factor as well, right? That round, when they got flash, 3 of them got knocked out. The next time you saw them do a save, you saw all of them go into the playground instead.
Yeah.
Did not want to take fountain control whatsoever. And over on the side of the CTs, they were like, okay, we did our flash. That might not work next time. We're going to leave it. That's good discipline from them, right? To not try and push any sort of initiative to maybe overstep their boundaries, right? And then on the other side, the adaptability to send all 5 instead, yes, just with Glocks all the way around. They found their way in towards long, could come into the bash rooms if they wanted to, and then possibly nearly made that round a possibility as well. But again, just a little bit too strong over on the side of Deep Cross, and I think Deep Cross are going to be very happy with that win. You know, just now that they kind of understand what they're going up against, and now MITH
basically
know what
they
they're
have
going up against.
one foot over the line for like this game, and the most important thing is they actually won a map which is their opponent's map pick.
Yes.
So now they can actually head into their map pick. I mean, they can be a little bit more risky. They can take a little bit more chances. They can try a little bit something more unorthodox to catch their opponents off guard, because they have that to their nameplate. I mean, they have that to their advantage. And we saw, I mean, he's been a playmaker for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, he was controlling the fountains area by himself. I mean, he was just holding one angle and then he's spotting and then he was just falling back.
Yeah, I mean, it's great stuff from them as well. Some discipline is being shown as well for them. Good stuff as well. So, yeah, not too much in terms of what else we can really say about that one. Because again, both teams just kind of had to adapt to each other. We were also kind of just finding out what they wanted to do.
Alright, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for a short break, and we'll be coming back. We'll be heading on to to the map pick of Deep Cross Gaming. Can Deep Cross Gaming make this a 2-0, or we will be heading to the Mirage for the decider? We don't know. So catch you after the break to find out more, ladies and gentlemen.
long start, but still a long way to go. My name is Lalkarba. I'm joined here with Trevor. Welcome back to the Odyssey Cup. We just got done with our map 1 between Made in Thailand and Deep Cross Gaming. Deep Cross Gaming taking it away with that first map as well. But, you know, MITH kind of made it look competitive towards the end there.
I mean, he was definitely competitive. I mean, at the end of the first half, I was thinking, I mean, this should be like, it should be a fast game. We should be going to the next map. But once from the pistol round, they start pulling it back round after round. It was what, 12 to 10, and they were actually up against a half buy. It was a partial, one AK save by Daymake, but unfortunately that was the difference maker in round number 23, where they actually managed to make a B execute, turn it into a round victory, and that actually brought them over the line.
Yeah, good stuff over onto their eco rounds. Honestly, at this level of play, right, those are the most dangerous rounds. Sure, at home you can sit in your rank, it's like, guys, we got it, we'll just rush it with the SMGs, it's fine. Here, one of these players sitting with a P250 in one corner can take out 3 easily, right?
Yep.
And we saw that happen, granted, not with a P250, with a USP, with a very well-timed flash.
Yep, in round number 2, if I'm not mistaken, Daymake, he threw that flash from Fountain, caught 3 players from the side of Made in Thailand, completely blinded. So there's 3 upgrades, 3 weapons, and they managed to convert that round into a 10-round streak. So that was the difference maker for me directly in map number 1. I mean, it was more of a 50-50 game, but unfortunately that 10-round streak, MITH could not do anything to counter it, only towards the final round, and that just proved a little bit lacking, and that proved the define of the map 1. So now heading on to map number 2, which I assume it will be Dust 2, the map pick of the side of Deep Cross Gaming. So MITH, they will be choosing the side. So normally they will be starting on the counter-terrorist side for Dust 2. So for me, I would say they would need maybe about 5 to 6 rounds to try to make it competitive, do not give themselves 2 rounds again to make a comeback in the second half. At least 5 rounds, I said. So ladies and gentlemen, looks like Dust 2 is loaded. We'll be heading onto the counter-terrorist side. And there you go, at Made in Thailand, they choose to stay on the defense. So Myros with the flash, and I presume a diffuse kit. Meanwhile, Armor across the board on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. Waste of ammo with a smoke grenade and 1 flash drop onto the hands of the flasher himself, Mr. Daymake, once again.
And on he has the dualies as well, alongside with the armor, so we've seen this dually meta really spike up with CS2, and you can see why. You have so many bullets, and you have such the mobility to get away with it as well. He's not done yet. He doesn't even need to reload just yet. All DCs are around the corner. If there's one good time flash, or if his teammate is there to help him, he can get all of them. Oh, but it's going to be Waste and Daymake instead, opening the way up. They pick up that player in front. They pick up the second player over towards Car. Smoke is going to be there to cover their cross as well. And this should set themselves up for success here. Rolex is going to pick up 1, coming in from behind as well. Does he get this headshot? It's such a far distance, but the USP is possible. Wide swing coming up from Daymake. And all of a sudden, looking so dire into this 1-on-2.
Yep, so Z-Van, this time unfortunately that's taken down. And once again, Daymake proving that he is the main difference maker for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, opening map number 2 with 3 kills to his name.
Okay. Immediately, we're going to see rifles brought up, so they're not going to go for the usual MAC-10 rush strat and everything. Yeah, even Daymake as well. So 2 AKs, 3 Galils. This is a powerhouse up around, and all the all the CTs are coming in towards mid. They should be spotted as well. Nades coming in. Renan gets that first one. Should just be a cleanup. Should just be a blender towards mid. They want to get the round over with, and it's all done.
Yep, and that's the shooting range over there, Radan. Statting up his stats there with 3 kills, and that AK also been retrieved, so no love lost for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. Meanwhile, on the side of MITH, they can bring out the rifles once again, 4 M4A1s to be exact, and the AWP glass cannon, which is without any armor or Kevlar on the hands of Rolex. He's such a capable AWPer, as we have seen in the previous map of Overpass, getting kills with a scout and the big green himself, so we'll see whether he can do it early in Dust 2.
A bit more patience this time, swapping things up instead. This is usually the way we see Dust 2 kind of play out, right? You see those blitzing fast pistol rounds, and then almost immediately everything slows down. It's all about mid-rounding, right? Trying to call out the fake, maybe try and send one of your star players out for a duel, see what kind of results you can get. But at this point, everyone's kind of loaded up with all that they need, right? Ops already in play from Rolex, and we saw how much of an impact he can bring in with the big green.
Yep, indeed. So basic protocols done by Deep Cross Gaming. They have the control of shot, even have City Spawn smoke. So keeping the counter terrorists guessing as they're going in for the exact towards this A side. Myros is burning, Rolex is missing his shots over there, but there you go. He connects with you, keep it into a 5v3, still alive with 4 HP. Zavan with a good trade there towards City Spawn. 2v4. Bomb has been planted and MITH, they are coming in. 2 from long, 2 from City Spawn, and it is just wisely as he can only take down 1. So good for the side of MITH, keeping majority alive, keeping the op, and most probably bringing 2 AKs into round number 4.
Yeah, this is where they can kind of change the narrative, right? Starting off into their CT side is much stronger for them. It seems like it. And with Rolex already popping off with the op so early on, maybe greener pastures, they can bring themselves into that third map.
Yep, so heading into round number 4, the financial is still good for the side of Deep Cross Gaming because in round number 2 they only have lost 1 member. So despite getting the bomb down, they have 4 AKs, only a Galil on the hands of YZ. Utility is kind of lacking, but they do have enough smokes to throw in fakes and execute. So we'll see. Once again, they have been denied long entry as Anoni and Myros. They have the full control of the long.
Oh, good pick up from Rolex as well. Had the angle up top, just has to back away now. And even if this trade comes through, it's so hard for them to kind of regain that space. So instead, they're going to go for that mid to B play. It's now fully open, but Rolex has repositioned over towards this car side, towards his open side. Doesn't see him cross just yet. Now there's going to be that spam coming through. Clyde does pick up Zyva, and all of a sudden, this B side is now wide open. He's blind completely. How has he done that?
What
the spray transfer. That's crazy. That's insane. He's completely blind. He gets 2. That might be enough for MITH to just push through on this. But
might
again,
be, but look at the position of Damey. Oh, they tried to double pick him. He leaves us in a 1v1 situation, and wisely, he will not wait for Myros. He will go in for the pick. There you go, the round swing back in the side of Deep Cross Gaming. 3-1 MITH. The money is not really in a good shape, but looks like they're gonna put all their chips into round number 5, knowing that the previous round went down to 1v1, so the money situation on the terrorist side would not be that great themselves. So it's really a scrappy battle early into Dust 2. As we can see, the scout getting some tags through the hands of Zywin. As Rolex, he still is not shying away from this battle. He will use his CJ to try and break, spots out the player towards suicide, but unfortunately could not connect the shot. So once again, mid and shot control granted to the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And with this incendiary, the flash toss in Myros, is taking a more defensive position towards Goose. Having the support of Rolex, trying to play the bait and switch with his scout. And there you go, he will go out for the swing, but unfortunately he would not connect. So 2 for 1. And the terrorists are still struggling, crossing on towards the A side. The way you can see, they're going in for the cover, but once again the trade is back and forth. And Waze this time, he will take it on 2v2, but look at the health point, it's just 17 health points combined, despite it being a 2v2. Can they make it happen? As Damey and Waze, they will finish up their low opponents. There you go, 4-1. Most probably will be a 5-1 scoreline as Made in Thailand. They have to take a bow back, and they have to take an economic save going into round number 6.
You know, I'm very sure Myros could have probably stayed in that Goose position, right? He has Rolex kind of watching that cross. Yeah, Wisely is kind of there holding down these CT spawn, but they might have had a better chance instead of him swinging out.
Yeah.
It kind of seemed like Myros wanted to take control of the situation. He does just get that 1, but it sends him to the 3. Speaking of taking control of the situation, Rolex, he's not stopping. Finds 1 more onto Daymake, and that's the big pickup that you can find into this eco round.
Oh, and another thing, they're running down to 1 HP. Oh, but the Deagle has been lost over there. But will they go in for a secondary swing over here? A lot of players, almost all the players are towards this side. But unfortunately, the better weaponry for the side of Deep Cross Gaming is pushing a little bit too much for the side of Made in Thailand to handle over here. But Zyron, man, Zyron and Amoli, they are not giving this side for free. Myro, good one. There you go, Zyron. They will finish it up. They win the most unexpected round. And they managed to even pick up one AK on the back of that. And this, look at the finances for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. Because of them not getting the bomb down and the position was not that clean, they are in an economic dire themselves. So they went in to just force up, managed to salvage 2 AKs, a Deagle, Tag 9, 2 Deagles and a Tag 9 with just a smoke and a flash to play.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, right? Eco rounds at this level of play is so unpredictable. You never know when someone's going to go for a crazy shot. Oh,
no.
Sitting there blind, but he has the backup that he needs.
How, Myros? He stayed alive. I thought he was a dead man over there. He was so blinded, but the cover provided by Anoni is so godlike. Both of them managing to get 2 kills. And this round should be done and dusted.
Okay.
But he will take down 1. There's still 4 players to find. And there's still about a minute to go for this round.
Can't really retrieve the bomb either. It's over onto the other side. So he just has to think about saving this AK if he can. He has the full armor as well, so it really is President that he just gets out here, but looking like he wants to kind of regress, maybe take out 1 more, 2 more as an exit. Reward himself.
Maybe 1 or 2 more would be due. Because saving the AK so early into the round, I don't think it's the best idea. And there you go, Rolex really starting the map too strong, like how he finished off map number 1. Leading the server for his side with 8 kills alongside Wisely for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And round number 8, finally the finances for Deep Cross Gaming is gone. So most probably, Made in Thailand can tie up the score going into round number 9.
Yeah, good stuff for them. Now they're going to push up forward as well with all these Glocks. I mean, it's a death sentence. They just want to get the round over with. Dave makes the only one with the Deagle to see if he can maybe pull something like what Rolex did, but with the op here in the middle of the doors, looking kind of impossible, just waiting for the nades to kind of burn themselves out here. Should be okay for Made in Thailand. They do not have to slip up. They do not have to overpeak.
Yep, I mean, this time they're just going up against 1 Deagle and they do not have any flash. So it should be a really straightforward round. I mean, if Deep Cross Gaming can get 1 or 2 kills, that will be bonus on top. If they can get the C4 down, I mean, that will be cherry on top of it. So, yeah. Looking at the side of MITH, they have full rifles, even the AWP, full diffuse kit. So I don't think this round will be going any wrong for them. And there you go, Myros once again, getting a multi-kill to his name. 3 to be exact, leaving just waste of ammo to admit. He has a Glock. He's been tagged down to 9 HP. And Zyvon will finish him off. Made in Thailand, they tie up the score at 4 apiece, heading into round number 9, where financially Deep Cross Gaming can purchase anything they want except the AWP on the hands of Daming, who has been so crucial in the series so far.
Yeah, 4-4, it's equalized now all of a sudden. Good stuff. Again, even with the AKs bought up here, they don't really have too much utility. Look, Clyde even bought an AK earlier, swapped to the Galil just so he can have a full belt.
Yep, I mean, that would be better, but they have 3 smokes, 4 flashes, I mean, enough to make and execute happen, but they cannot really throw in fakes or try to bait out utilities on the counter-terrorist side. Meanwhile, the counter-terrorist side, they are picking up some steam, they're picking up AKs on their hands, and look at their key player, Rolex, is playing so aggressive, so mobile, so versatile, moving across, trying to get his team opening picks time and time again.
Some patience by the mid doors, trying to see if they can get any sort of reaction. They will get one. Rolex picks out Damic. Again, he's been finding that duel over and over again. It's going to be huge for him to win these rounds, right? Damic has been such a consistent threat over in the last map. The more they can take him out, the better. That's a nasty little boost angle as well, coming up from Anoni. Takes out Waste as well. He wasn't really expecting him to be up high there. Coming through the smoke. And the duel's actually going to go through for Radon here. Sitting low is going to be Rolex. Has to be so careful. Cannot show off that he's here just yet, because he can only really get 1 more shot off before a swing comes out. Over on the side along, over by Pit, we're going to see 1 more of the CTs just sitting here, waiting, eager to see if there's any heads that's going to be popped up. But again, they're going to slowly start to crunch the map.
Yep, waiting for the teammates, trying to synchronize this retake. Two coming in from short, one coming in from long, and even a late man coming in from that city spawn as well. So they're crunching into us with Ram, and there you go, 3 kills unanswered. A perfect retake there by the side of May in Thailand, and they even scavenge AKs to bring around to play with. So there you go, keeping 4 members alive, keeping the economy safe, and most importantly, Dave Cross Gaming, they cannot really fully justify getting the full buy-in. So most probably a partial on the bots, maybe for a map like that to probably get a scout, probably get some diggles, or maybe just go for the classic beer rush.
Yeah, honestly, I think I would agree with the classic beer rush here. They could just do that instead. Wisely's going to pick up that deagle. They might, if they all start to buy up deagles or majority deagles, I'm thinking they maybe play this a little bit slow.
Yeah,
One
if
Tech 9
deagles maybe, I would think maybe mid or long. You know, they need the longer range areas.
Yeah.
Anyway, looks like a tactical timeout has been called by the side of the Cross Gaming. Yep, so 4 Tech 9s, a scout on the hands of Daming. We'll see what he can do with the budget sniper. He's jumping down to a suicide, trying to get tagged off. And he will be met by this challenge by Rolex over here. Rolex will not shy away from this kind of challenge. He lives for this kind of fights day in, day out. And there you go, Rolex once again on point. He gets digged. He might be overrun over here, but there you go. A very important second kill over here, and that could be the rotation from Zywin to actually come out, and the C4 is dropped such in the open. So the Goddess Service can actually move forward, but unfortunately that flash once again is so on point, and Anomaly could not hold on onto the B side. Trades go back and forth. But he's down to Radan in this 1v2. He has an 8k, he has a flash, he has his Incinerate, and he can play this to perfection. He chooses big box as his location, as he can position himself to look at the 3 possible angles coming in, but he just looks away from the door, and Anoni will swing in. There you go, Made in Thailand. They have secured at least a tie game at the half, or even the lead on the counter-terry side, and this is such a good thing for the Thailand squad.
Okay, that's not too bad, honestly, for that round. They picked up quite a lot of CTs as well. Kind of freshened up the pockets to just get a little bit more utility. Got the bomb down as well, so a little bit more extra cash. Could be worse, honestly, for that round. It looked really dire when the C4 was just kind of sitting out there. So, good stuff. Looking like they want to kind of swap things out here again. Now going for the A side. Daming now onto that op. We'll see if he's going to go aggressive with it just yet.
Ooh,
all the blinds, all the smokes are coming in now. It's so aggressive. Molotov's coming in as well to kind of block off any sort of angles that are going to come in from the wide side. It's going to force the CT to come out as well, but Anoni doesn't really get anything there. He gets information, but dies for it.
Anoni unfortunately could not get the drop onto Clyde, but he takes down Clyde onto 15 HP. But that's a lot of information, and once again Rolex is winning the battle of the snipers against Daming. He will equalize, he gets on the line, and he managed to get the second shot. He goes in for a repick. Radan will get the trade, but it's a 2v3, and the HP for the Terry side is so low. Anomaly and Anoni will need them to oblivion. There you go, 7-4 for the side of Made in Thailand, and they are not slowing down.
Someone's been practicing their nades. I can see that. It was beautiful stuff from them. And again, MITH, you know, they're setting their standard here, right? Making sure they can take these fights properly. Deep Cross are looking a little bit lost here in some of their fights. They're getting their trades here and there. They're getting the idea of how to kind of punch through into mid. But anytime it comes to actually coming through and filtering themselves out, they're losing themselves to all these fights. They see Rolex for like a frame, and then he's gone.
This time Rolex, he takes the pass pick to a shot, but unfortunately he would not connect. But he already has good position towards that A side, and even have some support in Myros holding down his favorite position towards that mid door. So this time he will just reposition a little bit of passive angle to a shot, but he gets flashed off that angle, and he will just pull back. So a one-player setup towards good, one towards long, one towards mid door, and two towards that B side. So really anticipating that Deep Cross Gaming will finish this play towards the B side. As we can see, utility has been tossed down. as Myrol. He is going aggressive, and there you go. There's 2 players in front of him, but they make with that trade. So the B split is on the cards over here, but there's still 2 players to defend for the side of Made in Thailand. So we'll see whether Anomaly and Ivan can hold on. Unfortunately, that flash is to perfection and waste of ammo. He did not waste any ammo, taking on the 2 players, leaving just Rolex. It is a 1v5 situation to retake on the B side, and unfortunately gets taken down. So 7-5 for the side of MITH. Gating 7 on the defense on Dust 2 is pretty decent. We'll see whether they can keep up and win the pistol on the terrorist side and try to push it over the line and push us into Mirage.
Yeah, that's not too bad. 7-5 could be a worse scoreline, right? We could have been looking at another 10-2. So this is equal, all things considered. And for the side of Deep Cross, I mean, hey, you kind of start to understand how MITH set up their defenses. They're starting to look a little bit more aggressive now. You could maybe theorize some ways out of some of these duels, right? Go for double swings, go for more flashes for some of these duels.
Yep, so this time we'll look at Deep Cross Gaming playing a 1B setup, 1 towards lower dark, 1 towards mid, and 2 towards short. Really emphasizing towards this lower tank, and there you go, 3 kills towards that 1. So it's just Myrol and Rolex, but these 2, they have done crazy things in that pass, but he was not really make anything happen as he was taken on, and Rolex gets taken on by Kaleido. So we are back to a 6-7 scoreline, and once again, Deep Cross Gaming, they have the financial advantage with them. But looks like Made in Thailand, despite not getting the bomb down, they are just going to force up straight right off the bat. They have the mixed bunch, they have a scout, they have a Galil, a Mac 10, a Tech 9, a Deagle, a couple of flashes, and a couple of smokes.
Completely different setup. Oh, but Damig immediately just gets assassinated by Rolex there.
Yeah, Rolex is really having Damig's number, especially in this series. But still, Deep Cross Gaming, they have the lead in this game so far. So we'll see whether Rolex, he can spice up anything. And look at him, he is likes above everyone on the server. He's 17 kills in D. And the closest to him is like 10. So he's almost doing double the input of what the second best player in the server is doing, and hopefully it's enough to carry MITH over the line in Dust 2. So they have a 5v4 situation. They have some control towards mid. Oh, but then Radan plays a kicking angle, but an instant trade over there. So do they speed up and go for this B hit over here? But little do they know there's still 2 players residing on this side of the map. And it's Kaleido and Wisely with an M4 and for Mas. But that's not a whiff you should make, and Kaleido will go down. So it's just Wisely, and his position has been revealed. He needs to release Tangstrom, but unfortunately Bullet has run out. What a trade there by Zywin. And it's Zywin and Rolex, 2 of the players who won alive on his clutch. Waste of ammo. He's trying to come in from that dark hole, but unfortunately Rolex, man, he takes him down 18-9, styling on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And the finance for Deep Cross Gaming is kind of at its bin. I mean, do they force? Do they double eco? They're kind of in the worst position to be to start off the half. So it looks like the force is the best idea because they will have to double eco anyway. So this could actually spring up Made in Thailand score up to 10. So we'll see a lower dark push this time by Kaleido, trying to play aggressive. Meanwhile, we'll see Wisely pushing towards top mid, and he has the drop. But unfortunately, Myros and Zywin will come in for the trade. So 4-2, leaving just Radan over here. But Radan, he does not want to give up. So 1v4 turned into a 1v1 situation. The HP is on the side of MITH. But Radan, man, he already has 3 bullets to his name. And he already has spotted the last player over here. So we'll see.
But he might still pick up the
he has the trigger. He had the drop onto a Mosley, but unfortunately he only was following the Galil. And that was such a close round. But MITH, they managed to bring it over the line. So 9 to 6, most probably 10 to 6 before Rifles can come up, before Deep Cross can actually make a defense case for themselves once again.
Ridiculous round coming out from Radon there. Again, yeah, if he had an AK, that's all his. That's all his. Converts it over. Impressive stuff for him. Can't count them out, even in those situations whatsoever. So, for MITH, they're going to try and come back into this a little bit stronger. It's looking so good for them onto their T side. AKs galore, 1 M4 saved over, 1 Khalil. For the side of DCG though, they have to kind of discuss about what's happening, what's going wrong here, right? How are they losing so much space? Why aren't they peeking some angles together? It's kind of falling apart a little bit for them.
Yep, kind of falling apart, but they still have time to actually make this comeback. And one thing good is Damic, he has that magical $200 flash, and this time he has 2 of them line up to a catwalk. Can it be as magical as the flash before? We will have to see.
Good position to hold here. Just kind of waiting, seeing if anyone's going to come out from lower dark here. With so many footsteps, all the sound is going to be heard. It's a good spray. Only good for 2, but again, sitting up so far out in the open, there's only so much you can do for these trades. And these pistols are looking very lethal for this round. They picked up 2. They pick up 1 more. It looks doable, but there's Amality coming out from the other side. And again, Wisely, 3 HP this time. Doesn't have the deagle in his hands. Doesn't have the capability that Radon could maybe pull off. Only USP, 3 HP to work with, looking all but over.
Yep, but the damage has already been done. 2 kills. I mean, they couldn't really expect 2 kills to the same, but they already have 2 kills. If he actually drop 1 or deny the bomb getting planted, it could be much better. But looks like the bomb will get planted, so extra 600 catch injection for each of the terrorists, and Anomaly will take down Wisely. So there you go, 10 to 6. 3 rounds away from pushing us onto a decider of Mirage.
Last time we saw MITH kind of struggle over on their overpass here. This time they're way more warmed up. The ideas are there. And again, I kind of mentioned this earlier about like how Thailand as a whole region, right? They have this whole thing with like, okay, you know, strategy-wise, they might not come in, but somehow aim-wise, they might come in. We'll have to see. It's a blitz. It's a full blitz. Amality comes in with the MAC-10 already there. Head angle is so dirty. Comes out from Clyde instead. So a good trade over, and that buys him time for his teammates to come in. It's going to slow down the plan a little bit, but it's still going to go through. Positions are going to be set up here for the post plan. And again, look, they're kind of still deciding on what they wanted to do. Initially, it looked like they kind of wanted to go in full, everyone through the doors. Now they're going to split up. 3 into the tunnels instead.
Yep. Such a difficult bomb side to retake. Just to B side. And there you go, Rolex. Will drop Damic. And there you go. The push has been shut down. They have been blocked by utilities and Clyde and Wave. They are just backing out, trying to save, trying to scavenge whatever they have. Bring it into round number 18 and try to starve off match point by the side of Made in Thailand, who are playing an extremely fantastic game on Dust 2. With the leadership of Rolex, who is carrying his side to victory.
21 and 10 is Rolex. That's an insane stat line to be putting up in regulation. Ridiculous stuff. Well, I want to point out onto D-Cross. You saw how they kind of had the idea for the retake and then kind of held back a little bit, then went for that. There's a little bit of indecision there, and I don't know if that's the team not really driving well at the moment. Maybe that language barrier thing that we talked about. Hard to say.
Yep, very hard to say. So heading into round number 18 could possibly be the last time that Deep was getting start of match at MITH for match point. But they have the buy, they have Rolex on the AWP, and he's been styling on them. On the side of Deep Cross Gaming, they have to play in round number 18 with downgrades. I mean, they have 2 French guns, the FOMAS on Wisely and Radon. They have M4s on Damic, Clyde and Waze, but they do not have blocking utilities. They do not have incendiaries, and it could be a little bit messy once the executes start to come in. Look on the right side. Look at the utilities, the incendiaries, the smokes, the flashes on the right side. I mean, once they start throwing it in on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, they could be isolated. They could get isolated. They could not get fair fights to their name. So looks like it will be a mid and a B split, or just trying to bait out the first set of utilities, meanwhile throwing in some defaults from that side to show presence on the side of the map.
Yeah, I like the idea for them to just kind of throw off their own timing, right? They've been so aggressive these past few rounds. Let's slow things down. Let's see what they do. And you kind of immediately see Deep Cross try to adapt to it. And it almost looks like a panic play where they're just throwing smokes. Bit of a gap there into the smoke there. We can see if they can maybe pick up this one. But again, he doesn't go for that fight. Rolex over on the other side, nearly taking out his teammate. Finds Rodon instead somehow over by the door. Again, there's no more utility for these CTs to work with. They've run it all down. It's now just down to the dry gunfight. Wisely is still here. Doesn't pick up that last kill that he needs to defend himself. 12-6. Made in Thailand now on map point.
Yep, what a play there by Made in Thailand. Getting shot control, getting mid control, showing that they have presence towards this A long, A short side, and then making the final play towards this middle door and having a lurk player towards B to actually put the ice on the cake and keep the Cross Gaming on just 6 points. That's double the score of the opponents, and they have 6 chances to close this out and push us to the Mirage.
Rolex has been playing lights out, 22-11 in regulation. He could go for even more. His entire team as well has been picking up the pace. Meyer rolls, Amality. Anthony has some rounds as well on the impact when it was over on the CT side. And Zyvan as well being their support player in this. It's ridiculous stuff. Deep Cross sent down into the trenches with their economy. MP9, a few rifles to work with. But again, look at what Made in Thailand are doing. They're bleeding them out of their resources again.
Yep, they have better resources, they have better finances, better utilities, and even better players that are actually really hitting the shots in this game, and that's what has mattered. So, but this time, Radan, he will open up his account to taking down Rolex, one of the key players for the side of Made in Thailand. But a trade could be instantly coming back their way, as Anoni, I think he got a glimpse of wave of ammo walking into that angle, but unfortunately he loses his battle with that MP9. Meanwhile, Myros and Zywan, they are taking extremities to the other side of the map. And even waves of ammo. His push has been grounded over here, but he's been supported by Clyde towards that middle door and leaving Zywan and Anomaly in such an awkward position. So Anomaly, he will actually manage to even out the trade. So they're just going to try and get up back, but it's been so low that Clyde will finish out with a double kill. So 5-round deficit. That's the first step to making this comeback happen. Can they keep up their socks, and can they get all the rounds needed to push us into overtime?
I was just about to say, right? In that scenario, I think you might as well just go and play crazy, right? The more unpredictable you can be, maybe it's a little bit better. I like that Radon was the first one to just go out, find that fight, picks up Rolex. That's the gift, right? The team following up by going super aggressive afterwards and just taking the space, just taking it away from MITH, making sure they can't get their setup is exactly their window in, right? You can't stay too passive on CT side, especially when you're at such a disadvantage in the guns. Your resources are bleeding constantly. Every 15 seconds you have to throw a smoke, you have to throw a nade. This is so much better to see from DCG, just to kind of find some more pacing and make sure they can essentially herd MITH.
Yep, so they still need to start off one more full buy by the side of MITH. Full AKs across the board, full decent enough utilities. On the side of Deep Cross Gaming, they have the full belt themselves. So much better than what they started the previous round. They have a deep early smoke towards tunnel, so denying any entries by the terrorists, pushing them towards the lower dark, and they do not really have cat presence. We'll see. As MITH, they are making their relatively default move towards this middle and a short position, and the standard protocol is to clear off the close position.
Good pickup there from Maloney. Picks up Rodon. He was the issue the last round, so can't go for a hero play this time. And again, they've been doing this kind of push every single time in MITH, and it works out well for them. We'll see if Deep Cross can kind of stave off this heavy offense. Dies out to Clyde, but Ivan is there to pick up 2, and Oni picks up 1 more as well. It's looking all but over. Dayman gets the last one alive. Does see this one player towards the doorway, but again, has so much to work for this clutch. A 1v3 with 30 seconds on the clock for him to try and work this out.
Yep, he does not have a kid. I don't really see that he has a kid.
And he still has, oh, he picks up a kid. He has 3 players, so, but he don't really have the time for it. So he's going to throw in the flash, trying to go in. And there you go, Myros will take him down. So 13-7 scoreline. We are even once again. And we will be having Mirage as our decider to see who is the better team among these two.
You couldn't ask for a better decider map, I think, between these two teams, right? You have your EMEA imports versus Thailand. You know, we know them as aimers and everything. It being on Mirage, I think it's either going to be such a crazy fiesta of just anything can go, right? Anything can happen between both of these teams. Both of these teams are trying to understand, okay, we can play aggressive, we can play passive. They can play aggressive, they can play passive. There's adaptability in between. There's some sort of evolution as it happens into the map pool.
Yep, but I mean that game really was basically. I mean, the key one was the battle of the op. I mean, Rolex has Daymake's number over again on Dust 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll be running through some kind of highlights about the previous match. And you can look, this was Deep Cross leading at 4-2, and they lost an eco round, and then Made in Thailand just made amazing comeback and just managed to pull the game across the finish line.
I mean, this entire highlight reel is basically just a Rolex highlight reel. So yeah, look at that. Headshot into a collateral as well. And again, there was a little bit more life this time, especially from the side of Radon here. Could have been a crazy clutch if he had pulled this off. He needed an AK though for that last kill. Did get that dink initially. It was a slow crawl into the peak, but fortunately, a dink is enough time for someone else to get that trade off on you, especially when you're just sitting on 4 HP.
Yep, so that is how the first 2 maps has played out. Both teams winning on their opponent's map pick. We had Made in Thailand picking
Overpass.
Yeah, and losing their map. And the same. I mean, they're picking Dust 2 and then losing on Dust 2 as well. So now we're going to go into Mirage. And we know Mirage is a classic map for any CS players. So hopefully we get a good action. I think all the players are out for a break now. I think we'll be taking a short break and we'll come back with you for some Mirage action soon. Okay.
Yeah, so a little bit after, all players are leaving to go for their break yet. But I mean, we can kind of expand a little bit more on that, right? Overpass was one team's map pick, other team map pick. Because there's that level that you can always get with teams kind of winning out against each other because they can study each other, right? But we'll see you after the break. These teams are going to come back. Catch us here. There's more to come. Mirage's last map. Alright, hello everyone and welcome back to the Odyssey Cup Counter-Strike 2. Made in Thailand, Deep Cross Gaming. Both have won out their maps and hopefully after the break have kind of talked about how both of those games have gone. Maybe taken a chill pill, maybe, you know, gotten your refreshments. Hopefully all you guys at home gotten your refreshments. I've got mine in my hand here. But yeah, Trevor, let's kind of break down what happened last map. What happened?
Basically, last map, Rolex happened for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. He was just dominating them from the terrorist side and also the counter-terrorist side. He's basically through middle, I mean, using the scout, using the sniper, seeing where the terrorists are actually going or trying to position themselves and positioning himself at the best place to get multi-kills time and time again. Looking at the end, I think he finished up with, 22 frags, and the closest on the server next to him is like 12 or 13, so that's like miles away from anyone in the server. So if he's putting in that kind of shift, that is putting MITH in a strong position to actually win out this game as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was 22 and 11 is crazy because that's also still in regulation, right? I mean, there could have been that possible overtime, and again, the numbers weren't looking too crazy for both of the teams, right? Daymake was making such huge plays, but all of a sudden kind of went quieter because Rolex was just, I mean, Rolex just had a bounty on him, I guess. Every time we saw him play the CT side or had a scout, we saw Rolex's name, a scout, a headshot, and then Daymake's name, right? So it was very hard for Daymake to make anything happen. So Radon had to kind of step up into that game as well, which he did. Nearly pulled off a miraculous clutch, but again, wrong weapon, couldn't get it. And yeah, now we've suddenly landed onto Mirage, which I think is going to be really fascinating for both teams, simply because of the imports that they have and the playstyles that they have as well.
Yep, and it will be an electrifying game, and we'll be jumping into the third map, which will be Date Mirage. And for this time around, they will be, I think, knifing off our sides so to see whoever will be choosing to start on whichever side they prefer. So normally on this side, it will be the counter-terrorist side. So we'll just walk through you the knife round. As you can see, made in Thailand, they will be on the counter-terrorist side, and Deep Cross Gaming on the terrorist side. So whoever wins the knife round will be choosing to start on which side they would prefer, and highly likely it will be on the counter-terrorist side.
I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of stick to CT side, whoever wins the knife round, right? Because it seems like both teams really favor their CT side so far.
Yep, so made in Thailand, they have chosen the decision. They will be on the defense first. So we'll see armors across the board. Myros, does he purchase up with an armor or does he get the dualies and the diffuse kit? We will see. Meanwhile, on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, 2 smokes, 2 flashes. We will see they can throw in some kind of execute, maybe a fast play towards the B side or even towards that A side. They have 2 smokes to isolate and try to make this play happen. So Myros, he will go in for the diffuse kit and the smoke grenade. So the purpose of the diffuse kit is cutting down the diffuser time from 10 seconds to 5. And in CS, 5 seconds is such a long time.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. See how this goes though. Only Daymake having the utility bought up alongside with Waste, so 2 smokes to really make this work out. 1 smoke over onto the side for MITH. A lot of armor, so they're looking to maybe fight out for their positions instead of pulling forward here. See, good shots coming in from Ziv and Animality. What a drop down coming in from Daymake as well, but it's just going to be the CT side that wins it out cleanly, all those headshots coming in.
Yep, Zywin once again sitting to a sandwich. They're gating 3 unanswered kills. Proof the difference maker in MITH, gating the perfect start in this third map. And look at them, because of not getting the C4 planted once again, it's just a single flash purchase on Daymake. It has made them win a round on Overpass, but not so lucky on Dust 2. And we'll see whether he can have any success on the Mirage as well. So the flash will be tossed out towards mid as they're waiting for any aggressors towards that connector. Yes, I think they will have a timing to catch Rolex. But there you go, Rolex. He is so ready for that angle. Even throws down a grenade. Takes about another 100 HP damage towards Clyde and Radan. And once again, he is just going to go in for the pick, knowing that he is playing against unarmored pistol, but he missed his maker there as an M4 gets dropped towards the connector. But looks like they could not actually salvage. So there's an M4 drop on the side of Made in Thailand.
and the AKs can come off for the side of Deep Cross. So we'll see the first gun round and how will this round play out.
All the AKs are brought up here as well, but again, not too much utility that they have here for Deep Cross. On the side of MITH though, full belts of utility everywhere. One thing you don't really see too much is majority of a team buying incendiaries, right? Usually maybe 2 players buying incendiaries and then you kind of load up more on flashes a bit more. So each player has a job to kind of hold up to their space. I think that's why they're kind of doing this.
So playing a default round early in round number 3, we'll see a 2-1-2 setup, 2 towards the B side, 1 towards that jungle connector, and then 2 towards that A side. And Anoni, despite just playing with that MP9, is playing aggressive towards the top of balcony, even has a smoke to deter any of his opposing member that's coming his way.
Just gonna hold on here. There are 2 Ts in this window, so the moment the smoke plumes or the moment someone brings a shot out, this is gonna be shown. But again, some patience. They don't have to give away whatever is being put out here, but it's ready. Good shot for 1, but the second's not going to come in. Heidi gets that trade up, but the jig is up. They have to rotate for this. They have to go. There is a player still sitting up into this palace position. CT fight might happen here, and it's going to be a good one for Rolex as well.
Yep, once again, Rolex proving his weight for this maiden challenge squad, getting a double kill over there, giving them a 3-on-2 retake. And Anomaly will take it down, and Rolex once again will finish off with a triple kill. There you go, 3-0. First gun round sorted by the side of Made in Thailand, and they pick up 3 AKs behind him to boost their firepower going into round number 4.
First time I think we've seen 3 AKs being saved over into the CT side. So far it's just been 1 or 2. So in the hands of all the players that they have, yeah, I figured they were going to give it over to Myrols, right? He's been hitting some stellar shots today.
Yep, Myrols has been such a solid rifle for the Made in Thailand squad. So we'll see. Once again, the 2-1-2 split. As Rolex this time, he will patrol through the sniper's nest with that big green. There's no sniper rifles on the terrace side to actually challenge him. No deagles in play. So looks like a contact, a fast play towards this B side is on the cards, and they are just sending Daming towards this lurk towards connector. He has a good position and good timing, but we'll see whether this explosion towards this B side can work. As Daming, he will get the drop onto Myrols, and he will try to reposition himself to a shot and try to support his teammate heading towards this B side.
Have to slowly advance, now have to push all together, make sure they get through into the defense here. It's good for 1. They have to keep finding more of these CTs, and they do. Radon just runs him down. Rolex rings out a shot over towards mid, takes out Damik, sets him down into this 2-on-2. An open AK versus another AK and M4. We'll have to see if this can work out for Rolex there. Wide swing coming out from Radon alongside with a flash from Waste. Rolex, he's been such a key component in this roster. Can he try for this 1v2? No, swaps away to the weapon. Doesn't have a chance.
Yep, a good partial victory that converted by the side of Deep Cross Gaming onto the side of Daymate, who actually make that play towards connector, getting the kill and pulling the rotation out from that B side. Meanwhile, the side of Deep Cross Gaming that hit towards the B side when there's only 1 player defending their side, and that proved a little bit too much for the side of Made in Thailand. But despite of them winning the first 3 rounds, they can actually purchase it up with an AWP, 2 M4A1s and 2 MP9. A little bit lacking on the utility, but they have the AWP on the hands of Rolex, and that time and time again has proven to be more than enough.
Jump up over into the box there. This is pretty much a one and done if they swing out altogether, so we'll have to see if we can get more in that position. But again, resources are being bled out. Smokes are coming in, flashes coming in, but that first shot from Rolex is good. Radon goes down, and all of a sudden, that's kind of already stopped their pacing. They wanted to go all together. And he has to find that one, he does. Even while Flash does pick it up. Wisely is out here as well, trying to support his teammate to push through. Clyde's all the way around. He has to kind of find an opening here. There's a bit of an opening here as well in the smoke. Does pick up the one, does pick up the second as well from Maya Rolls. Doesn't need an AK, just needs that MP9, just needs the headshots to come in. Now Wisely left into a 1-on-4. This might be doable. They all swing him one by one, but not going to be able to wrestle the AK spray.
Yep, once again, Myro's coming in clutch towards that A side with a double kill to his name, denying any momentum for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, gaining traction on towards that A side. And looks like round number 6, it will be a 4-5 for the side of Deep Cross Gaming as they won the previous round with relatively a similar buy, but let's see whether they can replicate that form once again. This time around, once again, throwing out the smoke towards that nest and connector area, sending 3 players towards mid and 2 towards the B apartments, trying to get control of top, middle, and underpass.
Good headshot coming in as well. Might be a second, but no. One more fight coming through as well, but Clyde is going to keep things alive. He's going to just keep running things down. Now over into the B side is going to be the defense from Mamaladi. Does pick up another one as well. Has to swap over to his secondary. And look at the spread coming out. Rolex is the one to pick him up past the smoke as well. So initially that threat from Clyde now shut down. Left into this 1-on-3, now 1-on-2. Has to find the other shot. It rings out. He hears it, but there's a plume in the smoke. And he gets him right through.
Yep, once again, Rolex being the clutch maker over there. Running into that B side, getting a kill and just staying alive till the rotation comes in and make it so hard for Deep Cross Gaming to get any map control towards that B side. Cannot even get the C4 planted, and looks like they will just have to just purchase in once again as the round loss bonus is already building up, but rounds is stacking up towards the Made in Thailand side.
Going for the smoke break here. He might get one. Ooh, what a flick from Rolex. He hits that actually. Ridiculous. Barely saw him in the smoke, just saw him on the peripheral.
Yep.
All the losses coming in. These are the key players. Rolex is out. Daming is out. Clyde is out. Waste finds that opening onto Amaladi. This side is open, but the jump up is so lethal for him. Now Myros is left 1-on-2. This can still be doable for him. Full belt utility, 68 HP and a kit. But the crouch into the hole, all the death.
Yep. Unfortunately, that Wisely will get the final kill, and they finally get around to the name. But MITH, they still have money in the bank. They still have the AWP on the hands of Rolex. And we saw previously in round number 5 what he can do. This time, they do not have 2 M4s, but they have a Max 7, they have an MP9, a 5.7, and also the M4 on the hands of Zywin.
Max 7 is going to be the interesting one here. He's already kind of closed the distance. Over into mid as well, there's presence confirmed by the boxes, and they can kind of push out knowing that the op probably has to reposition. But this is going to be the dangerous fight. If this goes through, they lose A. If they don't, then they can kind of hold on to it for a little bit longer. So it's all on Anony here.
Yep, Anony is pulling the weird gun, and this gun is
he turns around!
but he turns at the wrong timing. Meanwhile, Brandon and Wisely will come in with kills of their own. And the A side is falling as well, like he missed a sitter over there onto Daming. And looks like Deep Cross Gaming has got this defense figured out for round number 8. As they have a 4v2, and Zywin and normally they are out of position in making this round turn into their favor once again.
Oh, that's so rough. I don't know if that was his teammate calling for his help, right? Maybe just to ask him for a little bit more util. And then that just causes death. He swings out as well, giving him the perfect kill. That's so unlucky. He's sitting there the entire time with his Max 7 buy, and that's how he goes out.
Yep, that's the what we call it, the typical CS2 timing. You can aim for that angle for like 30 seconds, he don't comes up, and the moment you just turn away, he just shows up. And once again, Daming, he will take down normally towards the ending of closing of round number 8, and that's just one rifle save in the hands of Zywin, so they cannot really force up. Most probably they will just have to play along this M4 and try to make Zywin get some kills or set him up for success.
I think a timeout has been called here a little bit, looking like it. It's kind of want to talk through the round, see what else they can kind of do here. Because so far, both teams are looking very alive now on Mirage, right? And I think we kind of expected that, considering how these two teams play. It's kind of just generally their style to be this aggressive, and the player performances individually are starting to now pop up fully.
Yeah, we are looking for this back and forth game, and finally we have it on Mirage. MIT still hold a slight edge in the scoreline, but it's 5-3, and the financial is with Deep Cross Gaming for round number 9 and moving forward. So we'll see. This time, 2 set up towards Palace, 2 set up towards A main, and Living Gaming once again solo lurk towards this connected position. He has gained much map control in such a short period of time, so the A hit can actually come in. The smoke will be thrown in for Rolex from under Palace, so he can actually stay alive, but Zywin, he gets taken down, and that's the only threat really gone. And there you go, they just steamroll the A side, 4-5, Deep Cross Gaming. They are making a comeback in this first half of this final match.
Yeah, they had the right idea there to stack up the site, but not really the weaponry for it. One thing that's been quite interesting is that we haven't really seen a 5-7 across these teams, huh? Because usually you see the 5-7 kind of come out maybe for a more aggressive play, right? Maybe into a Palace push to kind of minimize that distance, and it's way more lethal. 20 bullets in it, armor pen all the way, but no 5-7s.
Yeah, most of these teams, they're going for the deagles. They're going in for the one-shot headshot. And I see a couple of Tech 9s pull out. 5-7, not really a favorable pistol maybe in this matchup or maybe in this map. But I guess we will see more of that in the days or in the matches to come. So heading into round number 10, a full buy is on the card. Anomaly is towards his B side and is holding the FOMAS, but a nicely timed incendiary, and the kill by Rolex once again will give them the advantage. A jump spot, and he will spot all the players coming towards his name as Clyde. He will take down Zywin, as Mike will come in for the trade. So a 4v3 will be on towards his B side as Rolex, once again, he's coming in for the trade, and he comes up with a nice trade timing over there, keeping his team in a 3-on-2 advantage for the time being.
Spam's not going to hit anything either. Oh, but the positioning so rough by the window as well. Wisely 3 HP for him to get this clutch. Here's the footsteps over to the other side. It's now waiting. This is just a waiting game. Both players 1 HP, but he lands that headshot instead. Good stuff from Wisely. Only 3 HP to work with. Finds both players. Sets it to 5-5. We're all tied up.
Yep, 5-5, all tied up once again. I mean, Wisely and Zywin, both of them, they were just 1 bullet away from death. But I mean, Wisely, he knows where that Zywin was actually coming from, so he go for the preemptive spray and pick, and he managed to get that clutch to his name. 5-5. The finances is not really there for the Made in Thailand squad, despite this early blazing start. Their Indonesian counterpart of Deep Cross Gaming has managed to make this a very competitive game heading into round number 11.
I'd have it no other way between these two teams, especially when we're on this third map, right? You don't want it to be such a wash in that sense, and it really makes sense that both of these teams are fighting the way that they are. Hey, my wish came through. Finally, there's a 5-7 in the hand of my rolls here, but they lose him almost immediately. They make him in there. I know he finds 2 somehow. Just tries to swap over to the weapon, but doesn't have enough time to run out the other way. Deagle in the hand of Amaladi. He hits that first one, has to find 2 more. This is so doable for him. He has the armor to kind of sustain in these fights. But he's up against these AKs. They're super deadly. Damik is still alive. Alongside Radan. And Damik has his name.
Valiant try there by Anomaly, but unfortunately no cherry on top, as MITHD were in the lead for a majority of this half, but looks like they will be heading into the second half on the back foot if they cannot stabilize and win out round number 12.
See how this goes. This might end here at 7-5, or they tie it up once more. Economy's kind of stabilized this time again, like you said. We're going to see things kind of slow down here over into apps. This mid push is a bit crazy. Waste finds 1 as well, but he's blinded past the smoke as well. Clyde just picks that up almost immediately. Zywin has to turn around for this fight later on, but Radan doesn't waste any time. Takes him out And now, bomb is going to go down. Rolex and Enemy last two alive into the CT side to make it go. And look at the artillery that just comes in over that X-ray. It's ridiculous. They don't want any CTs coming through this window.
Yep, looks like it's a dire situation unless Nolly and Rolex can unsolve this puzzle. Just Rolex in a 1v4 situation. He misses his first shot, loses most of his HP, and Daymake will take him down. 7-5, a good comeback from the Indonesian squad. Despite them being 5-1 down, they managed to string 6 rounds in a row to take the lead going into the final half of this opening best of 3 between Indonesia and Thailand.
Yeah, very, very different game from both of these teams instead. So, seeing how the sides have swapped, we'll see if they kind of maintain this aggressive stance from both sides, or if they try and play it a little bit different. I mean, again, we've mentioned before, Mirage has been kind of that map that really hasn't changed over the past 10 years, right? And there's very, very little nuances. It's really down to the players to kind of make it work.
Yep, so this time around, MITH, they will be dictating the offense. So my role to the use it is a smoke and an incendiary, which has been tossed towards jungle and Seb to support his teammate from coming out towards his A site. We'll see as wisely he's been gushed down to 29 HP. So can't really take the challenges, but Daymake, he will take down Myro, so it's a 5v4 situation, but the A site is lost.
I think he heard a lot of those CTs going into the spawn, so he should be able to call out the rotation as well. And yeah, there we go. But they still have to watch over this window. They know that this is still a threat coming in, and Diven spots him out immediately. But over onto the other side, Clyde goes down, coming in over onto that retake, and the Glocks are just winning out all of these fights. It's so scrappy, and the CTs can't really find any sort of safety, any sort of paradise in the middle of this site. They're going to have to try and go for the fuse into the smoke, but even then, just rush down, run down, and deep cross. They take the pistol instead.
Yep, a nice play by MITH, going out towards that A side, throwing a smoke down towards jungle, throwing the incendiary towards that stairs, and just scaling out towards that A side. Despite them even losing the first player, they just managed to plant towards that connector and jungle side, control that area, and let Deep Cross Gaming walk into their after plant crossfire, and they just managed to solve the round. So heading into round number 14, a full eco should be on the board. This time, no flashes for the side of Deep Cross Gaming, and we should be looking at an even scoreline once again.
The blind kill, and Rolex just goes through with the spam Myrals, and there's a help out as well. All those CTs just gone in an instant.
Yep, once again, Rolex is styling on Deep Cross Gaming, 16-8. I mean, we have been saying this for, I think, the past map or so. I mean, he's been lights out, and he is proving again that he won to carry MITH across the finish line.
7-7, tied up, as we said. Window smoke is going to come in, but a little bit late, and we already see the immediate jump out.
Ooh, and he eats a chunk of nade grenade over there, losing 44 of his health points over there. And looking at it, the utility for Deep Cross Gaming is so limited, and the most importantly, they do not have a defuse kit. So if the C4 were to get planted, they need to be in good position or get good kills quick. They want to have chance winning the round. They're going to try to crunch onto his middle, throwing that flash and this incinerator will underpass, but unfortunately, they could not punish Zywen as he will fall back a little bit back and not in the firing line of his opponent.
Yeah, looking like they kind of want to re-strategize for this round instead. But again, Deep Cross don't really have anything to hold them off in terms of utility. They're pretty much bled out, dried out. It's only just guns now.
They have to rely on real firepower in this last 30-40 seconds for the hit. Meanwhile, on the side of Made in Thailand, look at it. They still have smokes. They still have incendiaries. But Clyde, he has the kill. He has connector control, and he kind of can signal that the hit is coming towards A. So his base will try to play in front of the smokes and choke point, but Myro is coming in for the trade, and they wisely will come in. There you go, keeping 4 alive, picking up AKs to bring into round number 16. Meanwhile, on the side of Made in Thailand, they still can purchase, but this round could be the determining factor on whether we still get a close game or DCG could just keep their head above water and try to cross this over the finish line. So the buy would not be fantastic for the side of MITH, but they do have sufficient utilities and firepower to make this work.
Yeah, that last round looked a little bit weird. It looked like they could have just pressed the initiative and maybe made it work, right? The moment you're out of utility, that's when you can start to get aggressive because that's the only way you're going to win this out. Into the mid fight now, and look at Rolex go. He finds two. That's Damic and Rodon, the two most valuable players that you can find in this fight. Clyde has been performing really well alongside Wisely, and there they are. They come in now. They make their names known. Simon, Anthony, they'll have to try and scramble the other way.
I mean, they lost the first two players to Rolex, we think. But they wanted to clear out mid, and look at it. They flash and clear out mid, and they managed to get 3 kills unanswered. And now even adding a fourth. So leaving just Anoni in this 1v3 situation. Yes, he has the whole of the A side, but the C4 is not with him, and he still has 3 counter terrorists to find. He could probably get a free drop over one of the players, but unfortunately he whiffed his spray over there. 97 dip cross. They are having some kind of a breed over there. And most importantly, look on the right side of the screen, the finances for Made in Thailand, they're below 2005, 2001. They could not really justify a purchase up into round number 17. So it looks like the Deep Cross Gaming should be extending their lead for at least another round. So I mean, the best MITH could actually hope for is try to get onto a bomb site, try to get a couple of kills, try to get the C4 down, get that extra $600 injection for each player, and probably the kill bonus that will be spread out if you get kills.
And you know, they're evidently just kind of talking things out right at the moment. It really did seem that the indecision that they had 2 rounds ago has already slowed the momentum, and you really don't want that. Not when D-Cross are starting to fire up like this. Rolex is still going. He's still firing off on all cylinders here, 18 and 10. But he needs everyone to be on the same page. To the mid fight, a lot of T spotted here, so they can kind of pull the forces in. It should be a relatively safe round here, unless they start to catch all the ground. And Rolex finds that headshot to Clyde. It's a clean sweep so far, but Rolex again, he just keeps finding frags out of nowhere.
How is Rolex getting kills with just like Glocks? And,
I don't know, man.
Somehow he's just getting multi-kills over multi-kills, but multi-kills will not prove enough as DCG is already on double digits and they are closing in the magical score of 13 rounds. So heading into round number 18, they have the AWP on the hands of Daming, they have defuse kits all across the board, they have 2 AKs to play on the hands of Waste and even Wisely. Can they close out MITH in round number 18?
So far, not going to push in just yet. They're still trying to fight over for control in middle here. They're trying to sell more aggression towards mid here before they punch through into apartments, but that's an overstep coming out from Amality, and Waste doesn't waste his ammo, doesn't waste time. He controls the space, all that he needs to on B. One more shot left, and he could have landed it, but he swaps to his sidearm, is there instead of his teammate. Good stuff for the defense.
Yep, what a B anchor there by Waste of Ammo, getting 3 kills to his name, and even providing the trade for Daymate to get that trade after he goes down immediately. So leaving just Myros in his 1 versus 3 clutch, he is scaling up through the map, but he needs to pass 3 angry players, and he will not even pass the first one. 11 to 7, Daymate is picking up steam in the final half, up to 16 frags to his name, showing us why he's been picked out to play for Deep Cross Gaming for this event.
And the slowdown is a little bit worrying from MITH here. We'll have to see what else they can kind of cook up here, because it can't just be raw fights, because it seems like Deep Cross is winning out every single one of those. And again, Myrals is kind of quieting down here. Rolex is still the only one that's performing lights out. Everyone kind of slowing down.
Yep, I mean, they need somebody to actually step up
I mean, yeah, Zygon is playing kind of well, but they need like Anomi or maybe Myro to start picking up some steam if they want to have. They will still have to make through this partial buy, and it's not looking good as there's lost 3 members unanswered, leaving just Zygon in this 1-on-5. He's in through the smoke, and there you go, he gets taken down. So 12-7 for the side of Deep Cross Gaming. They have 5 series points to actually try to close out this game in regulation, and they have the buy. So we'll see whether MITH, do they have anything left in the tank? Can Rolex pull Made in Thailand out of this hole once again? We will have to see as round 20 will unfold, as the ops will be on the hands of Dayming and Rolex once again. This time going aggressive towards mid and in towards con. So Clyde here has information that players from Made in Thailand out towards mid, and there you go. They crunch in on the middle, gating with a 3-2 advantage, leaving Anoni and Zywan in this 2v3, a must-win round. And Rolex, the key member of players, is down. And what a spot there by Clyde, going in for that jiggle. So leaving the Zywan in this 1v3 situation. One thing good for him, he has time to play with, he has utility, he has that AK-47, but can he get the C4? Can he get onto a bomb site? And can he extend MITH lifeline in this upper bracket a little bit longer?
Pushing up now, ever so slowly. Clyde's looking for his ace if he needs to. He's hiding away, he's tucked away, he's a bit safer. Waste is going to be the first one to contact spots the barrel. Has to see if he can get here. He's going to have to get closer, but there's going to be an immediate swing. 2 headshots good for Zyvan, but it's going to be the ace to shut down the side of MITH. It's all gone deep. Cross Gaming, take it away. How have they done that from Clyde? That's such a power up towards the late side of the game. An ace to end it off. You couldn't ask for a better ending.
Yep, such a back and forth game. I mean, even at the start of this game, MITH, they were like leading like 5-1 or something, but somehow Deep Cross Gaming, they managed to pull up themselves and make the whole comeback possible.
Yeah, high fives all around. You can see in the corner of the screen, he's even dancing a little bit. So he's enjoying his victory as he can. And yeah, that was really, really lights out performance from all of those players. Again, Rolex is here, still trying to just pull his team across, but at some point they kind of just lost the plot together, and it was really rough. And you can kind of see this happen towards the start of the game, right? Both teams are fighting for the space that they need. They're finding the questions easy to solve, right, with a lot of the frags that they can get. And then slowly, ever so slowly, while Rolex is still powering up, the rest slowly start to quiet down. Amaldi starts to be the side anchor, but he just doesn't have the backup. The Deep Cross keep isolating him every single time, and I think however they do that in terms of the quick decision, I mean that one was just unlucky, but however they do their quick decisions in isolating these fights is so far I think Deep Cross's main strength in this matchup.
Yep, I mean Deep Cross, credit to them, I mean they did not give up. They were down 5-1, and the round that they actually managed to make the whole comeback happen, it actually happens on like a half buy. They were trying to hit towards that B side, and Daymate was looking towards that A connector side. He managed to get the kill towards connector. They kind of paused around a little bit, pulled the defenses left, right, and center, and then they finally pumped the brakes and hit towards that B side. And just once they got that round, the economy for the counter-terry side just crumbled, and for that they managed to get up to 7-5. And then once they head onto the counter-terry side, they just managed to close out the map with relatively ease. I mean, we saw towards the end, Clyde was picking up form with the rifles. He was getting the AK to play with. And Daymate, he was missing the easy shot. He was losing the duels with Rolex earlier on. But in that second half, in that final half, basically, he really stepped up. And he stepped up and he showed that he is here to play, and that is why they are the champions for Indonesia.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sums it up. I think that sums it up pretty good as well. Yeah, MITH are going to be down and out into that lower bracket, essentially. DCG are going to be moving forward. I think we can show up whoever is the next game here that's going to come up. It's going to be, what was it? Galacticos versus, I forgot their name. one of the OCE representatives. So yeah.
Yep, so we'll be going for a short break.
And we are back here at the tournament. Wow, it was a very, very exciting match just now with Deep Cross Gaming maintaining at the upper brackets and Made in Thailand going down to the lower brackets, but they might still make their way up to the upper bracket and towards the grand finals. Who knows which is going to happen in the next few days. Now, all of this is powered by Samsung. We know the drill, Odyssey OLED G60 for 500 Hz refresh rate and also a 0.3 response time. And now I think you guys know what's gonna happen next. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Galacticos to the stage representing Vietnam. They are ready, they are amped. They know what to do now with their equipment ready later on. Remember, they flew all the way from Vietnam just to come over here to the heart of Kuala Lumpur and in a chance to win our grand prize, which is this glistening trophy, and also our prizes worth 50,000 USD. Now there is a lot coming up. Thank you, players, and to the next one. Now, speaking about players, speaking about crews, all of our crews here and our players is powered by Red Bull, which is one of our official sponsors for the Odyssey Cup Counter-Strike 2 Championship. They have the new pomelo, apple, and muscat grape flavors. So if you want to have a try it out, don't fret. Head over there to the counter right over there to check out their new flavors. And speaking about Red Bull, our sponsorships, we also have TT Racing, Logitech, Newswave, and many, many more. And guess what? Guess it. They have a Guess the Champion game going on right now here today. So if you're watching to the screen, which is hi, my name is Priscilla to the broadcast live. We are having a Guess the Champion game right now. So if you're free, feel free to come by to Pilsy Mall at level 6. Because if you try and win who's gonna be the next champion, you might able to win prizes like TT Racing gaming chairs, as well as Logitech mouse, or maybe Grand One, the Samsung OLED monitor. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce Ground Zero Gaming, representing Oceania, to the stage. Ground Zero Gaming from Oceania, Australia. I saw all of their family members actually came around here to support them. And I'd say, may the odds be ever in your favor, teams. Alright, thank you so much, team. I think it's time for Team Galacticos as well as Ground Zero Gaming to go on and set up the stage. Now, speaking about stage, we also have a side stage going on at Orange Esports Cafe Arena, which is Bayman Esports versus Oasis Wolfgang will be competing over there. It is Malaysia against Philippines, guys. So if you guys are right here in the audience, come on, make way and show some support to them at the Orange Esports Cafe. And now we will pass back to our dear panels.
Alright, thank you very much, Priscilla. Guys, I'm Faith. Alongside with me is going to be Trevor, and we will be your casters here for today. And man, oh man, do we have a game here.
Yep. For the second game, we'll get the Oceania representative of Ground Zero going up against the Vietnam counterparts of Galacticos in this best of 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because we don't normally get to see these players play. But yeah, Vietnam. I mean, these guys, just speaking about Galacticos, they're actually not the ones that are meant to be here. VTM actually won out the Vietnamese qualifier, but since they could not make it, of course, Galacticos came instead as a replacement. But they are not a team to be messed with. You know, they were actually able to put a pretty decent fight up against the likes of VTM. It was a 2-1.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the grand final score was 2-1. Not too sure about the scores, but I mean, looking at it, they can hang in with VTM, and VTM can also hang in with like the likes of Bayman, Alter Ego. So I mean, they don't really have any expectations behind their back. And looking at their first match, they're going up against like Ground Zero, one of the basically the top 2, top 3 favorites to actually take it all the way. So if they can actually like maybe win your map pick or maybe win the series, it would just really turn this whole bracket around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot is on the line here. This is the upper brackets. This is their first game here of this this tournament, you know. But it's just too much here on the line. You can see it right here on the screen. A total prize pool of 50,000 USD. That is a lot here. 20,000 USD going to the champions. First runner-up getting 15, 8,000 here for the second runner-up, and third runner-up, the third runner-up as well. That's fourth place.
Yeah,
they even get a little bit of something, some love, you know.
Yeah.
But of course, if you are the grand finals MVP, you get an extra 2,000 USD here in your pocket just for yourself to enjoy. Insane amount of money here on the line. Incredible stuff, man. Just
all of this is brought to us by our sponsors that make it happen. So mainly Red Bull, Logitech, TG Racing, and Newswave for making the Samsung Odyssey Cup 2025 happen for the best of the best of this Oceania and Southeast Asia representatives.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all the way. I mean, Australia is very, very far here. Well, not exactly that far, but you know, you're not playing in your comfort zone. You're not playing from home. You know, you are in a completely different country. You know, people, you don't speak the same language around you maybe, but yeah, that's something that you have to kind of take in account. You know, this is not your home setup. This is not what they're comfortable with, and that might affect their gameplay.
Yep, definitely. I mean, we saw like what happened to MITH. I mean, they were decently good side, but they came in cold in their first map, and that what proved them to make them go towards the lower bracket. As you can see, for the second game now we'll be having on stage is the third one. Is Galacticos against Ground Zero Gaming, and we'll have another match going on simultaneously, which is our Malaysian representative of Bayman Esports going up against their counterparts from the Philippines, which is Oasis Wolfgang.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, while the first series was happening, Semper Fi Esports actually winning out against Team Nemesis Asia 2-1. So that is very, very big. Team Nemesis Asia, one of the teams that I was rooting for, but yeah, Semper Fi was able to take it away. But these are the map bans and picks. A ban from Ground Zero Gaming, as expected. I mean, that is just insane because that's one of the better maps here for the Vietnamese side. But yeah, first map going to be Dust 2 picked by Ground Zero Gaming. Second map being Ancient here, picked by Galacticos, and of course the decider, the classic Inferno.
Yep. Inferno would be a good map to decide if we end up in an even scoreline once again, as our first two matches already has proved to be following that same scoreline, with the Australian pick and also the Indonesian squad picking up the victories in their first games.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to watch. We did see some Dust 2 earlier today, but this time around, two different teams. And just speaking of GZ, you know, GZ is one of the top two teams here from OCE. They were actually able to beat out Semper Fi 2-1 in the upper brackets. And just speaking of Semper Fi, they're actually on a 6-0 win streak against GZ. So there's a little something brewing here from the likes of Ground Zero Gaming. They might be able to kind of just go all the way through because, as we said just yesterday during the panel, I think the OCE teams are definitely the ones to watch out for here.
Yep, and for Ground Zero, finally picking up the victory over the Semper Fi Nemesis. I mean, if they can actually replicate the same results again, that will spring a bunch of confidence towards their players and probably even go all the way in this event as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a big feat. You know, they're the arch rivals, I guess you could say, and that's definitely going to give them a confidence boost heading into this tournament. And I think they did have their qualifiers about 2 weeks ago, so it's still pretty fresh You know, unless they had some scrims here while they were here, there could have been something different. But yeah, these 3 maps, super excited to cast these. Ancient, one of the maps that I'm looking for, and I'm excited to see how Galacticos can kind of tear it apart.
Yes, indeed. So basically, we'll be starting off on Just 2 itself. So ground 0 pick. I mean, we finished Just 2 on the previous series as well, so we can see. You will need a lot of mid control, and basically your sniper to be patrolling the right side of the map, getting the pick, getting the information on where your opponent is actually heading. So for you to actually minimize the situation, you need your opponent to be very mobile and try to get as much info before the terrorists can actually do their final execute.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having that op in their hands is definitely going to be a beauty. You know, there's a lot of different spots you can play. You can either play A, B, or towards the middle. But honestly, a lot of more players tend to play towards A long, because obviously there's such a long walkway from A long towards the A side itself. That's basically the most perfect position to play it. But yeah, that's one of those weapons that can really change things up in the game. We saw Rolex going insane. One of the Thai players as well. I'm not sure if it was Rolex when he had the op in his hands. It was a bit dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, Rolex, he was lives off the player of the previous game. Unfortunately, he was not enough to get MITH across the line. I think.
Yeah, but that's how disgusting an op can be. You know, a lot of these teams, they tend to bring out the double op. It is definitely something we're going to have to watch out for, because I haven't really seen much double op here recently. But we'll see whether or not the GZ team can bring it out.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, for both of these teams, I mean, especially on a map like Dust 2, Ancient and Inferno, you really need your oppers to be mobile. I mean, you really need, for your oppers to be mobile, you need the financial, you need to be winning rounds, you need to be winning rounds cleanly for your oppers to actually get his preferred weapon, and also get like some utilities for him to actually make a play, or to actually fall back, or to make an aggressive move if he doesn't spot anything. So keeping the finances good is also important to actually supply your opper the best possible outcomes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. You know, when you save so much throughout the early rounds, you're able to get yourself a AWP, but you know it's very, very risky as well. You know, you might not hit your first shot, you might not be feeling it, and it just puts a massive dent in their economy. But yeah, it's high risk, but at the same time, you know, high reward as well. And that's something I want to see how, you know, what these two teams can do up against each other. I'm not sure whether or not they faced off before, you know, but it's a whole different experience when you're in a different country.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, for basically Galacticos, I mean, they probably would have been sparring or having some practices against the Southeast Asian teams. But this time, playing against a team that is totally different from not your region. So I think it will be a little bit different for them to actually anticipate. The timings might be a little bit off, a little bit faster, a little bit slower, and this might just catch these players off guard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but this is a best of 3 as well. I mean, just looking at the qualifiers that both these two teams had to go through, GZ actually won up against Semper Fi in the OCE qualifiers. It was 19 to 16. You know,
I mean, that was
all the way through, all the third map as well. So, you know, when it comes to going towards the third map, these two teams are not shy of it. You know, they definitely have the stamina to go through all the way. Similar with VTM, they did have to go through a couple of best of 3s throughout the qualifiers, and I think they definitely will be able to give each other quite a fight in this upper bracket.
Yep, hopefully for closely contested games between both these teams, hopefully we can actually end up on Inferno to actually decide things once again. So yeah, we'll be starting on Dust 2, heading on to Ancient for the second map. And if we get a split scoreline like the previous game, we'll be heading to Inferno to decide who actually goes into the upper bracket semifinals and who will be playing on later at 6:30 in the evening for survival, lower bracket round 1.
That's the thing. We're going to be here at Quill City Mall here in KL at Cloud. So make sure you just go up to level 6. We're going to be here. If you don't watch us in the stadium area, you can always go down to the Orange Esports Cafe. They are having games happening at the same time as well. And that's how basically Semper Fi and Team Nemesis Asia were able to fight it out.
If I'm not mistaken, on the secondary game, we'll have the Malaysian team playing against the Philippine team. For the second game. Simultaneously with this game, unfortunately, it's not the casted game. So if you're Malaysian and if you're around Cool City Mall, you can head to Orange Esports and give your support to our local team that's participating in the Odyssey Cup 2025 CS2 Championship.
Definitely. I was having a walk around as well. I went to the cafe and I saw the two teams setting up, and I'm pretty sure I saw Kaze there.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing. He's coming in, playing for Borosto, if I'm not mistaken. So he will be playing alongside Anastasis, and they will be leading the Bayman squad. Hopefully, they can lead our team to greater things.
Yeah, definitely. So if you guys are a fan, you can definitely come down here to Cool City Mall, watch those games, or come here towards the stadium and watch us here as well. It's going to be an interesting, going to be action-packed, fun 3 days. You know, we're here all the way till Sunday, so if you guys are at home, do come by. But nonetheless, speaking of GZ and Galacticos, it's a long way from home, and I'm kind of wondering whether or not they can, what kind of strats will they pull up. You know, will they stick to the same kind of strats that they've been pulling back home that got them towards here, or do you think they'll change things up?
For me, in this matchup, I feel Ground Zero, they should be the very most favorite to win this game. So they should not be really releasing too much strategy. They should be just playing free flow. Try to just get their players feeling their aim, feeling their call outs, and feeling their communication properly. Not really playing of a stressful game. Not like the game that we witnessed before. It was back and forth, back and forth. For them, it's more about feeling out. Oh, is this PC as good as mine at home? Am I playing at my 8 p.m. timing at 10 a.m. in the morning? So yeah, they need to factor all of these criteria for them to actually play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's going to be something that we have to kind of take in account. But nonetheless, like you said, it's interesting because they're expected to win because VTM could not make it. You know, another team was sent here, which is going to be Galacticos, the second best team here in Vietnam. But they did give VTM quite the fight. So, you know, they might be able to pull a little magic trick here. But just a reminder for you guys, this total prize pool of 50,000 USD.
Yep, and that is why these 8 teams are battling out for this prize pool. So the champion will walk away with USD 20,000, while the first runners-up with 15,000 US dollars. The losing second runners-up will walk away with 8,000 US dollars, and third runners-up with 5,000 US dollars. And also the grand finals MVP will walk away with $2,000 to himself.
Yeah, dang, that's a lot of money, you know, especially if you're Malaysian or Vietnamese. You know, our currency ain't that strong, but it's definitely going to help us out. You know, give us a couple of months' salary here in our pockets. But yeah, this is what's going on. Down below, you can see the loser of the first 2 upper bracket series, MITH up against Team Nemesis Asia. That is going to be happening later on today.
Yep, so the last game for today, 6:30, we have both the lower bracket round 1. So MITH and Team Nemesis Asia, Singapore versus Thailand battle will be happening on the lower bracket round 1, and we'll have another game between the loser of Galacticos and Ground Zero going up against the losers of Bayman Esports and also Oasis Wolfgang.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Anything can happen. You know, these are the top teams here from different different countries all around Southeast Asia, as well as OCE. So, you know, they want to be able to send the best representatives. They want to be able to perform their best here. And at this point, you know, as long as you have the will, there's definitely a way here for you to go all the way through. But yeah, down here you can see this is going to be happening later on today. Team Nemesis, MITH, both these 2 teams, they put up quite a fight, going all 3 maps for both their series earlier here today. But man, oh man, it's tough. I don't know who I'm supposed to choose between these 2 teams.
Both of these teams, they will actually will give a good challenge. Like we saw, both of these teams, they actually barely lost their games. Both also, they managed to win out at least a map from the best of 3 series, but unfortunately it was not close enough to actually get them over the line and stay in the upper bracket. But this will be a do or die for both of these teams. They do not want to be going home early, telling their family and friends, oh, we'll finish in that last place. But, you know, I mean, they put in a valiant effort, so hopefully the best team will actually win out this game later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. To be taken out on the first day, it sucks, but it has to be done. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Someone has to go home.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, today, I think that's two people have to go home. Two
Yeah.
teams have to go home. It's tough, but at least you have another 2 days to kind of experience Malaysia, I guess, if you're not from here.
True, true. So yeah, I mean, once again, we'll just give a good shout out to our sponsors for making this happen. So we have Samsung, we have Red Bull, we have Newswave, and also Logitech.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much to them. I mean, they can see what they provided here for us today. We actually have a Red Bull bar just behind here. You just got to scan them, make sure you follow the social media, and they are definitely give out those nice cold Red Bulls. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I brought a few home and may have enjoyed a couple through the night.
Oh, I mean, better cut down on your sugar, mate.
Hey, man, zero sugar. Perfect for me.
Perfect, perfect. So anyway, if you guys are around KL, do head down to KL City Mall. You can come in. We have beanbags. We have a lot of scenes to watch. You can even go into the arena and also into Orange Esports Cafe to see two matches that are going on simultaneously.
Yeah, definitely. But do come by. We're gonna be here all weekend. But yeah, moving on towards this series, Dust 2, a map that has been in CS for a long time, probably as old as I have been out. Insane stuff. A lot of changes, here and there, but the map relatively kind of stays at the same. Would you say it's a CT-sided or a T-sided map?
For me, I would say Dust 2 is more of a momentum and financial. Yeah, sometimes City can actually win you over like 10 to 11, but sometimes the Terry side can actually reverse the favor as well. So it's down to momentum, down to economy, and also, most importantly, as we all know, Dust 2 is a real firepower map, so all of your players must be hitting their shots to
definitely
make it happen.
I mean, if you're not gonna hit your shots in a FPS game, then you're not gonna win. Let's be honest here. So you got to make sure you're on form. You got to make sure you've washed your face, you've warmed up, and you're ready to go. And you have to bring your A game. Otherwise, you're definitely not gonna go all the way through. You might be one of the teams that go out today.
Yep. Especially Dust 2, because Dust 2 is such a telegraph map. We will know that the terrorists, they will be either, for their first point of contact, is either towards this middle door or towards A shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if towards long or towards B, it could only be at a very fast timing, or it should be at a very slow execute.
Yeah, definitely.
It's something not so. It's nothing that you can really hide about anything. And but that's basically hitting your shots, getting the map control, and most importantly your utility placement.
Yeah,
the smokes and incendiary will prove vital for you to delaying the opponents and also like getting bomb sight and not letting your opponents come in back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, utility is definitely going to be a crucial thing here, especially towards that A-long cross. There's quite a long cross there from A-long towards the site itself. As it is, a lot nowadays with the new mechanic of the smoke being able to get dispersed by the grenade, that's going to be something that maybe the CTs can exploit, I guess, and use to their advantage. It's going to be tough here for me because Dust 2 is one of those maps that I definitely prefer being on the CT side. Just holding back, holding the A side. You don't exactly have to really. The only thing I realize that is kind of useful to fight for is kind of that A lobby, A long control. Towards bedroom.
Yep, definitely. But nowadays, even if you look at the current meta, the counter terrorists are straight smoking off that A door. So even if the terrorists were to take that area, they need to expand a little bit more utilities. Meanwhile, while the terrorists are actually taking control towards A long, maybe the counter terrorists, they are already pushing up towards short, middle, lower dark. So they have cleared out other parts of the map. And yes, even if the hit is coming towards long, they have most of the players ready towards the cross, ready towards CD spawn. And once they are making their cross towards the side, they just throw in the grenades, throw in the incendiaries, and that could just damage the terrorists so much, even before the bomb getting planted.
My goodness, there's just so much. I mean, Dust 2 has been out for quite some time, but it's a very, very kind of rinse and repeat. You see it, all the way through. I'm not gonna say that it's gonna be a boring match to watch, because these guys are insane aimers. They could definitely surprise us. They're the top of their region here, top of their countries, and they can, come up with some crazy stuff, that's for sure.
Yep, and also Dust 2 is basically the Opus paradise. So yeah, I mean, even on low buy rounds, you can actually purchase a scout, get some tags in, or even get some kill through the double doors, which is actually very possible and very doable. So we'll see whether this kind of factors, whether these teams will bring in this kind of plays to try and get rounds on board for them.
Yeah, definitely. I miss the old Dust 2 where they didn't, when you're in T-spawn, they didn't add the extension of the wall, so you're just able to opt through the door, watch, see how many people cross. Unfortunately, it's been a long gone.
So yeah, since they updated the skybox, even now, for example, as we all know, I mean, Dust 2 B side is basically the hardest bomb site to retake in all of CS. So basically, if you do an eco round towards that D side, from the tunnel, from behind the tunnels, you can smoke off the door and the window, and then just get a couple of flashes in, maybe throw in one Molotov towards backside or back plat, and then you can actually overwhelm the site with those Tech 9s and Mac 10. And then you can just continue re-smoking the door and that window and hold the crossfire, and it probably will be an impossible retake, even though the counter-terrorists have better weaponry if they don't play the right setup. If they are playing maybe 1B, 1 mid, and they get overrun by 4 Tech 9s, I think that could be round over.
Yeah, definitely. I think something that's important to note is saving your utility for the retake. I think if you're just going in dry without any flashes, without any utility, to go for the retake is definitely going to be difficult because, just around the corner, like you said, Tech 9s, Mac 10s, extremely difficult to deal with in that B bomb site. There's so many close quarter angles, a lot of different hiding spots that they have to watch out for as well, so make sure utility is definitely going to be the key here for that retake.
Yeah, especially for a low buy, if the terrorists will actually make it to the big side, there's so many places they can hide. They can hide towards closet, they can hide towards big box, towards back end of plat.
Yep.
Even under that window hole is such a cheeky spot to actually clear out. It's so hard for them to actually clear out, even if they have incendiaries and flash. It's so hard to actually go in and check directly under you.
Yeah, that's like the worst thing to do because you have, as you're entering towards window, you're exposed to so many.
Yeah.
You're basically exposed to the whole damn site. And the first thing you want to check is down below you. The first guy going in for the retake is definitely going to be dead.
And then when you actually look down towards there, people from the big box or from the far end, they will actually swing you. So yeah, that would definitely throw you off. But that being said, I mean, yes, B could be the hardest bomb site to actually retake, but it's actually not really easy getting in also. Because the only entry towards the D side, if you don't have middle door control, is towards that tunnel. And anything coming from that tunnel is very telegraphed. Even the smokes, the flashes, it will come from on top. So if a smoke or a flash come from on top, you can just throw down a timely incendiary. That would delay and call for backup. Or even throw in a smoke and hide towards the right of the smoke. So yeah, a lot of things that can be done to actually deny the entry of the B side. But once the B side has been taken, if you have even numbers or even man disadvantage, I think the terrorists would have slight advantage of actually closing the round and converting it into a victory.
Yeah, definitely. I think having that man advantage is definitely going to help you out. And that's where the op can come in. Finding an opening pick early on in the round before the T side is actually able to get the execution. Maybe that's definitely something that the CT side is definitely going to have to look out for. But yeah, Dust 2 is just a classic map. But
yeah, I guess he's been in the map pool like about 15, 20 years for the entirety of CS. I mean, not like in CSGO.
Crazy.
He's been in the CS version before even CSGO, 1.6, CS Source, you name it, you've got it. I mean, Dust 2 has been a staple of CS for the entirety. So what a great way to start off our second best of 3 with Dust 2, picked by the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, definitely. After that game, it's going to be an ancient map pick there, being picked by Galacticos. So, ancient, one of the, I wouldn't say newer maps, but definitely something a little bit more different than what I'm used to. I'm used to the Inferno, the Mirage, the Dust 2, Overpass is alright with me, but Ancient, just one of those maps that I find pretty interesting and fun to watch, I guess you could say.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading straight to the game.
Is this knife or is this pistol?
So, yeah, Galacticos, they'll be on the counter-terrorist side. They have one defuse kit, a smoke, 2 flashes. Meanwhile, on the side of Ground Zero, 2 smokes, a flash.
And look at the positioning all the way in towards lower tunnels. Do they expect this at all? That is the question. Pushed up such a strong position here, such a strong hold towards the middle. Damio going to be able to find Sora, picks up the duelist, looking for more action as the rest of the squad kind of playing it very, very slow. A nice little smoke towards that CT spawn to kind of force or fake this B wrap from middle. But no one is budging. That's going to be a great shot there from Talent. Great stuff here so far, and they are just holding things down.
Yep, a nice return cracks there by Galacticos, giving them the man advantage in ground zero. They are pushing their way out towards long. They're going to try to take this towards it, but unfortunately they will lose one of the players towards themselves. And we are down to a 3v3, but Kush has been hit all around.
Oh, shots here, left, right, and center. A 1 versus 2. Can 21 forever make this work? He does hear the plant being taken down, but can he creep around towards ramp? Gets juiced instantly. Can't do much about that. Down to low HP, and that's going to be the first round here for the side of Ground Zero Gaming.
Yep, a good double kill there by Vision and Applecook to actually open up the A side for the side of Ground Zero Gaming. Despite getting the opening kill, they lost 2 members back to give the advantage to the side of Galacticos. But Applecook and Vision, they managed to stabilize the round and
Scout
to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, already the Scout coming up here from TV, holding things down. Good shots, tons of damage done here. On towards 21 forever. That's how old I could be forever, I guess you could say. But look at the stack here towards long. You know, it's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with.
Yep, they have 1 flash on the hands of Soi Chan Ban. So we'll see whether that flash can work magic. But there's only 1 player actually holding the A doors in the form of Omichela, and he's not really actually engaging. He gets dinged down to 23 HP, and that's his cue to get the hell away out of A hall.
Yeah, definitely so much information being given. They know for a fact that they did send quite a few players towards long, so they decide to wrap, make it towards this B side. A little bit of P250 damage here from Talent. Oh my word, picking up 2, and look at them go. This is going to be a difficult map to deal with, but they are making it work somehow. PZ picks up 2 with his own P250, and it's a 1 versus 2. Scout does damage. Sylvain, can he make it work? Both these 2 players extremely low. A USP can definitely help him out, but they do not want him to get a gun. They do not want him to pick up a weapon here, so they are just holding it down this angle. Apokdud, 28 HP. Sylvain with the Scout. A little bit of a fake off here. Very, very much just the mind games being played here by Apokdud. Does not want to allow the space to be given to Sylvain, and he's even got the AK in his hands, and it's expecting the kill, expecting the peek, and Sylvain with a 4K. Incredible.
Wow, what a play there by Sylvain, getting the kills necessary to actually take it over the line. And it's all down to Talent, opening with 2 P250 kills, giving Galacticos a chance in stealing that round. And God, they did it.
Instant win. That is incredible. I'm not sure what happened to PZ. He had the AK in his hands, but swapped it out to the P250. Must have ran out of bullets, but man, that is quite the round to win. You know, Galactos, all the way from Vietnam, here and ready to win it out. Scout again in the hands of PZ. Can he make it work?
Looks like they're going to take some mid and shot control. And with Omichela leading the lead, he has an AK-47. He has the best gun. But he's going to face with 3 players in front of him. Unfortunately, he could not mess up the frame. But there you go. The train wreck has gone. 4v2 situation. Sora and 21 forever. They are in this 2v4 situation. They could actually bomb out Applecook, as he is the C4 planter and he should be gating there. But unfortunately, they would not throw in the grenade. They're going to try and walk behind this smoke. But it's been watched by all angles by the Starries. This could get so messy over there. And there you go, Daniel takes down, leaving just Sora, and he's managed to get 1, unfortunately instantly traded. And there you go, 2-1, Ground Zero picked up the 4th buy once again.
Yeah, they win it back instantly, but look at the purchase in the hands of Sylvain. I'm not sure about this one. He's got the AWP in his hands. The rest of the squad just going to be forcing up Deagles and an MP9 in their hands. But can this lonesome help things out? Already being rung through towards the middle. They have the information. They know there's an off available here in the hands of the CT side. That's definitely going to be something that they need to watch out for.
Yep, Galacticos, they are not going to take the white flag. They are going to force into it. One AWP, couple of Deagles, MP9, P250. We'll see whether they can make Sylvian work magic with his AWP. So currently he's playing towards his middle door, having some support from 21 for Arraro, who's closing that close middle door. Meanwhile, on the side of Ground Zero Gaming, they are still just clearing out top mid. And with Damio leading the charge, they're just going to clear out lower tunnels together.
Definitely no information being given. A little bit of a pop shot there towards middle, warning these players as they make their way towards short. Can they make it work? There are two players here, and MP9 and Kaobang actually has a P250 to work with as well, so it's going to be something that they have to watch out. A crossfire being set up, and Kaobang takes down two. Instantly traded here from the AK in the hands of Omi. But do they make it work? And oh, the ops is trading. Sylvain, he's good for one. Can he find multiple more? He's going to get sandwiched soon, so he's got to be very, very careful. Big frag there coming in from Apakdod.
Yep, that could be the crucial round, but unfortunately Sylvain could not connect with the double kill. And there is no other players are coming up towards shot. As Samuel, he will hold the rotation, picks up and off, and the Incendiary will deny Sora from advancing any further. He has a Deagle, he has a Diffuse Kit, so he has time to play, but he has been locked down by Damio, and Damio will get that AG shot. 3-1, the finances for the Vietnamese side is gone, and looks like they will be taking an eco into round number 5, and most probably will be extending the lead heading into round number 6.
What a round. The crossfire there between Kaobang and one more of their teammates. Just insane stuff. They were able to take two, but of course, when you have the AK in your hands, the trades are definitely going to be coming in. But nonetheless, interesting strat there from the side of the Galacticos, you know, bringing up the AWP and having the rest of your squad with, just upgraded pistols. Definitely something to watch out for here. Something that Ground Zero has to keep in mind, that they are not afraid to come up with some crazy strats. USB here now, great flash. The trade does come in, and there's something that you notice. Galacticos always kind of playing together as a squad, going for these stacks towards A long when it comes to these half buys. But numbers are even. They want to go for the rotate. It's going to be a big nade. It does tons of damage there towards Kaobang.
Yeah, but look at the rotation made by Ground Zero, knowing that there's more than 2 or 3 players towards long. They are setting up towards this B side. With 2 towards this B side, and 2 towards that middle door, and what a shot there by Omi, taking down Challenge. And there you go, they are just all falling like flies, leaving just Sora and Sochebang in a 2v4 situation. Picks up an AK, but unfortunately they will miss this range of fire.
Oh my goodness. This AK doing lots of chip damage towards Galacticos. Last 2 remaining players there towards the middle. They've got full control of this A site now here for Ground Zero Gaming. They're very patient. You know, we don't really see a lot of rushing, a lot of W gaming, it's very tactical. It's very disciplined here from Ground Zero Gaming.
Yep, and they even having Apokut holding towards suicide to hold for any mid push. Meanwhile, on the side of Galacticos, the best bet is for them to try to keep Sora alive, try to keep this AK, bring it in to round number 5, which I think it will be a success because none of the terrorists are actually going on the hunt. They are just happy with a round victory and keeping 4 members alive for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. You got to keep the economy strong. 4 players staying alive, that's definitely going to help things out. We've even got the AWP in the hands of PZ. We saw him earlier in the earlier rounds. You know, he always being able to buy the scout. This time, AWP in his hands, not afraid to use it. We'll see whether or not the CT side are able to buy an AWP. A little bit of money here in the hands of Kaobang, but I'm not sure whether or not they'll pick it up here for Sylvain. Nonetheless, that's going to be a timeout call here, assuming for Galacticos.
Yep, a timeout call in. Seems like Galacticos do not want to let Ground Zero Gaming get off to a much better start than this. 4-1 is already not really a good start. So hopefully they can actually pick up steam. I mean, they don't really have the money to actually purchase the AWP and give it to Sylvian. So Bang can actually purchase the op, but he will be operating without any Kevlar, so I don't really think that's the best option for them. Yeah, so we'll see what kind of buy they can actually muster up. Most probably rifles across the board and try to deny Ground Zero from getting further rounds in.
Definitely. I mean, just the way Ground Zero Gaming is playing, you know, very, very, very tactical and disciplined. You know, they know for a fact that Galacticos they like to set things up. You know, they kind of saw this early on. They kind of go for these aggressive plays, as you can see already, just pushing up towards middle. A full buy, aggressive play towards middle. Easy was able to find one, but oh man, now Dink to Sora just has to instantly fall back. And that's exactly why Ground Zero Gaming, they have to play discipline. You know, they have to watch out for these crazy strats that Galacticos wants to pull up with.
I kind of like the idea that actually Galacticos, they're trying to go in for the aggressive, trying to get the upper down, but unfortunately they did not get the trade and they evacuated without getting the trade, and I don't really think that's actually favorable. So now they have to play at a disadvantage in this round, despite it being a full buy round, and they do not really have any info on where the terrorist is moving.
Slow and steady, the game plan here for Ground Zero Gaming.
Yep, and look at this gamble from the side of Galacticos. I mean, if the side of Ground Zero were to go towards the A side, they would just save and try and repeat. If they were to go towards the B side, most probably they would try and fight out and win the round. So I kind of like this idea by the side of Galacticos. I mean, splitting the defense 2-2, going up 2 against 5 on one side, your odds is not really favorable. So having this kind of setup, it actually gives you a chance of actually winning the round, but unfortunately it does not play to them hands. D will get the drop onto Omi, but that should be how the round ends, and it should be a 5-1 scoreline. Should not really push any further, as he's also down to just a single point of health.
Oh, hold on a second now. A big whiff there from PZ. That might just cost him this round. 4 versus 3. 1 HP in the hands of Sylvain. So, of course, Bogdan's Law going to come into effect. He's got the AWP in his hands. Spotted one player towards default. Damio would go good for one. Holding things down to 2v2 now. Hold on a second. This man is holding it down. Keeping it alive here. But Cowbang by himself. 1 versus 2. Time is of the essence. There's no time at all. He has to go for the save. And oh my word. A Pop Dud. Just incredible.
Yep, once again a pop cut coming in clutch for the side of Ground Zero Gaming. Despite the round getting so close, the time just wasn't there for the side of Galacticos to make that retake happen. So it looks like a partial buy with a solo rifle in the hands of Sora. We'll see whether he can try to take things aggressive and make this round fruitful for the side of Galacticos. You can see PZ is on the angle, but unfortunately he would not connect with the shot. He is still holding for the retreat of 21 Forever, as he's been burned out, but he's just repositioned himself and holding behind the barrel from that platform.
Yeah, that is just very smart plays here coming in from GZ. They know for a fact that it is a bit of a eco round, I guess you could say. You know, just a couple of upgraded pistols here and there around the map. And it's something that they have to watch out for. They have to watch out for this aggressive plays, and I think this aggressive play just catches Omi out. Setting up for a smoke. They've got full information that the B side is clear. He was trying to set up a fake, and the rest of the squad will make their way towards that A side. They've got to push. They've got to win these fights. Vision good for 1 towards A long. But the P250 is here in the hands of Cowbang. What a shot. 2v3 again. Oh my word, make that a 1v3. PZ by himself, AK in his hands. They've got 2 rifles to work with. But man, oh man, the man disadvantage not in his favor. He has to find a 1v1s, and Cowbang coming up big. Big frags here. to keep Galacticos alive.
Yep, so Chaibang coming in with that Deagle and picking up the AK, getting a couple of kills, really giving Galacticos a round they should not be winning, and even boost their economy. Picking up 2 AKs, the AWP, having most of the utilities, and even having some bank to go back even if they were to drop. On the side of ground zero, despite them winning 5 of the last 7 rounds, look at what buy they have to play with. 2 AKs, a Galil, 2 Tag 9, but looks like it is just gonna be a B play off the card.
Wow.
But that nice there by Sora getting Chu.
Oh my goodness, just a full shutdown here towards the B side. Shredded GZ. But now they did manage to get the trades. It is a 1 versus 2, and he has quite the amount of time to work with. 33 HP, not the best health to have, but he can definitely make it work.
Yep, he has all the time in the world, but looks like Galacticos, they are playing it the correct way. They are playing it the buddy system. They're playing both towards middle, trying to get the information on where PZ is before actually making a move. So not really committing to a side and putting all their eggs into one basket. But look at their position. They are so out of position and they won't even catch PZ crossing. So he should be getting a free plant over here. He has an incendiary. He has a smoke to actually play with. And we'll see how PZ play out this plant. So tossing in the smoke towards City Spawn. But there's a gap.
Wow.
And there you go. So Chaibang with that spray will take it down. 7 kills to his name. 3 rounds for the side of Galacticos. And they are keeping it close.
Yeah, Cowbang, incredible start here so far in this first half. 7 frags here, 5 deaths. And he has just been lightning fast here with his reactions, with his shots. Definitely on form here, on towards the stage, keeping Galacticos alive. Oh, a tough one there for PZ. Maybe if he waited just a little bit for the smoke to fully bloom, he might have had a chance here to cross. But I mean, he only had, what, 33 HP to work with anyway, but damn, look at the money.
Yep.
GZG, the economy not looking great at all.
So after losing 2 rounds in a row, looks like round 0, they will have to take an eco. So it looks like they have called a technical timeout to try and figure things out. What is the best way moving forward? They kind of have some money, so they can actually purchase maybe into a scout or maybe into a Galil and try to do more damage. Because look on the left side, Team Galacticos, they're kind of building economy to them, to their name as well towards the ending of this first half.
Oh man, it's going to be a tough couple of rounds here for these two teams. But now, on the CT side, you can see the off in the hands of Sylvain. They had a bit of a boost happening towards short, but just was not managed to able to connect that hit shot. It was a tough angle, a tough shot to hit. Will not pay off here for them. Oh, got quite a strong setup here towards middle. They've already planted one of the GZG players towards the middle. The rest of the squad taking it slow, as they usually do. Molly just really ready and prepped as soon as he spots anybody. Definitely the Molly's going to come out. Flashes, nades, everything, and Sora will be able to help him out here on towards the site. Bit of damage done. 29 forever. Can he hold him off? And of course, Sora picks up a multi-frag. 2 for him. Great shot there from Vision, but can he hold this off? Can he hold it? No, he can't. Vision will be able to finish off 21 forever. Man, this is tough. Again, a 1v2. But the amount of HP that GZG player has just is not going to be enough. And Sylvain will shut it down as he tries to cross the door. Uh-oh.
Yep. Sylvain is really hitting his shots with his AWP, keeping Galacticos relatively close with the side of round 0, with a 3-round streak to their name. And now heading into round number 10, the buy can come up once again for the side of round 0. But PZ, he will not have enough money to actually purchase the AWP, so it looks like he will operate with slightly less. Meanwhile, on the side of Galacticos, why not? Why bring in one AWP when you can afford 2 as 21 forever? He will be yielding the secondary op as well.
Yeah, definitely. They always say 2 is better than 1, and they want to show exactly why here. Very, very aggressive angle here in towards that B tunnel. That's going to be a great shot there from 21 Forever finds the opening pick. And instantly, that's going to have to sting. You know, you spend the last 2 rounds kind of going for a bit of an eco, a bit of a half buy. As soon as you're able to buy up an AK, instantly just shut down by the AWP.
Oh, and Sylvian, he will make his op things as well. So both the oppers getting opening picks. 5v3 for the side of Galacticos, looking to tie up this game after round number 10.
Damn, this double op setup going to be very, very dangerous here for Ground Zero to deal with. They're going to realize that, okay, we're definitely going to need a couple of flashes. We're definitely going to need smokes. We're going to have to go for these executions. But it's not going to have to be this round. They don't really have much to work with. PZ was able to pick up the AWP that was in the hands of Daimyo. And now they are grouping up here. Want to make their way towards the A short position. Sylvain, smoke's going to be coming up with flash as well. Can he find an opening pick though? Misses a shot. That's going to be a nice little dink there. Hold on a second. PZ's going to get taken down. Cowbang comes in with a frag of his own. And man, it's just a pop stud by himself. What can you do in this situation? 1 versus 4. 23 HP.
We don't really have much options but to try and move forward. But there's one player on the side, and even the flank from Sora comes in. 5-5. Vietnam has tied up the score once again. And we even have some fans in the crowd for the Vietnam side who's getting a little bit loud after the team has equalized the score at 5 apiece.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this was the map pick of Ground Zero Gaming. You know, we expected a little bit more from GZG. I mean, we can tell from this first half.
I mean, they're on the Terry side. They're not yet on the counter Terry side. So, I mean, 5 is a little bit quite good, to be honest. But if they can actually get 6 or 7, it will be cherry on top. Meanwhile, on the side of Galacticos, I mean, they should be aiming for 7 because they have won the last, 3 to 4 rounds relatively convincing without the C4 even going down. So, for them to actually ending up this first half on a strong note, getting 7, getting the lead despite being so far back early in this half will be a fantastic recovery half for them.
Yeah, definitely difficult. Galacticos, they've got the momentum in their hands, in their favor. And GZG, you know, they have to go for a bit of a half buy, a couple of upgraded pistols. If Tech 9's Deagles, definitely not something that you want to be going up against in a very, very slow playstyle team as GZG. Now,
oh, I like this setup by the side of Galacticos, playing 3 towards this B side, and then playing 1 towards short, 1 towards long. So they kind of have an anticipating that a mid play will be coming this round, as we can see.
And they really leave out this mid door is quite wide open. Galacticos, they don't really have many players here usually, but there we go. Smoke towards that CT's pawn. The B-Rap is going to be coming in hot. 3 from mid doors, 2 from the tunnels, and they just hold things down with ease. A completely shut down GZG. A flawless round.
What a play there by Galacticos. I mean, they really wanted Ground Zero to walk into that B side, and certainly Ground Zero did exactly that. I mean, they were luring in for the mid to B. And once the play was out, they would say, okay, let's just come into B. And little they know there's 3 players marking from all the side of bomb side and did not even get a single kill. So Galacticos, despite being 5-1 down, they have the lead going into the last round.
Big kill.
Woo! And Sylvian, what a stylish shot, jumping on towards that Xbox, gating the pick onto the offer of the Australian side, PZ, and that gives them such a strong foothold of gating the 7th round that they need.
Man, oh man, down towards the last round here of the half. 7-5 would be a dream, like you said. Galacticos to keep the ball rolling. 7 is the number. But now, we will 1-man disadvantage here for the side of Ground Zero Gaming, all stacked up towards the middle, trying to find an opening pick, trying to see whether or not Galacticos wants to get itchy, wants to find information. They are just holding it down, running down the clock. Oh, nice little cheeky angle here from the mid clear. And spotted here on me through the smoke. Just spots out the head of Talent. And we'll take him out with ease. Evening things out. That's going to be a big advantage here for the Ground Zero Gaming because that forces Galacticos to kind of split the defense. 2 on towards each of these sites. You can see they're slowly walking up here towards A Long. They hear the footsteps. The flash should be coming in, but they don't have anything to do to work with. He's just going to go for the dry peek. Good for one. Sylvain, can he find a second? No, Vision will shut him down. And they have found entry on towards the A site.
But the rotation is already here.
What a shot. 21 forever. Good opening pick. 2 versus 2. Sora finding another one. Can Vision hold things off? Good for one. It's a 1 versus 1, but let's not expect 21 forever in that smoke. A 7-5 lead here for Galacticos.
Yep, a very good comeback by the side of Galacticos. Going on 5-1 on the opponent's map pick. But once they had the economy in their hand, once they had the op on the hands of Sylvian, they managed to get the rounds needed and managed to win 6 of the remaining last 6 rounds to get the edge. 7-5 going into the second half. So heading into the second half, looking at the buy, Socha Ibana will be getting the smoke and the flash. Meanwhile, Sylvian and Talon also has a smoke and an incendiary to play with. Meanwhile, on the side of Ground Zero, there's only just flashes and a dual Berettas to play with. But Vision, man, he is so clean with that haze shot. Gets the first drop onto Sylvian and he will fall back, letting know to his teammates there are more presence towards that long. And look at that smoke. Missed by a mile towards the top of the roof, and it would not go any easier as Applecut comes in with kills of his own, leading the charge with 14-9 and leaving just Socha Ibana on his lonesome towards his long. Haven't even made the cross and does not really have any chance of making this round going into his favor.
Goodness gracious me, oh my. Cowbang just staring down a firing squad. And Apocdod, just an insane hold there with the USB. Alongside Vision, of course, being able to hold things down towards that A site. But man, if that's going to be a sign for what's to come, Galacticos, they're definitely going to have to buck up. They may be down, but they're not out just yet. Ooh.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, Galacticos, they did not have the C4 planted, so most probably they would just take an eco, most probably tying up the score once again to 7-all before they can get rifles out back.
Yeah. I mean, not too shabby. Not a bad scoreline, you know. But this is the map pick of Ground Zero Gaming. You know, they definitely will have some strats here cooked up for the CT side. Definitely be something that Galacticos has to kind of watch out for. But so far, from looking at how they did play during the first half while GZ was on the T side, very tactical, very, very slow paced. So I'm not sure what I'm expecting basically here from GZG on the CT side, but hey, it's their favorite map.
Yep, so far so good. I mean, I didn't really expect Galacticos to actually put up this of a fight. But yeah, I mean, they have been living up to the name. I mean, they have been putting Ground Zero under a lot of pressure. And despite even the round being at a 1-round deficit, I mean, Galacticos had the chance to actually make this even a bigger lead. So, looks like an eco will be on the card. Shaibana just purchasing in a smoke and a flash. Most probably go to smoke towards that middle door and maybe flash out his teammates towards that long area.
Yeah, I mean, you could use this time to kind of talk about what you want to do in the next round. You know, like, this is one of those rounds that you don't really have much to play for. You don't expect to kind of win. What you kind of hope for is maybe the C4 being planted. You know, getting some extra funds here for the rest of the squad. But yeah, one way to kind of talk about some strats.
Yep, I mean, some of the in-game leaders actually do it to actually, get some extra time to say, guys, we are not going to win this round. Let's just think what we're going to do for the next round. Do we want to play safe? Where's the weakness? Where's the attack? Meanwhile, we can see Applecut. He is holding on towards mid door. He has been the rock for the side of this Ground Zero Gaming, keeping them close with Galacticos with a 15-9 scoreline.
Oh, tried to go for a bit of a cheeky ninja play there, dropping from short. They will get the bomb down. That's going to be, you know, the goal. That's exactly what they wanted. If they can get a couple of kills as well, that's definitely going to help them later on. But man, already overrun. Nice quick little retake there. And
Yep,
it's
I
going to
think
be 7-7.
mission complete by the side of Galacticos. I mean, they only came in with Glocks and maybe a couple of P250. So getting the C4 planted, there's extra 600 injected for each of their players. And that could actually prove whether they can get like decent enough utilities. Maybe the AWP if they really wanted, but looks like the finances is not there. So AKs across the board for the side of Galacticos to start this first gun round of the second half.
Definitely, slowly but surely, GZ, they're building up their economy, being able to keep basically all of their players alive in the previous round. If they wanted to, and Op can definitely come out for the next. But look at this aggression coming in from Damio, pushing up towards middle, towards short as well. Vision joining this aggression towards middle. Can they make this work? But it's going to be a beautiful flash here coming in. Trade, can he make it out alive? That is the question. By himself, Damio comes in the firing squad. It's just so much happening towards middle. And it's a 3 versus 2.
Yep, back and forth towards that middle door. Despite it being a 3 versus 2 for the side of Galacticos, look on the HP left on Sylvain. He's basically a walking wounded person right now. He can't really do much. Meanwhile, on the side of Ground Zero, they know that one player is low here. They're going to try and clear him out. So we will see as talent. He is holding for the exact same thing, and he jiggles. He spots out PZ, and there you go. The swing from Sora will come in at a perfect time. Galacticos, they take the lead once again.
Dang, what an aggressive play. Something, definitely thought out of from the side of GZ. The push from the towards the top of middle. A couple of players from short as well. Apoctod was there, but of course the trade had to come in, but it could have gone either way. But nonetheless, some nice little strats there being called in the previous round.
Yep, so Ground Zero really emphasizing long control for this round, sending 4 players early towards there, smoking off the A-long doors, and having even 2 players to actually replenish and take full control of this door. Meanwhile, on the side of Galacticos, they have 2 players towards this A door. They look like they want to take this position, but unfortunately they have been blocked out by utility. Even Talon is holding some flashes, trying to help his teammate get out of position, but they are still waiting for the utility to dissipate before making their next point of attack.
So much utility being given out to the expected player in towards pit. Beautiful flash there coming in from PZ. Vision holds things down while the rest of the squad are trying to make their way on towards the A side from short. They do have Sylvain trying to find a little bit of something. It's just towards the edge of the smoke. He has been spotted, but he needs to find some picks. He has to kind of equalize the numbers. They are 2 players down. Trying to find a little something, but Apoctod finds it for himself. PZ finds another, and just slowly the numbers are dwindling here for the side of Galacticos. Ground Zero Gaming, they want to tie things up. Oh God.
Oh, Talon managed to burn out PZ over there, but I don't really think he could actually accomplish much in his round. As once again, Apricot comes in for the flank. He's up to 20 kills, and the finances for Galacticos is once again dire.
Yeah, Apoctod is having a banger of a game. 20 kills there from him. I mean, the rest of the squad not really looking too good here, but this man is up and running. He's keeping GZ in this game. If the rest of the squad can kind of start, waking up.
Yep, he's kind of singling out that he's one of the front runners for the MVP, I guess. Meanwhile, there's a tactical timeout call on the side of Galacticos, who's probably trying to talk things out. I mean, they're still early in the second half. The call is still relatively close, but the previous round, I mean, round number 16 is kind of a swing round. Looking at the counter terrorists, they did not have much funds to start the round with. And then ending up victory and having 3 AKs to bring into round number 17. Meanwhile, on the terrorist side, they only have 1 AK to play for themselves. So if this round goes against Galacticos, they are looking at a deep hole to make this comeback happen. So we'll see. The smoke toss out towards this middle door to deny any vision for free from the counter terrorists. Meanwhile, the terrorists play out their default.
Oof. A bit of a chunk there done towards 21 Forever. Have to find some picks. make your way across the map, see if there's any sort of aggression from the side of GZG. Nice little setup. Bit of a skewer setup towards that B site. He can definitely take down Omi, but the second player behind him, Damio, has his back, that's for sure. They've got a single flash, a single smoke here for the side of Galacticos.
Yep, utility so lacking. Just a single smoke and single flash, so they can't really have any fix, or they can't really delay it, so they have to go on the first point. And what a block smoke over there. Does it give him a kind of gap to play with? I don't really think so. They toss down to a shot, but they are already out. Nades have been tossed in. As we can see, he should be getting a couple of kills with him, but he gets taken down so low. He has some cover towards the top. His teammates are rotating in, but he might be open towards long. But unfortunately, his teammates is flying like flies. And the last remaining player, 21 Forever, he's nowhere to be seen. And a nice shot there towards Vision, but unfortunately, that's all she wrote. SPZ will come in for his 12th kill of the round and giving Ground Zero a 9-8 lead heading into round number 18.
Yeah, man, that was a bit of a tough situation for PZ to be in by himself. He hears all these footsteps being provided by Galacticos, the bomb being planted as well, but Vision from A long, deep A long, providing overwatch, providing the cover to assist PZ into holding it down. And now PZ, AWP in his hands, brings it towards that A site, instantly just rotating.
Yep, and once again the B players are having the same setup, having a double pick towards tunnel. Meanwhile, on the side of Terrisora, he's not really playing. He's playing for any pushes. Meanwhile, letting his teammate work out towards the middle door and catwalk position first.
Ooh, you're up. The shot has rung out. They know for a fact that there is an op towards middle, so they have to watch out on where could he possibly reposition next. Makes his way towards A, and utilities. This is exactly what Galacticos want. They want to allow all these utilities to kind of be burned from the side of GZ. They're taking it slow. You know, as soon as you try to send a flash towards A, short towards the A side, Molotovs are going to be raining in here from the GZ side. Oh, it's going to be a nice shot there, not blinded at all. 21 Forever, down and out for the count.
Yep, PZ hitting the shot. Even has some support from Vision, who's holding behind the door. And look what he does to Vision. He activates after that kill. He pushes, and he knows that A-Long is clear. And they are so focused on maybe the middle doors and shot. And kind of Ground Zero, they kind of guess where Team Galacticos will be aiming. So we'll see whether this two-man hold towards his A side is sufficient enough.
Vision though has a massive flank, but oh, there we go, he's good for one. Easy, will get taken out, but Vision from the flank picking up two of his own. Galacticos just did not know what was coming, and they're able to retrieve the op as well. What a play there by Vision. You know, gets that first opening pick towards long, just wraps all the way towards short, and just provides the necessary information towards the rest of his squad. But they could have gone anywhere for the side of Galacticos, but you know, of course, time was of the essence, and they had to make their way towards A. Aggression now. Something different, more presence there towards that B side, and look at these nades, look at the utility being given. Being pounded out. Ooh, hold on a second.
So this time, Ground Zero, they are playing a 2-1-2 setup. Damio and Ominchala towards that B. Apricot is scout patrolling towards that middle. And of course, Vision and PZ in the anchor towards that A side. You know, on the side of Galacticos, they are just making their way towards this middle door. Gonna try and end on this mid-to-B split. But little do they know, it is a blender as they have been mowed down. Leaving just Sochai Bang on his lonesome. He managed to get a nice parting gift over there, but I don't really think he can do anything more. Getting the bomb down or even getting another kill looks like kind of impossible, as he will try to reset this round towards A shot.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think he even has the C4. It's actually dropped towards that middle position. Oh, beautiful flash Easy being able to close things out. Oh no.
11 to 8. The last gun round that, I mean, Galacticos can actually bring up. Sylvian, he will have the trusty AWP to his name, but he's lacking a little bit of utility, does not really have flashes, does not have the incendiary, does not have head armor, so he's kind of vulnerable to the M4A1 hold by Damio Vision and Applecut as well.
It's tough. Already A-Long in the hands of Galacticos. That's going to be a nice opening frag there. 21 forever. Did take tons of damage, but they do get the man advantage here for Galacticos. Can they make this work? Oh, that's a very, very smart rotation here from the side of Galacticos. They knew the information was provided. There's a lot of players towards Long. He hears a lot of different footsteps. And now that they did manage to find the kill, they're going to have to force, you know, a couple of extra players towards this A site. But GZG, they are not biting it. They expect this.
Yep, and Galacticos, they can just park talent towards that A door and hear him for the rotation. Meanwhile, look at this info play by Damio. He will get the kill and he will know that majority of the players are heading towards that D side. And that just frees up PD to be more alert and aware of the upper tunnel push. And he managed to get 2 kills, leaving the So Chaiban and Challenge in this 2v5. And they are so separated that I think this round could be done.
Oh man, 1 versus 3, Cowbang by himself. It's going to be difficult, but what a mid-round lurk there by Damio. Being able to shut that down, being a, you know, a nail in the coffin there, right there, and TZ picking up 3 of his own with that off. Finally, the rest of the squad, you can see from Ground Zero Gaming, kind of a little bit more fired up on towards the CT side. It looked a bit, it wasn't going so well on the T side here for GZG, but now they kind of know exactly what they're doing, how to play this CT side, how they take advantage of the mid-around positioning of the T side. But man, 4 match points.
Oh,
Lord.
Where Galacticos go, but they have lost a member of Sora, but they managed to get a straight onto Damio and Vision, so they still have the man advantage, but they do not have much utility. They only have 3 smokes to cross, and little do they know, PZ is hiding towards Car.
Oh, they have the information. They know he's here somewhere. Knife is out, and there we go. Sylvain finds 1, but Omi is here to close things out. 2 versus 2. Remaining players of Galacticos incredibly low. Big nade, 5 HP. Oh, beautiful stuff. Apoxod, Omi finishing things up. 13-8 victory there for Ground Zero Gaming.
13-8. I mean, Ground Zero, I mean, they were down after the end of the first half. They had such a tremendous lead, 5-1, and then they were down 7-5.
Yep.
But they managed to pull up the...
Sorry about that.
So they managed to pull up their socks and strengthen their counter-terrorist defense and managed to win out the half 8-1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just to come back, it's not easy at all, you know, especially when you're on the CT side. You know, things cost a lot more when it comes to the weaponry. You have to buy
the weaponry, the incendiary. You even need to buy the diffuse kit.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
and the weapons is like 300-400, even more.
It's crazy, but you know they were able to hold things down. They were able to win out the pistol and slowly recover their economy. And I think you can see what they were able to kind of get in towards the groove. How they usually play. You know, in the scrims, you get aggressive, go for some crazy lurks, and we're just not allowing Galacticos to kind of catch them with their pants down. I mean, Galacticos, not a bad round.
Yep,
not a bad start.
But, yeah. I mean, these are some of the highlights of the game. I mean, for me, the real standout player was basically Applecut with like 22 frags. Meanwhile, Vision and PZ also played well with the AWP for the side of Ground Zero. Meanwhile, on the side of, I guess, Galacticos, it was basically Sylvian, man. I mean,
Sylvian was good.
He really showed up, but unfortunately, he could not really get his whole team going with him.
Yeah, Xiaobeng as well. You can tell that Galacticos is a bit of a team that they want to get aggressive. They want to take the initiative.
Yeah, I like the idea. Even in that fourth round, we could see them just placing one on A, one on B, and three guys just pushing to a space.
Yeah.
So they want to get the info early. They want to take the challenge before the challenge comes to them. So I like the initiative that is shown in by the side of Galacticos. But unfortunately, I mean, Ground Zero Gaming is a bit higher for them.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you there when it came to that stack towards that A side, or was it the B side? I'm not sure which one, but yeah, very, very smart from them. I think if the player towards the middle did not get that initial kill and to even out the numbers, then maybe they probably wouldn't have gone for that retake. But since that guy got the kill, they decided, okay, this is definitely possible. But yeah, it's things like that can definitely catch Ground Zero Gaming off guard, and it can definitely make it work there. Just Sylvian just walking behind us.
Yeah.
Incredible player, great AWPer, but yeah, peasy as well. Once he had the AWP in his hand, it was a little bit difficult to deal with there for the side of Galacticos. But yeah, we're going to go for a quick break, and after this we will have Ancient here for map number 2. We'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Game 2 between Ground Zero Gaming and Galacticos. I'm your caster here. Alongside with me is going to be Trevor, this is FaZe, and well, it is map number 2, Ancient. But that first map, 13-8, Ground Zero Gaming, being able to win it out after losing the first half 7-5 to Galacticos. Quite a strong showing on the CT side there for GZG.
Yep, I mean, really showing us why that they actually picked Dust2 into, really bringing PZ in to play with that AWP, I mean, patrolling the middle, even towards that long. And yeah, just really locking down Galacticos, not really even letting them win multiple rounds. They only have one round on the second half, and that's not good enough if you actually want to take a victory over your opponents in this kind of tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was the map pick of GZG. Losing out that first half, I was wondering, like, okay, what's so special? Why did they choose this map? But as soon as they swapped sides, as soon as Ground Zero Gaming was on the CT side, that's when they started firing up their cylinders. Up in the hands of PZ, he was able to hit his shots. The way they were able to kind of retake and kind of guess and anticipate where Galacticos was going for the execution. Every time Galacticos was not really able to get the bomb down. There was just multiple players just ready and waiting for them. Backup arrives just instantly for the side of GZG. But yeah, nonetheless, in towards Ancient now. The map pick of Galacticos. Can they bring it back? Can they push this to map 3?
Yep, so looking at a buy for Ground Zero, a defuse kit flash for the side of Apokut. Meanwhile, on the side of Galacticos, almost across the board, a smoke on Sachebang and also a Molotov on the hands of Jalen. So looks like they will be walking towards this A side with Omichela. He's going for the jigger spot. He spots back as he rotates into Donut. Gain first contact, but unfortunately gets taken down by D.
Bomb will get down. Will definitely secure them a little bit of extra funds, but can they secure the round? That is the question. It's a 4v5 retake here on towards this B site. Whoa, look at the lurch. Sylvain from that donut position being able to find one. They do trade things out. Ooh, tons of damage here done on towards PZ. But can he get the kill? He hears the sound. He knows there's one towards Donut, but they will shut it down towards that B site. That's going to be the first round there to Galacticos.
Yep, a nice split by Galacticos towards the A side, not really giving the side of Ground Zero to actually come in for the retake. And looks like Ground Zero, they will be forcing up in the second round. Getting 3-5-7, making 4-5-7 and a Deagle. Meanwhile, on the side of Galacticos, 2 AKs, a Galil, 2 Max 10, decent enough utilities. And look at the grenade thrown in. Unfortunately, would not do any chip damage. So we are still at a stalemate with a 5-5 players alive.
Yeah, I think mid is a very, very strong position, for the CT side to kind of hold. And I think this map for Ground Zero Gaming, it definitely suits their playstyle. They want to go for these mid-round pushes. They want to get aggressive and take information of a place. And you can already see it lurking up, pushed up. Damio, 5-7 in his hands, not going to be able to do much here. Good for one, but instantly going to get traded out. PZ as well will get taken down, and there we go, Galacticos. Some signs of life, the fans are streaming, and well, they definitely need to keep this momentum up.
A nice idea there by the side of Ground Zero Gaming. They tried to crunch towards that mid, towards elbow, and also middle, but unfortunately the weaponry on the side of Galacticos with that AKs and Galil was a little bit too strong, and they didn't really load too much members to themselves. So yeah, heading into round number 3, it should be a straightforward round for the side of Galacticos. A couple of upgraded pistols bought on the side of the Aussie counterparts. Some 5-7 and P250 in the hands of Damio, Michela, and also Apokut.
Slowly but surely, Galacticos, they know Ground Zero Gaming is on an eco. So they cannot get aggressive. They have to watch out. There's a chance that Ground Zero Gaming can either stack that A side or a B side, so they don't want to give away any sort of free kills. They have to find as much information as they can before they actually decide to go for an execution on either of these sides.
Yep, but because of Michela having this forward position, they can rotate the remaining members towards this side. But whether they have enough firepower to actually hold this hit back, we will see. As you can see, the first engagement happens to escape, and Daniel making that 5-7 work magic will get the opening drop.
Foul bag. Good opening picks there on towards the side, and of course they will clean it up. They didn't have the best weapons to deal with anyway, so it's all down to Omi. P250 in his hands, can't really do much in a situation like this. They had the right idea. They did manage to take down Sylvain towards House, but just the numbers advantage, the weapons advantage too strong for any of the GZG players to deal with on that side.
Yes, indeed. So Michela trying to see how much more damage he can get. A nice shot there, taking down Chaiba, but unfortunately, 3 members is a little bit too much for them. As we are heading into the first gun round, and PZ can bring out the AWP right off the bat.
Damn, okay. Wonder where he will post up. A lot of the players, they tend to play towards that A site, you know, behind the big box, see whether or not they can find an opening in towards A main. But nonetheless, here we go, aggression towards middle. Very, very aggressive indeed, and oh my word, what such movement. But the rest of the team here, Galacticos, is able to shut it down. Any sort of aggressive plays.
Yeah, what
Not
a nice
answered
mid
for.
take there by Galacticos. I mean, talent there with a triple kill to his name. Just dismantle the mid setup thrown in by their Aussie counterpart, and it's a 2v5 with Vision and Daniel so out of position, and looks like it should be a safe card call for Ground Zero Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. They just bought up these rifles. They bought out a lot of utility, but instantly, you know, losing 3 of your players towards middle, it's going to be tough. They don't even have kits to work. If they got 2 flashes, you have to go for the save here. Ain't no way. But the hunt is on. Can they find anything, though? That is the question. Talent, you can see him kind of lurking, seeing whether or not he can find anybody here.
Probably Talent should first try his hand. Try to play one of the angles, but do not really want to give an AK towards the counter terrorist. Is also a strong point made by the side of Galacticos. And after the first gun round, they are still perfect on the Vietnamese side with a 4-0 lead. And most importantly, building up economy. Look on the side of Sora. He has 12k to his name. Talent has almost 10,000 to his name. So that's actually 2 or 3 buys for the terrorists without needing to actually think about their finances. So that's actually good stepping ground for Galacticos to get a good half on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see exactly why this is their map pick. They're very comfortable. They're known for the aggression there towards middle. We see time and time again, there is no ground there for Ground Zero Gaming towards middle. They can't do much about it. They do usually send a player towards the lamp room. They get aggressive. They try to go for a wrap, but it's just not able to find any sort of information or any sort of assistance or damage there. But now, something a little bit different. They've got the op in the hands of Sylvain. Very, very aggressive plays here, but do they expect a push? That's going to be a massive nade. Peasy. The boost as well coming up. Vision will be able to take down one. Damio finds a second there, wraps his way towards Lamp Room. And they secure a couple of weapons here in the hands of GZG.
Yep, a nice aggressive play. Getting them 2 kills, picking up even more rifles. Oh, unfortunately, Abakut could not get the drop. But Damio will come in for that instant trade, leaving just a 2v5. Make that just Talent. He has yet to dine in his map. If he wants to keep Galacticos perfect, he needs the remaining 3 kills. But if there's a player to call out, it's Talent. He strikes with his first. One player is relatively low. He gets the second. Oh, and he misses a shot, and he knows he's a play, but he jumps, and PZ will hit that flick. Whew. And
What
there you go.
a shot. My word. Economy was not looking great at all. Oh, you can hear the Australians going ham. Oh, wow. What a round to win. Nonetheless, it's all good. Galacticos, still a lot of money in their bag. They'll be able to buy up for maybe one more round after this. But winning this round against GZG will definitely maybe shut down their economy just a little bit.
Yes, indeed. So looks like a tactical timeout has been called, most probably on the side of Galacticos, knowing that the finances for Ground Zero Gaming is not perfect, but they will have certain and decent enough weaponaries to play with, because they actually won round number 5 with just the 2 safe M4s and a couple of upgraded pistols as well.
Yeah, that was a tough one to win. I mean, just that wrap towards the B main position, towards ramp and a lamp room, being able to just shut it down and sandwich the players towards the lower the doors of that B site, definitely caught Galacticos off guard. I mean, who wouldn't be? You know, the boost came in, just insane stuff. But now again, aggression, straight pressure towards Donut. Emio again, just getting aggressive towards middle. Apoc good for 1, fully blinded, but still able to get a kill there on towards 21 forever.
Yep, so really Ground Zero really not really giving up this middle fight. But look at this lurk.
What a lurk by Sylvain. Opening pick there. B-side completely taken down. Cowbang as well for another, but it's going to be beautiful flashes there. 2 versus 2. But look at where the C4 is going. All the way towards the opposite side of the map. The rest of the squad making their way towards A. Can they get this done?
Yep, so it'll be a 2v2 retake on towards his B side. Talon and Sochai Bang, they will have to defend this after plant coming against Omichel and Apricot, who will be retaking from Donut and from A main. So really splitting their resources thin, and this kill could actually decide it as Sochai Bang. He will take down Omi and is just left with Apricot, and he is thinking for the long game, thinking that saving is a better option than going in and throwing all his rifle and his utility left to his name.
Yeah, we were talking about their money and the economy of GZ. You know, losing this round is definitely going to put a bit of a hole here in their pockets. But nonetheless, Galacticos, they do bring it back. Very, very smart lurk, I think, from Sylvain. You know, being able to find an opening on towards that B site. PZ just did not expect it at all. Oh man. Just the way Galacticos is able to work the map. GZ, however, you know, we saw them again. They want to take control of mid time and time again. They want to get these fights going. They do. That time around, it did work out last round. But can they keep it up? Can they do it again and again? Aggression again. Quick rotations in and towards Donut. So much going on, and look at Damio already pushed up. They've got full control of the B site. So the rest of the squad is going to be rotating towards A.
Yep, but the rotation has already come in. We can see Omichella and BZ, they are just trying to line up for this retake. They know, as usually has been tossed in towards his A side. They have good timing, but can they get kills to their name to actually make it count? There you go, Omi and PZ will actually get 1 kill to their name. So leaving just a 2v4, Talon and Sochai Bang. But we've seen them done this time and time again. And the Shadow has given away the position of Apricot, and he's wait for Vision to actually come in for the flank. Leaving the Sochai Bang in this 1v3 situation. He strikes with the first, unfortunately could not get the transfer onto Vision. And there you go, Ground Zero will pick up the second round, and a much needed round with that defuse coming in.
It's definitely doable there for Cowbang, but tough. He swung a little bit too wide, just giving his position away to 2 players. You know, if he was able to find maybe that 1v1 against Apoc, definitely could have been winnable there for Galacticos. But nonetheless, slowly but surely, this is how GZ does it. In the previous map in Dust 2, they were down 7-5, and they were still able to kind of bring it back in towards the next half. So we'll see whether or not they can do that again. Look at the aggression here coming in from Galacticos instantly. Apoc down and dusted in the grave. Oh my goodness, a little bit of a team damage there. It's okay. 21 forever, gonna get taken down from his teammate. So the numbers are evened out.
Yep, 4v4 situation. They cool off the middle push. But looking at this, I mean, Sora, he has such a good position, advanced towards his middle, can hold in any rotation from the counter-terrorists. But looks like the counter-terrorists themselves, they are just playing it relatively safe. Now they are going to clear out this middle position.
Wow.
And Omi with a spot onto Sora gave them so much info and then even spots the player of Sol Chai Bang towards down that B ramp. But little do they know, Talon has already passed the line and two backs aim at him, but unfortunately he will not connect with his shot.
Oh! Down and a duster. Talent, massive frags there towards Spawn. And that instantly, GZ, they just have to call for the save. They want to keep their economy strong, but whoa, so well played there. As soon as PT ran down the shot, he knew that was the time for him to kind of go for the kill, at least to try to take up the offer. But being able to take down two is just incredible. He is 10-2 right now.
Yep, he is definitely showing us that he is a talent to be looked out for in this match. I mean, he didn't really start off well in the first map, but in map number 2, wow, oh wow, he's here to play.
Oh, wow. Incredible stuff. Slowly, Galactica is crawling away. Just looking at the money now, looking at the economy. 18.6k in total, not looking great at all, but they're trying to... They will be able to get at least 5 rifles all across the board. A FAMAS here coming in hot. It's going to be enough. They have the right idea though, they're doing the right things, you know, getting that opening pick, finding a mid-round kill towards middle. But man, there's just some talented players on the side of Galacticos who just turns it around when they need to.
Yep, so heading into round number 9, the buy can come up once again for the side of ground 0, but they're kind of lacking of incendiaries, lacking of head armors. I mean, it's not really going to be a factor in this round as there's 4 AKs and AWP into play, but still, I mean, having incendiary could be so much for them to actually clear out the angles. As we can see once again, this time Galacticos is trying to scale up towards middle, but unfortunately met by some resistance of Apricot and Omichella towards that donut position. And meanwhile, they're just gonna gather back towards this cave and try and burst on towards this B side.
Oh, it's going to be a big shutdown there from Damio, taking down 2. He had some assistance here from Vision. And Galacticos, now they have to rethink this execution. They did not expect 2 of their players to at least get taken out. Insane hold here. And time is running out. What will Galacticos do? Molotov does come in. And we've seen time and time again, Damio always pushing Lamproom, always pushing out. And this time, not able to hold it, but he was good for 2. Talon comes in, and another massive frags here coming in from PZ. 2 kills of his own, and the trade that comes in from Omi. 6-3, slowly but surely. GZ trying to bring it back.
A much needed round by the side of Ground Zero Gaming, but the most important factor for them is can they string rounds together in this map. So far they have not won consecutive round, and that has been the reason why Galacticos is still having a 6-3 lead. The finances for Galacticos is almost depleted, but they still have a pretty decent and solid buy behind round number 10, having 3 AKs, a Galil, Tech 9, decent enough utilities to make an exact or even execute happen. So we'll see how the Galacticos want to switch up their play for round number 10.
Yeah, slowly is something that Galacticos have to kind of keep in check. You know, yes, they are up in the lead, but we saw what happens. GZ can easily take over a game with ease, you know. Something Galacticos definitely will need to reconsider here. They got to start locking in. They got to start closing things out here to bring it to map number 3. Otherwise, GZ will definitely be happy to take it away here from you, and that's going to be a massive, massive kill down from Apoc Dud. Big shot on towards Talent, one of the top hitters here for Galacticos. The rest of the squad making their way towards B. They do have the op here, and PZ will find Sylvain. They've got the advantage. Can they hold it? Can they? And yes, they do. Damio finding another one on towards that site. making it look very, very easy. Slowly shredding down the numbers of here of Galacticos. Big kill from Powerbang, but 1v4. What can you do? Tech 9 in your hand. Good for one, but he's burning, and he is down and out. 4 to 6.
What a hold there by the side of Ground Zero Gaming, and this could be the way for them to actually come back into this half. So a full eco is on the board. Most probably a 5th round should be easy taking for them. But we'll see whether they can close out the half on a strong or whether they can get the 6-all scoreline that they desperately need.
Yes, sir. This is difficult. A couple of upgraded pistols here and there for the side of Galacticos. They're going to have to find these 6. They're going to have to find something with these Eagles. Can they find it? That is the question. Very, very patient from Ground Zero. They'll be happy to wait for Galacticos to just walk in towards their crosshairs. Up, on towards the other side of the map, on towards A side. Omi, good for one. Yes. O'Damio going to be finding the second, and they just set up a grinder towards his B side with ease. It's all talent by himself now. Like you said, Ground Zero, will they bring it 6 to 6? Or can Galacticos take it? 7 to 5 next round.
Yep, a very good comeback by the side of Galaxy. I mean, Ground Zero over there. But Talon, man, he is lights out in this first half. Well, let's see whether he can actually get one more, 2 more. Get the 2 more down. Tries to go for the bait and switch, but unfortunately, they will not really pick him. So there you go. 5 to 6. As close as we can get for the whole day of this game. Can Ground Zero Gaming tie us up, or will we be heading into our halftime with a 7 to 5 scoreline for the side of Galacticos once again?
Oh man, I mean, looking at the money talent has, 3.6 in the bag. We're able to buy all the rifles that they need, but look at the utility that they have. It's not really much, especially when you're on the T side. You want to be able to have everything, flashes, your nades, your Molotovs as well. Super important to clear out all these cheeky little angles towards both the sites. But now, double op setup. Omi and PZ are ready to just whip out a fury of damage here to GTS. But can GTS bring it back? Can they get the 7-side scoreline? Aggression again towards middle. Rinse and repeat here for Ground Zero Gaming. The rest of the squad here from Galacticos changing things up. We've seen them time and time again. They've been hitting that B site. They left Omi here by himself. He's got the op in his hand. Flash going to be coming in. He's going to have to be forced back. He's going to have to fall back. But as he falls back into Donut, he's able to find Sylvain.
Yup, Applecut comes in, chimes in with another kill. May get a triple, 2 kills for him. So leaving just Sora and Talon in this 2v5. The score looking likely it will be a 6 to 6 unless Sora and Talon can come up clutch. But once again, Applecut will come in with a triple kill. And Omi will finish off with a 5-7. So there you go. Even Steven scoreline heading into the second half of the second game. Ground Zero Gaming with some course correction, winning the last 4 rounds to make it a 6-all scoreline.
That's a tough one to lose there. I mean, 4 rounds in a row. It was 4-1 at one point. 6-2. And just a full-on comeback. 4 rounds in a row for the side of GZ. It's going to be tough there if you're Galacticos. Instantly the momentum shifted to GZ side. And you can tell they are just kind of late bloomers, I guess you could say. It's always they're kind of losing out the first early parts of the game, and slowly they kind of understand what the enemy is doing and able to adapt and make it look easy. But now, tons of aggression and execution on towards this B side. But look at the positioning from 21 Forever. Not going to work out there. He tried to find an opening pick, but instantly will get punished for it. Oh, Sylvain! Nice little one tap. Heads back in towards the cubby, but Talent is here to hold things up. Oh man, the bomb is down. 1v3. Apoc does. Can you make it work? And it's a swing coming in from Sylvain. And that's exactly what Galacticos needs.
Yep, it was looking like a ground zero round until, I mean, Sylvain came up from the Kirby, getting a couple of headshots unanswered. And there you go. Galacticos hit out with a 7-6 lead starting off this second half. So with the C4 not going down, look like Ground Zero Gaming will be taking an eco and will be saving for the AK to bring in into round number 15. Look like a straight rush towards the side. And he is manned by Resistance over there. 21 forever and Sylvain.
Oh lord.
Get a couple of kills to their name. Managing to still lose 2 members, but the C4 not going down. And that's what matters. So 8-6, 2 round late for the Vietnamese squad. Can they push us onto a decider of the Inferno and try to close out this game?
It's completely different, you know, because last map on Dust 2, when there was a full eco for the T side, they, they spent like the first minute kind of just waiting and spawn. This time around, GZ is like, you know what, let's do it. Let's just run it down B, get this round over with, let's get our weapons out and start things off. Nonetheless, Byron going to be coming out here for GZ, and just so much damage being done. We barely see anybody, just nades and utilities being thrown by Galacticos, taking them down. And aggression now, Apoc died, and look at this. The scoreboard just lights up Galacticos, instantly shutting down GZ towards middle. Nowhere to go at all. And this is exactly why Galacticos is showing that they like Ancient. You know, this is their map. This was their map pick. We're here to play. Oh man, it's going to be a little bit difficult here for Ground Zero.
Yep, definitely. NPZ is not really having the best games to his name for this set. Only with just 6 kills and 11 deaths. Still have 4 players to find. The good thing about this is you only have a player to find in front of him. And yes, he has an open runway to their side. But he needs to pass Sylvain. And Sylvain is not missing a beat. Up to 12 kills and keeping and extending the lead of Galacticos to 9-6. And most importantly, the finances for Ground Zero is almost at its minimal as they are hovering around the 3,000 mark.
Oh man, difficult one here. GZG have to go for these half buy. They do have Tech 9s. They did go for a very aggressive take there towards middle last round, but this time around they're splitting things up. And look at how Galacticos has taken the mollies, nades, everything. Full control of this B walkway. So aggressive with the positioning of 21 Forever. They've got a player there, the rest of the squad will stack up here, but look at what's going on in towards Donut. They expected his talent does find the 2. They try to pull the rotations, they try to sell a fake towards this A site, but Cowbang is here, taking down 2 of his own, trying to find a 3rd, but Damio, 1v2. Oh, Sylvain will just shut it down.
Yep, so close yet so far. I mean, that fake could definitely worked out if he managed to get that kill onto Talon. I mean, probably that round could have gotten out of hand. But nevertheless, it is 10-6. Finances is building up on the Vietnamese squad side. Talon and So Chai Bang, they have about 5,000 after the purchase. Even Sylvain, so they have at least another buy in the back. Meanwhile, on the side of Ground Zero Gaming, they are buying towards the down towards the bottom barrel, and they have not picked up a round in the second half after 4 just yet.
Exactly, just insane stuff. Not exactly sure what's going on here, Mr. Observer. We're going to have to want to be watching the fights. Thank you very much. So much utilities being used early on towards this lamp room, towards this B site. Nades being thrown in. Apoc down already to about 63 HP. Oh man.
Ground Zeroes, they are just taking so much damage before even gating any map control. Gating this B lane or even coming out towards mid, they lose like what? See, in this round they lose almost like 80 HP. In the previous round they lost about 150 HP. So this will not really turn good in the later rounds. And once again, Galacticos, they are playing a double setup towards Cave over here. And even have 21 for Arrival holding towards that ramp side. So 3 strong setup towards B, 2 towards mid, and we'll see the final play for the side of this Oceania team will be towards this B side, with smokes being tossed out towards long and short. Flashes come in, and the hit goes in.
Oh,
A
what a
nicely timed
flash.
flash over there leads Omi to the opening kill, and the B side is lost.
Oh, good opening picks here. Look at the way they just swarm the house, swarm that B site, keeping everybody alive. It's all down to Sylvain. He just has to go for the save. What a beautiful flash to start things off. Omi just running it down, being able to find a free frag there on towards site. And the way they just stuck together and wrapped that house position was just insane. You couldn't really do much there as Cowbang and his teammate.
Yup, a nice executed round, nice thought out round there by the Ground Zero Gaming, but that's only just going to reduce the deficit to 7 to 10. They still need at least 1 or 2 more rounds to get and make the finances for the side of Galacticos kind of in shambles. So looks like they have to actually weather another bye before they can actually play up with pistol and try to reduce the gap.
Yeah, that is a tough one there for GTS to lose. But they do have money. They do have enough economy to kind of buy up here in towards this round. Utilities have been bought. M4s are out. Sora here deciding to go for a Deagle instead, but nonetheless, they only have 3 rounds. You know, it's not a lot. You know, GCG, they've been catching up time and time again. Last map they were down. This time they're down again, but they have that potential to bring it back. We saw it in the first half. It was 6-2, and GZ was able to tie it up 6-6 at half. So Galacticos, if they want to close things out, it has to be now rather than later.
Yep. The closer Ground Zero gets, the harder it will get for them. As the money is putting onto the string, we can see this time they have control out of mid, but both teams loses a lot of HP left and right. Damio and Omichelle on the side of Ground Zero, and Talon losing majority of his life for the side of Galacticos. So a stalemate after the opening 20 seconds towards mid. Both of these teams, they were actually trying to reset and try to make their next move.
Solely tactical. That's just how GC moves around the map. We saw this when they were on the T side in Dust 2. They just really took their time. They played default. They tried to get as much information as they could before they go for the execution. But look at what's going on towards middle. Galacticos deciding to get a little bit aggressive here for themselves. They want to find an opening pick. Trying to find something that's going to be a nice shot there from Talent to take down Vision. Again, the aggression. Just being caught off guard here. Omi instantly down and out.
Yep, good opening there by the side of Galacticos. They have 2-man advantage unanswered, and they kind of know that the hit is coming towards his B side. They have 3 players strong over here, and Talon and Sora chiming in with kills, leaving just PZ in this 1v5 situation. Kind of impossible if you ask me, and Sora will make sure it is an impossible situation for him to pull out. 11-7, 2 rounds away from pushing us into Inferno, and to push us into a deciding match.
Oh man, this was insane. That mid-round call to take 3 players and push them down towards the middle to get control of that lower B position. Just insane. So well played here from Galacticos. Not something Ground Zero Gaming expected at all. Again, just aggressive. Damio good for 1. Talent and Sora down and out. Two very big names here. Sylvain is here to even things out. He's got the AWP in his hands, wants to look for more. He knows someone is lurking by, but can he find him? Will he get timing? That is the question. Oh man.
4v3 for the side of Ground Zero. Oh, Braxton! Oh, and he misses the shot, and yes, could he actually get a stepping? Oh, unfortunately he will miss it, and PZ will win the Opus battle. as they have the A side, and looks like 21 Forever and Soul Chaibang, I mean, the best bet for them is to try and save this, because they're having AKs to actually bring into the next round. Because going in with these two, I don't really think they can actually try to go in for this retake. But the confidence is high on this Vietnamese side, so they are going to try their hands onto it. As So Chai Bang and 21 Forever have been playing relatively well. I mean, So Chai Bang has been one of the standout players for the side of Galacticos. Maybe 21 Forever a bit off on this map, but nevertheless, they are still going for this.
Yeah, they've got the kits to work with. Oh, and they have spotted out the offer. Breezy down to about 62 HP. Time is of the essence. Close this down, and he's just holding the defuse. Galacticos, oh! Omi will be able to hold it, get the spray down, and stop Cow Bang from going for the defuse. 11 to 8, so close yet so far. They had the right idea, but Omi was just able to shut him down with the last bullet here in the mag.
Yep, so finances is pretty tight for both of these squads, but Galacticos, they still can buy up once again. So instead of Sylvian going in for the AWP, he refunds and purchases an M4A1 so he can actually drop an MP9 to So Chai Bang. So really emphasizing on team play rather than individual play. We'll see whether that can actually turn this into a victory for his team.
Damn, look at this again. Galacticos, information towards middle. They set up somebody here, leave him by himself, while the rest of the squad will make their way towards A. There is a little bit of a resistance there on towards that A side. Sora will be able to take down Omi. It's going to be a good start here for Galacticos to slowly start to close out this game. But no, they're just kind of pulling. They're trying to pull the rotations. The bomb is slowly running away. Sylvain will be able to find APOC out as well. Just playing with their heads.
Yup, a two-man advantage for the side of Galacticos. They just need to gather up their resources and try to not overplay this. Oh, and there could be a spot, but unfortunately Peasy is faster than Sylvian, so he will get a 3v4 kill. So still having to filter out this defense. There's two playing towards Cave, one towards Donut, and the player towards Cave will actually lose his life. But there you go. I mean,
do they have time? That's the question. They're making their way towards A side now. Oh, got spooked out by his own shadow, but that's alright, it happens. Sora is here. He was able to find that earlier pick. Smoke is going to be coming in hot, but oh, Vision turns it in time. The flash comes in as well. Talent comes in big, taking down 2 and securing match point here for Galacticos.
Yep, Galacticos striking back hard, having 4 match and equalizing point to push us onto the decider of Inferno. And they're on the counter-terry side, and their finances is pretty decent. They do not have the AWP to play on the hands of Sylvian, but he is relatively efficient as well on the rifles that he's playing with. Meanwhile, on the side of Ground Zero Gaming, Applecut is down to a Tech 9, 3 AKs, and the AWP on the hands of PZ, who's not really getting much impact like the previous map of Dust 2. And we will see how round number 21 plays out. Sylvian loses majority of his hit points, but is still not giving up the middle control.
Wow,
meanwhile, Omi and Vision open up, tear up the B side like water, and the 3 remaining players of Galacticos, they are running for the hill. They are going for the save, as they have conceded round number 21 and giving up the 9th round to their Australian counterparts.
Nice opening picks. I mean, it's when GZ just go crazy when they start attacking, executing, and not taking it slow, you know, that's when they kind of find some opening picks. I guess Galacticos is not used to that kind of pace. You know, it's been very, very slow throughout the defense, and all of a sudden the rush comes in. Not something they expected at all. Caught Galacticos off a guard for sure. And now, slowly, Ground Zero Gaming, they've got to win another 3 rounds to bring it to OT.
Yep, still at least another 3 more rounds for them to actually just push us into overtime. And looking at the finances for the side of Galacticos, with these 3 rifles, they kind of have to buy in the next 4 rounds, so probably can actually drop another rifle
or just play with MP9s or 5-7 as well. So most probably taking a tactical timeout to see how they can actually balance out and give the best weaponry and equipment to each of their players to try and push this into Inferno and end this in round number 22 itself.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one here.
Yeah, because if you were to drop this, it is 12-10, and then an eco coming up, 12-11, and we're already playing for the last round.
Yeah, that is crazy. It's all down to this. They've got to close it out whenever they can. But, you know, GTS Galacticos, those mid-round pushes have kind of been working out time and time again. So we'll see whether or not they can pull it up. But, of course, GZ's going to be expecting it. GZ's going to be confident. They've got all the weapons that they need. All the money in the world, but it's going to be a little bit tough
Heading
here.
into round number 22. The buy is not perfect for the side of Kuala Travis, but once again, look at them going for this mid control. And they start it off well with 2 kills to the name. Sora with 2, 3v5. Can Vision, Apricot, and PV turn this round ahead? Or will Galacticos push us into Inferno?
Just insane stuff. That's what they've been doing, rinse and repeat every single round on when they're on the CT side. Galacticos, they push down middle, and GC just, they notice. They can't shut it down at all. Last 3 remaining players trying to make their way towards this A site. It's a very, very passive hold here from Galacticos. You know, they have the man advantage. They don't want to have someone anchor the site. They just have some a safe positioning, I guess. So when it does come to the retake for this A site, they have the numbers advantage. They've got 5 players up against 3. Yep. So this player in Donut doesn't exactly have to get too greedy. Doesn't have to go for these frags as long as he gets the information.
Yep. Get the information and do not let the terrorists take over Donut. That's his main goal, because they know they're towards this C side already. And the terrorists are trying to take some map control. But there you go, Talon. He takes down the AWP, leaving all of them scattered, and there you go, 13-9. We are heading to Inferno, ladies and gentlemen, to decide who will stay in the upper bracket.
Oh man, we can tell exactly why Ancient is a great map here. It's their map pick, just incredible stuff. 13-9, and yeah, Inferno is going to be our decider, just the classic Inferno. But what a map that was here. Talent, you know, showing exactly why he calls himself talented. He's talented. He's got those skills. He's getting multi-frags.
Yeah, he really pulled up his team in that game, and yeah, so they live to fight another game. They live to fight another map, and what way to end all of this on our classic Inferno?
Yeah, just insane stuff. We saw some great teamwork from the side of the Vietnamese team. You can see it here in the highlights. You know, they were doing very well early on. It was a 4-0 lead. They went up to 6-2, and then eventually they tied it up 6-6 here for GZ. So it was looking a little bit iffy for Galacticos. But you know, as soon as they swapped sides, as soon as Galacticos was able to make their way on the CT side, they were just comfortable. They started getting aggressive. These mid-round calls to go to push middle to wrap the B site was just insane, and Talent coming in with big frags to kind of keep them alive, to keep the vibes up. Just insane.
Yep, massive play by both of these teams. I mean, Sylvian also really stepped up in the off when was really needed to, and yeah, like what you said earlier, I mean, Talent, he was really one of kind talent in this matchup as well, really pulling multiple multi-kills on his own that actually give his team the advantage.
Oh man, just insane. I was getting a little bit worried. You know, GZ, they looked like they were slowly coming back. They had the right ideas. They were kind of doing a similar plays, I guess, when they were on the CT side. You know, getting aggressive. They want to take control of mid, but you know, it just did not work out as much as it did for the side of Galacticos. But man, to bring this to the 3rd game, that's what both series so far in the upper bracket.
Both series in the upper bracket that actually live webcasted was actually going to a 3rd map, and that's great news for all our spectators at home and even here, so they get to get more action So I think we'll be going for a short break.
Yes, sir, we will, guys.
Yeah,
So
and
do
we'll
not
come
go
back
anywhere.
and join you all for more The Inferno for the last match to see who walks into the upper bracket and who needs to come back for the lower bracket game later in the evening.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for map number 3. We're going to go to Inferno between Galacticos and GZ Ground Zero Gaming. I'm FaZe, alongside of me is Trevor. We're going to be your casters here for today, but man, oh man, map number 3. It looks like all games going map 3 is insane, and what's happening behind the scenes as well. Team Nemesis, sorry, not Team Nemesis, I think it's Oasis Wolfgang is actually fighting Bayman Esports.
Bayman, yeah.
Yeah, Bayman Esports was able to win out the first map, and they're currently fighting it out here on the second. But here, focused on what we have at hand, is going to be this final decider map to see who is going to get kicked down to the lower bracket. And of course, we're going to be heading to the classic Inferno, man. It's back then it used to be the map that was always the decider. Now it's good to see it back here. It's definitely a very, very difficult map to go for when it comes to retakes.
Yep, I mean, these past couple of months we have seen the meta shifted more towards the Terry side at the moment because, I mean, it's easier for the Terry to actually get this banana control, delay the counter Terry from actually coming out, and then doing the slow executes once the utility comes around now. But, I mean, both of these teams definitely can play their map. So now we are heading into a gentleman's playground. This is the map that we want to balance. We want to end this victory. I mean, this 9th round will also play a big part on who can actually start off well and get the opening victory to their name.
Definitely not. Oh man, if you guys are wondering, the reason they have this 9th round is to allow the winning team to pick their side.
Yeah, because basically on the first map is the, for example, if I'm playing against FaZe and the first map is my map, so I choose the map. FaZe will get to choose on whether he wants to start on the counter Terry side or the Terry side.
Yeah.
And it goes vice versa for the second map. And if for the third map, we don't get to choose because it's a neutral map. So for us to see who gets to choose which side they want to start on, we have a 9th round. And on this case, Galacticos, they have won it and they are choosing to start on the defense first. So looking at the buy, two diffuse kits. I mean, normally we see one on pistol round, so we have two diffuse kits, Sochai Bang and Challenge, and a smoke and flash to accommodate the diffuse kit. Meanwhile, on the side of Ground Zero Gaming, Apple.
Oh, big kills. That's a big, big opening there towards Apps. Already 2 players from Galacticos down and out.
Yep, they tried to go for the aggressive stun towards that second mid. Unfortunately, both of their players get taken down, and they still have a lot of PZ towards the B side, and he's trying to spot out how many players he can actually find. So a smoke grenade has been tossed down, and this will only signal for the terrorists to actually move forward towards that A side. So there's definitely one, most probably a second player will be called towards his B side. Meanwhile, on the side of the terrorists, they are just gathering up towards the furthest rotation part from the B side, which is the apartment. And the fellow who create that distraction towards that banana side, PZ, is gathering up towards mid to lock out the rotation from Arch.
Yeah.
So a well-calculated round by the side of Ground Zero Gaming. They should be clearing out this round. Meanwhile, on the side of the counter terrorists, the best bet for them is to try to save his armor on 21 Forever and try to go in for the 4th buy in the following round.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way GZ plays it. They're very tactical, they're very slow when it comes to their T side. They're making sure they get the opening picks, falling back and slowly crawling, making their way up towards either that A or that B side, getting as much information as they can and sticking together. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that slow-paced Ground Zero Gaming rounds throughout this map. And, well, it's going to be a little bit difficult here for the side of Galacticos to deal with. They're just instantly not even going to try bother, and that's the thing about this map, Inferno, especially that A side. It's so difficult to go for the retake that most of the times, as the CT side, you just have to go for the save. You just have to allow the bomb to get to explode.
So they didn't really save much. 21 Forever managed to save that armor, bring it into the next round, and look like the second round force will be on the card for the Galactical side. 5 of them purchasing up smoke grenades, so they can definitely delay the terrorists if needed, and even have the defuse kit on Sochai Bang, who has been brought the defuse kit forward from the previous round. So having 5 smokes, but really stacking up the smokes towards that B side, leaving all to Sochai Bang to try to defend this B side alone.
Definitely easy. trying to lead the charge here. They've got full control of Banana, and look at what's going on towards that A side. Just stacked up 4 players. Cowbang by himself. He's got the MP9 to work with. Definitely going to assist him. Probably one of my favorite SMGs here. But can he make it work? He's the only one with a kit. He's the one with the smoke, so he has to be smart. He has to die in a position where the kit is available to be picked up. Smoke going to be used towards the cross. And
yep, the smoke is a little bit deep, so we'll see whether the terrorists will want to wait for the smoke to dissipate or play in front of it. So waiting for the smoke to actually dissipate. I'm not too sure whether Sochaibang he has another smoke to his name. Looks like the incendiaries and smoke has been tossed into the things, and the terrorists, they will be heading in towards this side. So there's only the Sochaibang to defend this side, and the 4 remaining counter-terrorists on the A side, they are not moving a beat. So most probably save the weaponry, rinse and repeat into round number 3, because they will have to take a full eco before they can actually bring rifles into round number 4.
Exactly. So, I mean, armor is expensive. You know, the Eagle's expensive. So you're just gonna have to save. It's difficult, man. It's infernal. It's exactly what we expected. Not the best to watch, of course, but it is what it is. They're here to win. They're here to stay in the upper brackets. 50,000 USD total prize pool. Playing it very, very smart.
We don't normally get this kind of round alive. We call this the unicorn round, where 10 players actually stays alive and no one dies. So the objective is won by the terrorists, just planting the C4, and the counter terrorist not even going to challenge or going to throw in any death. So really preserving what they actually brought into round number 2, so they can actually carry forward to round number 3. So we'll see whether Galacticos can make slight of a dent on the side of Ground Zero's economy in this round.
Oh, it's going to be difficult, but they have the weapons to work with. But if Galacticos, they want to win, they've got to start something here very, very soon. Next round is definitely going to be it. You know, once they have the weapons, APOC done, finding an opening frag there on towards Sora. This gets a wall bang, actually. Catching the player off towards Apps. APOC done with ease, knows the lineup. And 21 Forever now is holding things down. The rest of the squad, GZ, just taking it nice and slow. Bits of damage done on towards Vision. He will be falling back. It's going to be a nice little boost. Taking down Cowbang. Oh man, just the way Ground Zero, they're working this map. Keeping Galacticos guessing. Galacticos just don't know where GZ is going to end up.
Yep. Sylvian is here playing with the B side, but he gets found out in that smoke. Gets taken down even without even releasing a bullet. So looks like it should be a clean 3-0 there. The best for 21 Forever is trying to save this rifle, but knowing that he drops the rifle onto the hands of 21 Forever, the terrorists, they should be going on the hunt to remove this rifle from his play.
Definitely, I mean, 3 rounds in a row. They just have to go for the save. No retake attempt at all from the side of Galacticos. They want to find this AK. They want to go for the hunt. I mean, the most obvious place is, at this point, he's going to be in towards T-spawn. You can already see they're closing in, but, you know, time is of the essence. Easy, he's got the Mac 10. If he could go for a free upgrade, it would be nice, but just no time at all, and that is 3-0. But now, Galacticos, they've got the weapons, they've got the money, the utility, everything that they could ask for. Getting shut down here would be a big hit to the gut.
Yep, they really need to put their foot down and start getting rounds on the counter-terrorist side, because this is kind of the harder side to actually get rounds in. So for them to actually start with a deficit of 4-0, it will not look good. So we'll see. Banana control being denied for the early time being, as Sochaibang and Talon, they managed to lock out Banana with smoke. And on the side of Ground Zero, PZ and Damio, they do not really want to challenge, as the smoke once again gets replenished, and even a close incendiary towards lock for Talon and Sojaibang to really clear out Banana, but a lot of damage has been done through smokes. Talon is lucky to be alive, and he will retreat and do not give the man advantage to the side of his Aussie counterpart.
Smoke being thrown towards Archers, seeing if they can get an entry here towards middle to split it up on towards his A side, but you can already see quick rotations from Galacticos.
Oh,
the amount of pressure being
look
given.
at the rotation.
Exactly, they just completely left that B side and completely gambling that it's going to be an A hit. Little did they know, GZ themselves don't even know where they want to end up.
Oh, but looks like it could be a B split into it.
What a strat.
Oh, and yeah, I think this is round done and dusted. As we have Omichelas locking down the arch side, and the 3 remaining players are heading in towards an empty B side. So despite having 4 players strong towards that A side, looks like Galacticos should be conceding this round unless they can get an instant kill here or an instant trade. But there you go, damage has been done. Omi getting 2 kills and even showing that the last 2 players are rotating from the A side. And that's the easiest kill of Busy Life. Just holding down mouse 1, waiting for the player to cross into his angle. There you go, 4-0. And most probably a 5th round to follow as Galactico once again will have to take a partial, or maybe they can actually drop some rifles because 21 Forever can actually purchase and drop a rifle, and even Talon can actually purchase one himself. So we'll see what kind of decision made. Maybe a tactical timeout called in by their coach to stop Ground Zero from gaining much momentum and advantage early in this final match.
Damn, that's a tough loss there. I mean, Ground Zero, so well thought out. You know, they get the aggression, they pull the rotations towards that A site, and a smoke comes to block off that arch position from Library, and just they wrap towards that B site. You don't see that often.
Yep, we definitely don't see that often, but looks like they would not really force into it. Most probably they would need to prioritize weaponry, utilities, and maybe the AWP on the hands of Sylvian, because he has shown what he can do with that big green in the previous round. So just taking a partial, getting some upgraded MP9s and Deagle 5.7s here and there to supplement the AK safe from round number 4 from 21 Forever. So we'll see whether 21 Forever can actually make an aggressive gameplay and give his team an early advantage they can build out on.
Oh man. They have to find something. They've got to find an opening pick. But GZ is always ready for it. Insane stuff. Lots of damage being done. On towards the side of Vision and both Sylvain as well. They've got that single AK, but can that AK do wonders in the hands of 21 Forever? That is the question.
Yep, once again, Sojaibang solo towards this
What
B
a
side.
shot.
He gets taken off, trying to get information towards this middle. And still, Team Ground Zero, they are not really pushing in, just gathering up their members before they head this execute towards this B side. The rotations will come in, but I don't think it will actually be on time for them, as the terrorists, they are breaking in the smoke and making their way to the MTB site.
There we go. Slowly but surely, Kaobang is going to get taken out. They tried to get him to get flashed through that smoke, but they were just completely ready. Ground Zero Gaming making Inferno look like their home, like their map pick. What can you do? If I was a Galacticos player, I'd be frustrated. There's no answers at all. The way GZ is playing, you know, they're holding it, they're playing passive, so passive that it forces Galacticos to make mistakes. It forces them to get aggressive, and they are just ready for that aggression every single time. Omi with that first initial pick early on in the round, and I think from there it started to run away here from Galacticos. Oh man.
And this time around, it's more of a team effort by the side of Ground Zero. Everyone is picking up their slack, no one is left behind, everyone is getting kills left, right and center. Meanwhile on the side of Galacticos, no one is at a positive KD, and even some of them, they have yet
to open their account after 5 rounds on the defense, which is supposed to be the most favorable side on this Inferno. But it's still early days. Can they actually get up to, I think, I would say a minimum number for them to actually be competitive in the second half is 4.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, they still have a lot of work to actually get to that number. And it needs to start in round number 6 because they have the bye once again. They have the op and they have the Sylvian, but they have lost 2 players unanswered, and that is not good as the B side crumble. Despite having a 3-man setup towards that B side, the defense could not hold on, and it's an open B side. The bomb getting planted, and a 4 versus 2 make that 1. And it's just Sora left, and his position has also been revealed. As we can see, Vision is already making his way up towards Arch to try and cut off this rotation and denying Galacticos to save any rifles.
Yeah, I mean, they had the right idea there, Galacticos. They want to get aggressive, they want to take control of Banana, but it just did not work out there for them. Sora, good for 2, but, obviously, it's not going to be able to win out the round as the bomb is going to be blown up, and there we go, Apopdud finishing it up with the last fragment. Man, 6-0. So tough there.
Yep, 6-0. No answers found by the Vietnam counterparts, thrown in by Ground Zero Gaming so far. And PZ doesn't really need to do much with that op. Even though he's yielding that gun for the past couple of rounds, the rest of his team is really picking up the slack, getting kills, entries, left, right, and center, opening the site, and not really giving Galacticos any chance of making their way or getting rounds on the board. Look at the frags on the side of Galacticos.
Oh, man.
The lowest is at 1, the highest is at 2.
That's so sad
And
to
we
see.
are already 6 rounds in. So that is not good enough for them to actually hang in with the best and try to get this victory to their name.
That's a tough, tough watch, but someone has to win, somebody has to lose. And Galacticos staring into the barrel of a gun right now. It ain't looking good at all. I think they need to get aggressive. They got to take control of something, take away map control from GZ. They're giving away a little bit too much, and again, Apopdud able to find Sora in towards App, getting free wall bangs.
Yep. I mean, the previous gun round, Galacticos, they tried to go for some banana take, but unfortunately they lost 3 members 2-1. So maybe not want to try to be aggressive, trying to play a relatively passive setup. But then again, they are just walking into the waiting crosshairs of the terrorists, and there you go, they are just feasting on their opponents, making a perfect scoreline after 7 rounds with a 7-0 lead.
Ooh, a tough one. Tough one indeed. This time around, they do have the AWP out in the hands of Sylvain, seeing whether or not they can put a hole in this offense from GZG. Oh, they decide to sell it. Went for the M4A1S instead. And now sticking together as a team. GZG, they got their own AWP in their hands. Once again, aggression. Control instantly towards Banana, towards Car. A little change of pace. Galacticos caught off guard, and they're going in. Talent being able to find Damio. Going to be a good start here for them.
They
Some
tried to
signs
go
of life.
aggressive towards B, but unfortunately they would just get the kill to his name. So they start off with their man advantage. Can they actually build up? As we can see, Sylvian, he's playing the rotation, going back towards A to have a 3-man setup towards his A side, as he will leave Sochai Bang and Talent to hold on towards that B side.
We'll see whether or not this AWP can find anything here towards this B site, but now it's time, taking this time to kind of find anything, to see if anyone's getting a little bit too aggressive from the Galacticos side. Ooh, big nade, chunked them out. Holy damage.
Nice nades thrown in there by PZ and Uppercut, showing that some presence towards his B. Will the rotation be pulled? And that's the most important, as Omni has caught the rotation, kicking on Sylvian. And now they can just bring forward and push their way towards this A site.
As we can see, even Omichela is controlling situations with
What
the A
in
side.
the world?
And there you go. The A side crumbles, leaving just 21 forever. He's fighting with his life, but he does not really have too much choice to actually take the challenge, and PZ will knock him out. There you go. So Chaibang left in his 1-on-3 situation. He's towards Speedway, but he does not want to have anything to do with round number 8.
He was able to find talent rotating from B towards spawn and actually took down 2 members before getting taken out himself. Pulled the rotation from that Archer's position as
He
well.
managed to get all the way to Speedway before getting
Oh
traded.
my
So man,
goodness.
that is something that Galacticos really need to look on if they want to make this comeback happen.
Definitely not something you see very often, but he just makes it look so easy. 8-0. They are running away with it. Off in the hands of PZ. This guy's reaction time is too quick as well. He can't do much. He's 7-0 right now.
He has
not
perfect
died.
KD after 8 rounds.
Oh
Wow.
Lord. This is tough. This is very, very difficult. What can you do if you're Galacticos? What would you suggest them do?
I mean, they tried the banana setup. Most probably, maybe try go aggressive towards mid and banana as well. Try to push down, maybe get shooting kills, and then you fall back.
Yeah, we haven't really been seeing much mid control. You know, a lot of teams, they tend to throw nades towards middle. This time around, Galacticos very, very passive with it. Nonetheless, it is an even trade there towards middle. We've got 3 players here on towards this A side, but look at again the position.
Yep. Once again, Applecut is already towards city spot, wrapping towards library. And yeah, they are just waiting for Applecut to actually make his move. Meanwhile, the C4 is on the back with Damio. He's just waiting as PZ will get his 2nd kill of the round, leaving us in a 3-on-3 situation. But on the side of Galacticos, they kind of know that somebody could have slipped the net, and the only remaining player towards his A side is Sora, who's playing kind of aggressive towards his boiler position, and he's not really hearing any cues. So it's still a cat and mouse game over here, as now the cards is on Ground Zero Gaming to make their final play on how they want to end round number 9.
They're so methodical with this. They know for a fact that there is a possibility that someone is playing in towards Art, in towards Abs, and there we go. They clear him out. It's a 2 versus 2. Finally, a little bit of something for a possible retake here from Galacticos. And they do have the kit in the hands of talent. Both of these players, they've got the rifles to work with as well. Single nade and a flash in the hands of Vision. Can they hold this off? Can they keep this streak going? Footsteps being heard. Molotov has been thrown out. Shots going to be coming in from PZ. Talent is down and out. Cowbang, can he win it? Can he pick up the first round? Good for 1. Where is the second? Giving away the position. He has no kit. He has to go now. And Vision with the jumping shot. Oh, man.
Vision with that jumping AK headshot. I mean, it's turning from bad to worse for the side of Galacticos. They kind of had that round. They kind of know that information on the last remaining player. But unfortunately, the smoke. And he just hit in the smoke, and it's 9-0. It is gating from bad to worse for the Vietnamese squad over here. They put up a valiant attempt in the second map. But unfortunately, it's a little bit flat in this third map. 0-9 heading into round number 10. They can buy up once again, but money is not an issue. Guns is not an issue. The issue is gating rounds on the board. And gating kills is the most biggest issue for the side of this Galacticos for this third map.
Definitely. We've seen how they can play. They can definitely play. They can shoot, but they need to right now reset mentally. Taking this time out, gotta make sure the coach is saying the best words to them. The IGL is helping them out here, making sure that everyone is in a good headspace, that it's okay, that it's still possible to win from this scoreline. You know?
I mean, it is, but it's
gonna be difficult.
it's kind of low. And those are the shots that you actually need to hit. But unfortunately, they get punished once again. And despite Sylvan still being alive, he has lost majority of his health and is down to just 25. And even Talent, he is even pushing, trying to play aggressive to a sandbag, trying to equalize the score. But look at it, Ground Zero do not want anything to do with Banana anymore. They have the kill. They're just resetting and waiting
What a
for
shot.
the time to actually walk into their hand, and it plays out to perfection. A 2-on-2 trade, an open B side, and they still have alert and vision. Takes down Sora. So there you go, 1v3 situation, and the position of 21 Forever has been spotted as he's thrown in his utility. And look at the full rotation thrown in by Ground Zero Gaming, running and sprinting towards this A side.
Double digits might just be secured here for the side of GC. Bomb down towards A, and it's all 21 Forever by himself towards that B side. Yeah, he could save this AWP. That's going to be great for Sylvain to bring in towards the next round. But man, they had to hit that early shot. You know, we saw some banana take coming in, but Sylvain just kept missing. 21 Forever though does find one. Some consolation prizes, you know, some consolation kills, but he will not be able to save the AWP. Double digits indeed here for Ground Zero.
What does Galacticos do in this kind of situation? I don't really know. Maybe call in the last tactical timeout. Maybe try to go aggressive, or maybe just hold passively and wait for them to actually plant the bomb. I don't know, man. I mean, they're trying everything, but it's just not working. As Ground Zero Gaming, they come out firing in this third map, and they really do want to stay in this upper bracket fight.
Ground Zero showing exactly why they were in the top spot here from the OCE qualifiers. Remember, Galacticos is the second team from the side of the Vietnamese qualifier. We weren't even first. VTM couldn't make it, and now we're starting to see some cracks in how VTM was able to kind of win it out. But it's just right now, Ground Zero are playing a perfect game. They're positioning the utility, the shots, just beautiful coming in from everybody here on the team.
Yep, and even Vision before that, Smoke Bloom here spots out the player towards pit, and look at BZ go with an AWP, man. He is not giving up, and so Chaibang, he needs to get that kill. Unfortunately, he will not get, but somehow the trades come in for Sora and Sylvain, so we'll see whether they can actually step up and get Galacticos on the board.
Hey, Bogdad, oh lordy. Alongside Vision, opening things up on that A site, and again, Talent just got to save this MP9.
Yep, I mean, dropping an MP9 in the next round, rather than your teammate playing with a 5-7 or Deagle, is slightly better. It will give you a slight of a chance to actually get the round on the board. But it is all hopes, it is all promises, fake promises that we are actually trying to buy a story for Galacticos, but it is still not happening over there. So, yep.
Tough. I mean, we saw Cowbang just whiff completely against PZ, who made his way in towards the spawn. You know, he had the better weapons. The op was out. He missed the shot. PZ was able to take his time to whip out the Tech 9 and kill him. So I think just something internally, mentally is just not clicking here for Galacticos.
Yep, and Talent, he can't even hold on to that MP9, and looks like he just have to repurchase another MP9 and play out round number 12, which is the last round of this first half. This is one of the most one-sided half we've seen throughout 6 maps today on our live stream so far. But trust me, this is not the final twist of the tail. We still have more things that might happen in this series, and we are just hoping that Galacticos, they can actually gain on the board.
Definitely, just get one point at least here for Galacticos would be a dream. But now you can see they're getting aggressive. They want to find the fights. There we go. A crossfire has been set up towards the top of mid. Some signs of life here coming in. And finally, Ground Zero starting things off with a disadvantage, but they are so aware. Cowbang able to hit a shot this time.
Finally, a 1v4 for Apricot. Could this be the round? But Apricot still has something to say. He takes down the first player relatively easy. 2 players are relatively just 1 bullet away from death. This crush is definitely a possibility, but unfortunately, they double swing him. And there you go, Galacticos they are on the board.
Oh my word. It took a while, but they made it. A 1-11 scoreline, not exactly what you want, but
It is something to work on. It's something to build. It is better than zero.
Yeah,
It's better than going into the second half knowing that the best outcome for you is a draw.
yeah,
At least you go into the second half. If you make a perfect half, you can still win this game outright.
definitely. I mean, it's just, yeah, they have to take it round by round at this point, and not just forget about the fact that, you know, it's 11-1. You know, just win slowly but surely. Oh, but it's a big, big hill to climb. It's a mountain to climb here for Galacticos.
Yep.
But if anyone could do it, I think they could do it because even in the previous map, we saw how they actually close out their ancient on the counter-terry side. First things first, they need the pistol round, which is essential. Getting the financial behind it and just taking it round by round. So I think one of these teams is actually using their tactical timeout to try and figure out what is the best plan for Galacticos to actually strike blood first in the second pistol round.
Definitely GZ now starting it off here. On the CT side, Galacticos on the T side. Getting quite a few players here towards Banana, but oh no, instantly getting shut down by the Doolies in the hands of Damio. I'm not sure if they even spotted anyone or the Doolies were just being spammed there towards Banana, making it worse.
So this is the Ray boss on the counter-terry side, and Damiel, he gets 2 kills, shut down the banana aggression, and not even giving Galacticos some map control. So they kind of have to go all in towards this B side because they do not have any presence elsewhere on the map. They still have a flash, and this flash must be magical for them to actually try to get onto the side. Most importantly, try to get kills and get the C4 planted.
Yeah, definitely a nice little boost there. Oh, they spotted out the Doolies player, Damio, on towards that side, but do they expect a boosted position? They do, but Damio coming in hot, getting another 2, trying to find the ace here in this round. Oh, not like this.
Let him get the ace. Come on,
Let
give
him
Damio the ace.
Let him ace.
And there you
Oh!
go. Perfect by Damio. 5 kills to his name. With the Julies, that's why we call it the Ray Boss for the pistol round. And there you go, 11 match and series point for the side of Ground Zero Gaming.
Oh my lord. A tough one. You know, Galacticos, they were able to win it out on map number 2, go all the way to map 3, but to get stumped like this. Oh man, it is a tough one to lose, but they are still in the tournament. Even if they lose this map, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. And they will still have a chance, still have another game. Let's see whether or not they can survive the day. That is the question now. So APOC dodge just through the smoke, finding Cow Bang.
Such a menace advocate in this series so far. It's been one of the lights of performance for the Ground Zero Gaming side. And they're just 4 kills away from progressing to the upper bracket semifinals. They have full banana control. They have the series locked out behind utilities. And looks like they are trying to reset their way towards this middle. But little do they know, their utilities already tossed down to the ground. So they're just going to try and burn with that. But then, okay, he will come in with a trade. And PZ will get Sora down through the smoke. And Vision will take it. The last 2 remaining players. So there's a 13-1. The most whitewash scoreline in our A-stream so far for today.
Wow, just insane. All the way through. 11 to 1 half. Managed to close it out. A tough loss, but okay, it is what it is. You can see Ground Zero definitely happy with that win. Just insane overall. Going all the way to map 3, but to win it out like that, you've got to be happy.
Ground Zero, they wouldn't really feel happy, but they managed to get it over the line. And the most importantly, it was convincing at the end.
Yeah, definitely. You can definitely tell exactly why they were able to beat out Semper Fi in their qualifiers. And just made it look so easy. They had full control of the map. The way they played together, there's always, even if there's a lot of players stacked up towards the B side of the map, someone is lurking towards A. Someone's trying to find the rotation early on. And they're just able to create chaos all around the map here for Galacticos, and Galacticos couldn't do anything about it.
Yep, and looking at the highlights, I think mostly it will be on the side of Ground Zero, because I mean Galacticos, they only managed to win one round.
Yeah.
In this first map. I mean they did really put up a good showing in this whole series. I mean looking at the first map, I mean we started off with just 2, right?
Yep.
I mean they were like what, leading 7-5, but they cannot really hold on their counter-terry side. Meanwhile on the second map, it was what, 7-5 on Ancient, but they managed to make the full comeback. But ladies and gentlemen, look at your screen. The next game is lit. We will have Battle of Survival between Thailand and Singapore. MITH against
Team Nemesis Asia.
Team Nemesis Asia. That is up next for you guys at 6:30 p.m. So roughly about half an hour from now. So letting the players go, get ready, get their gear, get their food, and then we'll hit in for more CS2 action today.
Definitely. I mean, that's going to be the final game here for today, but we are going to be having more games tomorrow and the day after. So do make sure we are here at Cool City Mall. You guys can drop by, hit up to level 6. We are going to be at Cloud. But for now, we're going to take our break. We're going to allow the teams set up here for the next series. I'm FaZe. Alongside of me is Trevor. We'll see you guys after this.
It's been 30 minutes and welcome back from the break. I hope you guys have managed to get time to take a quick toilet break or maybe grab some snacks and get comfy because audiences enter the live right now. We are going to start our very first round of the lower bracket. And I would like to thank you to Fast and Trevor for the last match just now. They did an absolute amazing job. And now for both teams are very, very strong. But there will always be a winning and a losing side. So with Ground Zero Gaming remaining at the upper bracket, as well as Galacticos at the lower bracket. And now, speaking about the lower brackets, we are now doing the first round of the lower brackets. Hi, right there. And my name is Priscilla, I'm the host for today. We now want to introduce the first team. Let's give it up for Made in Thailand. Let's make some noise. Now, Made in Thailand, they were strong right just now. And let's see whether they can continue to the lower brackets or go home. But we wouldn't want that, wouldn't we? Because we have a 50K worth of cash prizes. While the team Made in Thailand is going to go set up, next, I would like to introduce Team Nemesis from Singapore. Now speaking about the game, we are produced and give it up for all of the teams right over from all of the countries from Southeast Asia as well as Oceania. They flew all over from Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, and a lot of places. Now, right just now, we have just witnessed a very strong game, and now it's going to be even stronger because one of them is going home tonight. Now, once again, let's give it up for Team Nemesis. Team Nemesis came all the way from Singapore. I wonder if they had tried out our Malaysian nasi lemak yet. So, is Singapore nasi lemak better than Malaysia or not? Alright, thank you so much, Team Nemesis Asia. I think it is time for us to now let Team Nemesis Asia and Made in Thailand to get ready and set up their game because it's gonna be a tough night. And make sure to the audiences live, we are also doing a guess the team who is gonna win because if you guess it right, you might stand a chance to win Logitech equipment, gears, or maybe TT racing chairs. And now, without further ado, I would like to pass it back to our dear panel.
All right, thank you so much for that, Priscilla, and welcome in Made in Thailand and Team Nemesis. Unfortunately, in the lower brackets we go after a very, very long day for both these guys and even the guys playing off the stream, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's 3 map affairs all the way. Anyways, if you didn't see the names, my name's Law Caliber. I'm back on the cast. Hi, hello everyone. Joined to me with, wow, I've messed that up. Joining me is FaZe.
It's been a long day.
It's a long day. It's a long day. You know, it's a long day. I had to kind of rush that side just to watch the Bayman Oasis game. I came back here to cast this one. So back. So I didn't really see the last game that was casted from you guys, but I heard it was 3 maps. Last one was kind of crazy. Was it 13-1?
It was 13-1 for the previous one. Yeah, exactly. It was Galacticos versus GZ, and you know the first map, of course, Dust 2 for the side of GZ. They were able to win their map pick. Galacticos winning their own map pick, which is Ancient. And then when it came down to the decider Inferno, it was safe to say it was pretty one-sided. You know, I felt pretty bad. You know, Galacticos, they tried everything. They wanted to get aggressive. They wanted to play passive. But everything was just not working for them. But yeah, we're going to have a quick look at the brackets here of what has happened here throughout the day for you guys to at least understand, and you can see all across the board, 2-1, all three maps, every single upper bracket game, and also Bayman Esports was able to win it out earlier today as well.
Yeah,
They were having quite the series.
they were, yeah, actually. So earlier on, I believe on their nuke that they were playing for their first map, it was, I think, a double, triple overtime affair.
Oh my goodness!
So,
Not
so-
only three maps, but overtime as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
So multiple teams have been going through overtime. Multiple teams, all three map affairs. It's the full stretch. But in a way, I wouldn't have it any other way for these teams in that sense, right? Because you're here for a reason. You're here for that. You're here for that $50,000 prize pool. 20,000 goes to the champ. 15,000 first runner-up, second, 8,000, 5,000 for third, $2,000 for whoever pops off.
Yeah, lots of moolah here on the line, and they travel a long way from home to fight up for this prize pool, and it'd be nice to at least bring some home with you. So it's nice that fourth place also gets 5,000 USD split up against 5 players. If you don't have an organization backing you up, that's 1,000 each USD. Well, I'll take those. But yeah, this is down to the lower brackets now. Unfortunately, 2 teams have to go home today.
Yeah, that's gonna be so rough, right? I mean, you're already here. I mean, if anything, like I said, at least they spent the day to do the full 3-map affair. As painful as it is to be maybe on the losing side, but you're still here to gain that experience as well in the LAN. You're still here to kind of experience what it is to kind of get the mental working with your teammates, everything in a physical environment, in a very overstimulating environment, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Because it's loud in here, right? When I was over there by the other booth, I was talking to what's his name, Anthony, and he said it was really loud. I couldn't hear anything, and I think it makes sense because at one point when Trevor and I were casting, we watched a fight happen by Monster down an overpass, and there was a CT and a T right next to each other. One got a pick, and they didn't turn around to deal with
Oh,
the CT.
my
They just kind of
goodness.
walked past each other. It's like he's not turning around.
That's LAN for you.
That's
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 offline
land.
tournament.
It's so loud. It's so messy. But speaking of messy, speaking of overpass again, look at this Inferno pick 1 map, overpass 2nd map between this team, Nemesis and Myth.
Yeah, Nemesis going to be going for that Inferno map. Myth picking up Overpass, and of course ending things off on towards Mirage. Going to be a nice, safe playing field, I guess, if we were to go to the decider. Everybody knows how to play Mirage. Nothing really too crazy about it, but starting things off on Inferno, very, very interesting. I mean, the only Inferno that I've casted today was that 13-1
Yeah.
stomp from GZ up against Galacticos, but it's one of those maps where going for a retake is just nearly impossible. There was like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. GZ was able to go for a plant in either A or the B site, and Galacticos just didn't even want to bother going for the retake. They had 4 people alive. There was one round last game where all 10 players were still alive in the lobby. Bomb was down. Nobody died.
Just full on 10-man game time.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Very
that's
cool.
kind of what we're walking into here. Inferno, incredibly difficult when it comes to post plants. For retakes. So I think for me, I guess I would start things off on the T side. Would be a lot easier in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so. But then again, it seems that the T side has been a struggling issue for a lot of the teams I've been watching today. I mean, I don't blame them, right? We had this kind of shift into CS2 where initially the T side was really, really strong. And now, ever since the kind of slight tuning to the economy and what rewards you can get on the CT side, that alone can kind of shift your plans and your ideas. So it's hard for some of these teams to kind of adapt forward past that update. So maybe that's the case. I don't know. Maybe all of them are just really good on CT side and very few of them are good on T side. But we've heard it from multiple different Tier 1 pros over how many years. T side is generally very hard.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as a CT side, you kind of have to just hold your angle. You're there waiting for anyone to kind of walk in towards your crosshairs. So T side, you're going to have to think like, oh, where could we go next? What's the possible, is there going to be a possible push from the CT side? There's just so much more to think about. But here on Inferno, as long as you get the bomb down and play it smart, you're surely going to be able to win that round. So I don't know. It's tough. because it's up to the teams here to fight it out.
Yeah. I mean, you could do the classic Alexi B strat, the infamous Alexi B strat, where it's, guys, we're gonna rush B, and then you type in team chat, rush A.
Yeah.
Rush the other side. Don't go that way.
Oh my God, that is the classic.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay. I'm kind of happy to see Nemesis on stage, to be honest, because initially I actually really wanted to see both Semperfi and Nemesis on the stage, and I mean we might still get that, right? Semperfi already went through, and I heard it was a really rough game for Nemesis, at least from what I heard. So maybe Nemesis can kind of gain some form back here, fight against Myth. But again, Myth, when I was here earlier, Myth was devastating still to watch, right? Rolex was on fire. He ended one of those maps in regulation 22-11.
Ooh, my goodness. I think if he can bring the same form here in towards this series, then Team Nemesis Asia might have a bit of a problem here on their hands. But I'm sure they would kind of figure out a way to shut him down. There's a lot of things you can do together as a team. But yeah, I guess we have to see how these guys go. And just looking at the roster, the lineup from the side of Team Nemesis, it's a little bit different. You know, there's a couple of nationalities. It's not just a Singaporean team. Yes, they come from Singapore. They won the Singaporean qualifiers. But you just introduce them a little bit here and where they're from.
Right, so yeah, Team Nemesis, the main guy in there, of course, is Impression. He's Singaporean. Alongside his buddy is going to be Kuma, is also Singaporean. Now, the other three that are there are the different ones, right? You have 2 Philippine players here as well. So that's in the form of Derek and Zooms.
Okay.
And then Winter is their Kazakhstan import.
Someone from Kazakhstan.
Yeah. And again, I've seen one sniper from Kazakhstan who's doing really well right now, last I recall, in a major that's happening across the world. We'll see how this one handles it, right?
True.
Also, I've been told, I don't know if Zooms can hear me right now, but Impression told me to tell Zooms, hey Zooms, hit your hard shots, don't just hit the easy shots. So that's on your captain, I think.
But sometimes the easiest shots are the hardest ones to hit.
No, that's true. That's true. We did see that a few times, right? Someone's looking away, you have the crosshair lined up, and he turns around.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us. It even happens to us at home, as casual players. But yeah, everyone has to make sure they are on form today. This is do or die, basically, what's going on behind us. This might be their very last series here, and I'm sure none of these teams want to go out on the first day. But yeah, that's the Nemesis Asia team. Very interesting to see, like 3 different nationalities in one team, and I think they're overall, individually, incredibly strong. They were able to go 3 maps against Semperfi as well, so that shows that they're here to play, and they're not a team to be messed around with. But yeah, moving on to the Thai team. We got My Rolls, we got Rolex 7, we got Alma Lady, Anoni, all different beasts. We saw Rolex going incredibly ham. My Rolls was there as well. Those 2 names already legendary in the the Thai CS scene, and I haven't seen it for a long while. So it's good to see these guys come back and give us a show.
That's honestly my formal impression first impressions with Rolex. Actually, I hadn't really seen him play before. That was my first time watching him. I can see why.
Yeah.
I can see why he's such a legend.
Yeah, back in the days, so it's like 2018, 2019, the Thai players were just known for their aim, known for being incredibly cracked. They'll one tap your head easily out of nowhere. They'll go for a crazy flick of the wrist, off shot. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, he's from Thailand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
and they're here.
If it's really from back in the days, you would know in the halftime when we used to have the voice comms come through, and then we would start, when all of us would start talking smack to each other,
that's
right?
Way back in the day.
That's way back in the day, but it was so prevalent then, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yo, come on, man, what are you doing? And then it's a Thai player speaking on the other side, just talking trash to you. It's like, I understand now why I got destroyed the way I did.
You always say the nicest things you can about the enemy during that voice break,
That's true. Just
complimenting their mothers.
Good half.
Yeah.
Just good half. Not GG, good half.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what is going on now. Hopefully that we could see that Thai firepower being brought in towards this series as well. I mean, it is going to be Inferno, the map, so it is going to be pretty hot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, usually we're keeping Inferno as like a decider map, right? And you're so proud for that one.
I barely go for these puns.
Yeah, you know what? It's fine. If I landed the first impressions joke yesterday, I think I can let you away with the Inferno. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Impressions might hate me for it though. But yeah. I mean, Inferno, right? Historically, we've seen it as the quote unquote the decider map.
Yeah.
For so many tournaments, right? So many teams don't really pick Inferno off the bat. We're starting to see it nowadays because, well, you know, Mirage is not really the one that players kind of want to be stuck on per se, right? It's a choice, it's there, but it's very neutral ground,
yeah.
Right? Dust 2 used to be neutral ground, not really, not anymore. Now EMEA kind of has their hands back onto Dust 2, and Ancient has become the staple map pick for all of these teams. But we're not even going to get Ancient here, right? We're going Inferno and then Overpass, which is quite the switch, right?
Yeah, very, very interesting map picks. You know, I'm used to the old Mirage first map, second map like I guess like Train, and then Decider Inferno. But this is all switched up now. It's a whole different year. It's 2025. I'm getting a little bit old. It's been a while. I've been away from the scene, but yeah, just super interested, super excited to see these two teams play it out, and everything is on the line. But guys, before we head into the game, actually do a quick shout out to our sponsors, TCP, Red Bull, and Samsung as well. They actually want to showcase a couple of their monitors here. They do have the OLED QHD 500 Hertz monitor. So I think if you guys are in the market looking for a monitor, you can go for that. It's just, like you said, looking through a window.
0.03 ms in terms of the response time. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I would like to experience it. I'm sure that would be something.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. It's. I mean, can you imagine running 500 hertz on your tournament day? I mean, you'll feel better than Nico.
Yeah,
for sure.
definitely.
Doing some of those. I mean, I think a lot of people are feeling better than Nico after yesterday. Falcons did go out yesterday of the major. That's the uncrowned prince of Counter-Strike.
Unlucky. Unlucky indeed. But yeah, I mean, like if you guys are playing at home, you guys have a 60 hertz monitor, and you're like, I don't need an expensive monitor. You know, I don't need a 500 hertz OLED. Well, you gotta give it a shot. You have to wait until you give it a try. Because when I was on 60, I didn't care for 144. I didn't care for 240. But nowadays they got 500, and once I went 240, I'm never going back below 240.
Yeah, I mean, we've pretty much standardized early on. 144 was going to be it after 60, but now 240, 320 is starting to become the standard, right? And for people playing on this level of competition, it's just what you need, right? And I mean, yeah, you're mentioning some people might not need it or might not have it in their budget to get that 500 hertz monitor. Hey, Odyssey OLED G5? G5. That's just a bit more down in terms of hertz. That's about 180 hertz, I believe. But it still retains at 0.03, so...
Just hold it up, man, here.
Nah, it's okay.
This is our card here. We gotta make sure.
You know?
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, look, if you need gear, you know where to find it. And if you're going to be here as well up in Quill, on the way in, you can see a small little display box filled with Logitech gear as well, because they're also sponsoring us for this tournament. So if you're a fan of your Logitech gear or you want some very hardy gear as well, you know, go take a look at that. I believe the new iteration of the Superlight has been brought out as well into the world, and we saw the amount of players that shifted over into the Superlight.
Yep.
And it kind of lost traction for a little bit, but I think with this new iteration, they know what to fix. So, hey, give it a shot if you're looking for a new mouse.
Yeah, definitely. So guys, make sure you come here. We're going to be here until Sunday. So we got this final map, and then tomorrow and the next day here. So we're going to be here in KL, Quill City Mall, Cloud. So level 6, we're going to be here, guys. There's going to be some booths as well, if I'm not mistaken. And just come and support. I'm pretty sure that this weekend it's going to be a lot of fun, that's for sure.
Yeah, and multitudes of Red Bulls to go and get.
Yes, there's like 5 fridges filled with Red Bull just in the entrance, and they also have a Red Bull bar there.
Over my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fully stacked.
Why not come?
Yeah, why not? Just grab some, go home, energize, then you're all good. But yeah, so sponsors aside, I kind of want to talk about the teams and initially just how they got here, right? All their qualifiers went through. All these teams came here. I think really the only odd one out was Galanticos, right? Because initially there was another team that was supposed to come in for the Vietnam side, and then they came in.
Yep.
Instead, right? Yeah.
Sorry,
So
I couldn't hear you.
yeah, no worries. So, yeah, they've all had their storylines coming up here, and now all of a sudden, you know, made in Thailand, Nemesis are suddenly stuck in this lower bracket, and someone is going to go out. That is rough.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's a competition. You know, like somebody has to go home. I mean, I guess you could say for Galacticos, it doesn't sting as much. You know, because in the Vietnamese qualifiers, like you said, VTM was supposed to be here. Since Galacticos was the second place winning, they came here, so they don't exactly, I won't say deserve, but like it just doesn't feel right, you know. So it's less of a sting for them when they do get taken out, but you know, I'm sure they still want to be fighting for.
Your expectations can be set very low,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, even then, if you manage to finish anywhere higher than the place that you got in, I guess if you are in Galanticos, I think you can be quite happy, right? Because if anything, you're taking away the experience from this tournament. You get to fight all these other teams as well that sometimes, just because of ping issues, right, in the region, might just be an impossibility.
Yeah.
And it's not too common that you see a land like this exist anywhere for Asia, just in general, right?
Definitely.
So it's a good thing, even if you're here for a short time. I'd rather they be here, show up, play their hearts out, get all the experience that they need, and then push forward into their careers, whatever it may be, right?
Yeah, and they do look like a very happy, fun bunch to be around. You know,
I mean, I could hear them. I could hear the
Yeah,
supporters screaming, right?
even
From here,
though
every time
they were-
wander around, I can, like,
even
hear
though
them
they were
scream.
down 11-0, as soon as Galacticos won their first round,
Screaming?
they had their support team. I was like, yeah, that's good. They weren't tilted. They weren't that tilted, I guess.
Yeah.
They're just happy to be here, and I like that energy from them.
Mm.
And I think if you guys do see them around, you can definitely say hello, because they're very nice people.
Yeah. And then over on the other side for Nemesis, their bracket was a little bit more weird, right? It was basically just them and another team, and then they went through no issues whatsoever. But I think for Impression and his team, they really do have to kind of work through everything that they can and get through as much as they can into this entire bracket, right? Again, they're a very, very young team, right? This core has only existed for, I believe, about 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And like he said, the thing that he's been trying to work on with this team is the language barrier and all the communication issues that can kind of come with it, right? If it's not just outwardly speaking different words, it's just the accents that can come through.
Yeah, everyone has different accents. You know, it's 3 different nationalities, 3 different accents. Difficult to deal with, but now, ladies and gents, we're going to be ending into the first map here, Inferno, between MITH and Team Nemesis Asia. You can see Nemesis here going to be on the T side, starting it off hot. Can we make it work? Already very, very slow pace, nothing too crazy, no B rush, just a clear, precise play. You can see the duelist in the hands of Rolex. Going to be very difficult to deal with. Hiding here, doing a little bit of baiting for the side of him. But can he? Oh, he does get checked. Zooms, Impressions make their way in towards Banana, opening things up hot.
Has to hold the angle now. But they're not going to advance just yet. They know this is very dangerous. They don't exactly have the smoke to cover this off just yet, too. Impression is holding on to it, but until they clear this is not really that safe. Goes for the throw anyways. Now it's going to sit here. Oh, but he still hits a blinder of a shot. He hits a second and third. What is that from Irolls? How has he done that? He's pulled off the Alamo, completely blind in the smoke.
Okay, what in the world? Just all skill, no luck, you know? The way he timed his taps, like he knew, you know, that's experience right there.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we got Flusher on the server.
Oh,
Excuse
lordy.
me.
So clean.
Gosh.
And it's all down to Keen by himself. 1v3. What do you do? As Team Nemesis, I'm sure they're shocked. Not exactly sure what they just walked into, but perfectly timed clicks there by my rolls. Oh lordy.
Yeah, it just has to survive now. I mean, he had his whole team. I'm sure they were ready. The columns were probably like, all right, I'm going to throw the smoke. We're going to get in. We're going to go in all together. And now Winter tries his might. See if you can. Ooh, does get him off. a little bit too
there's
relaxed.
no time.
Yeah, no time. So couldn't even get the bomb down. Couldn't even get that extra bit of money. Only saves up the dual Berettas. That's a rough way to start the round at such an advantage as well.
Yeah, look at his money. Left down to 450.
Ooh.
That's a tough one. That's what happens if you stay alive. As the T side, if you don't get the bomb down, you stay alive, you try to save your weapons, you don't get any sort of basically economy here for the next. So it's very important you go and die. In the nicest way possible.
Yeah, yeah. Of course. Yeah, I mean, they're not really going to be able to do much either. I think they would give themselves a chance to maybe buy up something here and then go for something, right? Maybe a Deagle here to P250, something.
Yeah.
But with the money the way it is, and I think this is an immediate timeout already, so they're probably talking about how that round just went.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what can you do?
What do you even talk about? It's like I mean I got rolled by my rolls.
Round.
Yeah, it's like I got rolled by my rolls. He rolled me.
I think Nemesis Asia instantly called like a technical timeout, like check his CC. What the heck was that?
Maybe, right? I was saying, who brought Flusher in here? You kidding? Kidding me, man.
Oh man, nonetheless, here we go. Round number 2. Got a couple of upgraded pistols here and there from the side of Team Nemesis Asia. The Eagles, the Tech 9's definitely going to be very, very difficult to deal with. But will they be able to find an opening pick? Will they be able to hold off this aggression towards Banana? They do have flashes, the utilities to make their way through, but I'm not sure if they expect someone to be this close. No, they don't. He's good for one, but instantly he will get traded out. But Myrals is here, starting things off hot. Derek will be able to find an opening. He will be able to get the free real estate towards his B site and make his way in. 2 versus 3 though. Look at the amount of HP that they have. Kuma and Derek together, they barely make even 70 HP. While the rest of the squad in MITH fully loaded and very, very healthy.
They have one flash to kind of work off of this with the picked up M4, but we'll see if they can try and close in on the space. Yeah, instantly run down is going to be Kuma. There's that M4. It rings out. He gets a second headshot as well. This is still doable. 16 seconds onto that clock, but too close range. Run down one more time. Does he have the time? Yes, he does.
Man, oh man. What a close round. I mean, to be missed and to lose 4 players is definitely going to be a bit of a kick in your economy, but damn, what a round that was from a Team Nemesis Asia. Now, they get not only did they get the bomb down, but taking out 4 players, they're able to, just slowly gain the bonus over time. The more damage you do to how many players you take out early on, eventually the money is going to go against them.
Oh,
okay. And
all right.
Rolex is online.
Yep. I think you gotta fear some iteration of whatever god he puts on the server, because the moment you see Rolex and the op sign in the kill feed, things are changing.
Yeah, 100%. Well, with that kill, Zomz is out. It is a 5 versus 4 situation. They do have still 2 smokes to deal with here, so they can do a little bit of execution towards either of these 2 sites. But which do they choose? They've still got quite a decent amount of time left. You can see 7 just chilling towards that B site. He's got full control of Banana. He has the information. As soon as he spots someone, that smoke is going down, and he may be calling in for rotations. Oh, there it is. Spotted the shoulder. Instant fallback. I'll see whether or not he can pick up a couple of kills here as they swarm that B site.
Rotation's coming in now, but it's going to be a little bit late. We'll have to see. They haven't really run down the timing just yet, so... Oh, maybe a bit of a fake here. We're seeing ground being taken.
Look at where
the
positioning Derek has.
He has to get that pick, though. There's the fight coming in as well over into the city spawn, but it's going to be Rolex that picks that one up instead. So now Myrals left in that same position in the smoke. He's still just as deadly with another silent weapon. But now that they hear the reload, they're going to go and push through. Limit has to be so careful around the corner. He peeks out through the smoke. Myrals goes down. There's one player over in the back side. They're not checking for him, but no, his teammates do. Winter's going to get this plant down. We're going to go into this post. We'll have to see if they can actually do this. 2 on 3.
Yeah, look at the HP on the side of Team Nemesis Asia. Not looking healthy at all. They have the kit in the hands of Rolex here, so it's definitely possible. He's
I like this.
all the way down deep. Can they find it? That is the question. And look, that's going to be a nice opening shot there from Rolex, and oh my lady, will be able to take out the last remaining player. 3-0 here. Made in Thailand.
I mean, we were talking in the break a little bit about this matchup, right? We were saying, okay, this might be an easier game for Nemesis if Rolex maybe can't perform the way that he does. But so far, he's been on fire today.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He was popping off in the first series of the day. In between, there was another best of 3 series that went all 3 maps, and he just comes back in towards the server hot and ready to go. You know, like, that is difficult because not only are you not playing at home, you're playing at LAN. It's not your comfortable environment, and it's just popping off like this is another level. You know, it's a lot of pressure. But man, 3-0 start, incredible here for MITH.
Yeah, and they can hear everything as well a little bit, right? Feel the rumble of the speakers a little bit. I'm very sure they heard me shout as well, so it's very loud on their end. Sometimes it might not get the proper comms through as well. So, LAN environment, very hard for these guys.
Yeah, 100%. Whole different story. But yeah, now you can see Team Nemesis Asia. They will bring out a couple of upgraded Tech 9s here and there. They got a single Galil, and they just want to go crazy. They want to go fast here down towards middle. Rapid here towards Art. Oh, they have spotted the Alper. They know exactly where Rolex is playing. Going to be wrapping in towards Library. Nice little angle there. That's exactly where you want to hold. But a nice, easy pre-fire spot for any of the Ts that want to go for the swing. But just so much pressure, and that's a nice little position there from the side of the CT side. Full control of Banana. They don't have to worry about anything at all. But these Tech 9s, though, are going to be very, very dangerous to deal with.
Yeah, some silence across the map now. Waiting for a slip up, waiting for the timing to just be right for them to strike. But the longer this goes on for, the longer Made in Thailand are going to figure out what's happening here, right? Especially with Banana control pretty much kind of confirmed over there. It's all quiet on that side.
Yeah, exactly. They've managed to stack 3 players here.
Like spotted.
Very, very healthy players. Rolex is not going to be able to hit his shots at all. He will get taken down by Winter. Oh, just a full-on rush, a barrage on towards his A site. What sort of rifles did he manage to pick up, though? That is the question. If they're able to pick up an M4, that would definitely help them out. But now, very, very early on, Anony wants to find an opening pick. He has the assistance. The rest of the squad is here. No kit, so they've got to start moving in hot. There we go. They find first. Derek is down. That's the second as well. And a nice little wrap here from Keen. Good for the Tech 9. Gets a nice little flick there. He's got the kit in his hands. Trying to bait it out. The down cue has been given, and Zyvin will be able to take down Winter. Sorry. Oh my word.
What a snap shot as well. It was very possible that he could get that shot onto Zivin as well. But the height and angle is so hard to predict.
Oh man.
And he saves the off too.
Of course. A tough one indeed, but they almost made it work. You know, they got the bomb down, that's great. Brought it down to a 1 versus 1. It's slowly damaging the economy of MITH. That's exactly what you need. That's exactly how you bring yourself back in towards the game. You can see they're down, but they're not out just yet. Zomes bringing up the AWP of his own here from the T side. Not something you see every day.
Yeah, but I think it might be needed, right? As far as I'm concerned, back when MITH was fighting early in the first best of 3, there wasn't really much op action the other way to fight against Rolex. So now, immediately, that has paid off with Zooms taking out Rolex first guy out.
Perfect start. Like you said, if you're able to shut down Rolex, then there's definitely going to be a chance here from Team Nemesis Asia. Managed to get the man advantage. It's definitely going to split up the defense. You can already see how Team Nemesis Asia are working this map. Couple of players towards B, couple of towards that A side. That's going to be a beautiful flash by Myrolls. And oh, Winter fell.
Just holding it. But does he know about... Oh, yes, he does. He does get the dink through, but not enough. The off is going to be louder, but louder over onto the other side. Zooms finds that shot as well. He's going to swap over a little bit more into the positions with his team, but I'm not too sure if they even go for this. Maybe they kind of look in, see if they overstep their boundary here, but looking like it's kind of over.
It's going to be tough. If they're able to find an opening pick, then there's definitely a chance. So that's what they want to look for now. See if anyone kind of gives away their position. See if anyone tries to get a little bit cheeky here with their positions, and that's where it is. They find the off. They know exactly where they're playing. Can they find something? At this point, I think you have to go call for the save. There's just nothing you can do.
Call it. You call it.
I guess maybe just want to damage the economy.
Okay.
Take the off away from the hands of Team Nemesis.
All right, good round for the side of Team Nemesis as well. It's a good start for Zooms. Because, yeah, like I was saying, Rolex was pretty much uncontested with an AWP in the first best of 3. I don't know. There just wasn't too much that Rolex could really do, even with his rifling, and he was really rifling as much as he can. Even with the op, it was just, there was too many gaps, I think, in their defense and in their attack when they were trying to fight against their first opponents of the day, right, which was Deep Cross. So, and Deep Cross were just mostly rifling.
Fair enough. But, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, this time around, no AWP in his hands. He's just going for the swag 7. Which is something you do see from time to time. You know, you play towards banana, or you can play in towards apps.
Yeah.
Very, very strong weapon to have in your hands. And getting a kill with a shotgun as well, you get a massive amount of reward, kill reward basically. So it's some way to kind of just boost his economy, boost his money, so he can be able to afford an op later on in the game.
Yeah, and again, I think they're just gonna talk over with the teams just to see what's going on. Not too sure if this is a tech pause or a tac pause just yet, but we'll see. I'm just kind of gauging from the player reaction at the moment.
Yeah, if they're talking, if they're moving the mouse, it's a tactical pause. If they're not allowed to speak, then it's technical. You don't see anybody talking. But don't worry, I'm sure everything will be sorted out very, very soon. But man, MITH putting on a show. Like you said, man, the Rolex show. He's just popping off here on Inferno.
Well, if you're gonna have someone watch over your team, that's gonna be Rolex. If you're getting a watch, gotta make sure it's luxury. Devin gonna pick up that one as well onto Kuma right through the smoke. The spam is gonna be really good. But Amality does find Derek as well. They're kind of halt their situation here. They don't really want to push the initiative just yet, and this is so dangerous. He's put the max weapon all the way up into apartments as well for Rolex. So if one of these players go up there, they're just gonna get buckshot in the face.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's why 7 gonna do a little something. But Winter will be able to find a pick on towards Rolex, taking out that threat. You know, a very, very dangerous one pump threat, but he does make it work. Looking at the rest of the squad, they're still relatively healthy. You know, they've got 2 AKs. They've got an M4A1S and a 5.7, and we know what kind of damage 5.7s can do, especially when they're close up in towards that site. Nice, perfect little angle there for him to play with, and they're just taking it slow here, Team Nemesis. They have to be methodical. They have to make sure they check every single angle, because nobody from the CT side is giving away anything at all. Don't want to give away a free kill. They've got the man advantage. Well, let's keep it that way.
Okay, a bit of a silent walk up here through the smoke. Gonna pass the archway, gonna go peek into library. Malady has to be so careful with the Molotov burning behind him. Tries to go for the spray, but it's not gonna land it. Zoom's gonna clear it out as well. Oh, what a shot from Winter. He's just online.
The savior.
If he can keep doing that against my rolls and Zooms can deal with Rolex, they have such a clean chance in just shutting down this team.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's all Anani now. Caught player towards Graveyard. They set up a crossfire between this site, and it's going to be almost impossible here for Anani to go for this retake. Good for one. Oh, does get a couple of shots off, but Zooms will close it out. That is 2 rounds in a row here from Team Nemesis Asia, and you can hear them in the background screaming as they won that round. So slowly they're building up the momentum. They're building up the chemistry. They're building up the hype and getting each other motivated here throughout the later stages of the first half.
Yeah, that momentum is going to be really important too. Oh, hang on. Made in Thailand, they're going to go for the nuclear option.
Okay.
We'll see how this goes if they go up all the way into banana, because that might be very, very deadly. We'll have to see. 4 nades coming in, the artillery swinging out, but now they're going to swing out too.
Oh,
it's going to be a spray down from Impression and Kuma, and the round is all but over. So, nuclear option, yeah, but getting wiped out is going to be made in Thailand. It was a nice strat, honestly. I appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, usually we see a lot of players, a lot of teams, they tend to do that towards middle. Hit towards top of mid, throw it down towards the T stairs. This time around, they decided to go for banana. I don't think they even hit anybody with those nades, but it is what it is. Just make it quick. 3 to 4 now. All rifles, all across the board. Utility all across the map to stop any sort of quick aggression from the T side.
Okay, this is a bit more interesting, right? They're gonna kind of crunch in into banana here. They were really, I think, looking into just holding this position a bit more close, setting Myrals up for a fight first, right? Usually he's holding the back, but you're sending Myrals out. That's a bit of a different switch up. Zyvan now has to swap over because of the health difference, just ever so slightly.
It's just, 4 HP could be the difference between you and winning out the round. So you've got to take this, whatever advantage you can get. Flash comes in. That's a nice dodge there from Derek, but Rolex finds the perfect time to come out of the smoke and get back into it. Like the smoke criminal he is, Zyvan, the trades do come in here towards this B site. They do have to bomb here towards B, and look at the positioning here of Impression. Made his way all the way in towards spawn, so all they got to do now is for the players towards B is to kind of just wait up, hold up, wait for Impression to find a nice little opening pick, and that's when you start bursting out here as a team. There it is. That's going to be the first frag here. Sorry, Winter, not Impression, my bad. But nonetheless, they are in it to win it.
That's up from them as well. Pushing up forward. They're going to try for this a little bit. See if they can find a way in, but Zooms is going to be their first bit of contact that they need to deal with.
Oh, hold on a second now. Can they find it? They've got to at least find one. Otherwise, you have to call for the save. Trying to make his way out. He's good for one. That's going to be a great shot there from Anthony. And that's going to be it. That's going to be all she wrote here. 4 rounds in a row.
Bomb's going to go off. They're kind of leaning into the same way that he's running to, so they might actually find him. We'll have to see. Four.
Man, this is just a tough one. I mean, to be MITH, you were leading, you had the right idea, but slowly but surely, Team Nemesis Asia are just able to come back.
Just looking at their buy at the moment, just want to see what they kind of decide on, because it seems a little bit indecisive at the moment. Probably kind of talking through some things as they need to. See what they can do. Round's going to start up. To those watching at home, don't be too fooled by the UI. It is currently swapped in the moment, so you'll know who's on whose team. Oh, pop all the way up. That is a good start from Impression as well.
What a boost! That's like a triple boost happening there. You got the barrels. You got two T's over each other's heads. just impressive. What can you do now? Yeah, instantly, as soon as that happens, you can already tell. MITH just did not want anything to do with that. Just instantly falling back, waiting for any other sort of aggression to come in, but nobody is going ham. The rest of the squad just taking it nice and slow. They want to go for the hunt. Oh my lord, these guys are crazy. Nonetheless, very, very passive. That's what Inferno is known for. You know, you can't. As soon as the bomb is down, you just kind of have to wait it out. Just wait out the timer. Talk about what to do in the next round coming up.
I mean, when you lose your players in that fashion at the start of the round, it's a bit ridiculous. So, and it's a surprising, it's a surprise tactic, right?
Yeah.
You won't expect the guy to be boosted all the way up over logs, taking the fight like that. But hey, you know what? That's a call that Impression made. He went for it, stuck with it, rewarded his team with the round. That's good stuff for Team Nemesis.
All right. Couple of rounds left here in towards the first half. Of course, still in the hand of Rolex. Zoomed as well, holding out.
Oh, but he's a bit late. I just saw him buy up a smoke, so that means he was still sitting in the spawn. Look, he's late up towards mid. That means they have all the banana control that they need because he wasn't watching.
Definitely a chance here. My rolls though, good opening pick. Trying to stop the offense here. The take on towards Banana, on towards Car. Instantly just falling back. Full car control now in the hands of a Team Nemesis Asia. While all that was happening, Winter got very aggressive towards the top of mid and actually got taken out. So now 3 versus 4.
It might have been a tactic to maybe just try and sell some aggression over onto the other side, but again, I think somehow Rolex being late to that position might have just gifted them that defense as well.
Definitely, it's possible. It's those little things that make such a difference. Nice little swing there coming in from Kuma. Ooh, Derek. Okay, the 2 Filipinos popping off here. Starting things off hot here in towards his B side, and again, bomb down. Nothing from the CT side. This is exactly what we saw in the previous series for Galactical and GZ. You know, as soon as GZ got the bomb down, save, keep the economy healthy. There's no point. It's extremely difficult. There's so many different angles you have to check. You gotta make sure you have the utility to flash your teammates in and everything. It's just tough. But of course, they want to keep this off. They want to keep it in the hands of Rolex here, bring it in towards the next round because we've got 2 more rounds after this. See whether or not Made in Thailand can tie things back up.
You heard of James time. Have you heard of Rolex time?
Hey, that's a possibility. Yeah, this might be the new James time, I guess.
It's quite expensive. Way more luxurious, some would say.
It's Inferno, man. You know, we gotta allow them to James time here. Oh, man.
We'll see. Economy 4 myth is almost broken. So if they lose this round, it's going to be very devastating for the last one. We'll see if Nemesis can kind of continue this streak because it's looking really good for them so far. They found their way into this by having these fights straight up with Impression and Kuma, finding these openings every single time. It kind of seems like MITH want to force an issue because they're lacking answers here.
Yeah, that's exactly what you kind of have to do. You got to figure out what you can do against this team, you know. And it's all the server is live. You kind of just have to go with it. YOLO, see how it goes. Try get aggressive. Try get passive. If passive doesn't work, get aggressive. If aggressive doesn't work, get passive. Just do some crazy mid-round stuff to try to find an opening. Try to find an answer. But yeah, nonetheless, bomb gonna be down on towards this B site. And look at where these players are playing. There's still 2 players trying to lurking towards A site, setting up a little bit of an execution to pick up these kills, and that's gonna be the off gone from Rolex. Something that they're not gonna have in the next round. They're just playing hunting right now. They're hunting for these players.
I mean, you might as well, right? Look at the economy on Team Nemesis.
Oh god.
They can just buy up anytime that they want to. Instantly just hits the shot. Ridiculous stuff from Derek, and yeah, and then he couldn't even do anything to leave the second site. 7-4, so they were down and out, Nemesis, starting this, but immediately just found their way in over and over and over and over again, streaking those rounds up all the way up to 7. It would be a gift if Myth can end this at 5, but we have to see. Nemesis are looking like they want to go on a hot streak here.
Yeah, definitely. Keep the ball rolling here for the side of Team Nemesis Asia. They have the momentum on their side. Their shots are definitely hitting, and they are very, very aggressive. They want to find something here in this car position. Good for none, actually. Zyvan going to be able to get a kill there on towards Kuma as he gets blinded. They do have one more. M4A1S tucked in towards the corner, and then he finds another. Derek finds one towards the other side of the map, trying to find some opening picks towards A, and you can see the bomb instantly. Hasn't made up its mind yet. To go to A, to go to B, Rolex with that FAMAS will take down Derek as well. Slowly but surely trying to secure MITH their 5th round after losing 7 in a row.
This would be a gift, like I said. Health values are really low. This is still doable if they want to push the issue, and they really do have to. This is the last round of this half. Winter and Zooms, last two alive. Impression had kind of taken over in terms of the stat line, but it was these two that really brought this comeback in the first place. So if there's any two that can kind of handle this off, it would be them. We'll have to see though. Sitting up on top of the box, this is such a dangerous position. He's going to wait for the drop down too, and this is so dangerous, especially with the health values. Has to tap away, sees the other shot. Oh my god, Winter, that's a crazy transfer.
Word.
What a tap. And now already advancing all the way up into library. He doesn't want to give them a chance. They don't even know that he's here. And then he's 15 HP. Myrol's full HP, but they have to check. They have to check this. Just blast him away. And now Myrol's left into this 1v1. Winter has gifted Zooms this round. An op in hand. If he pushes through this smoke, he is a dead man, and he is. And you hear them shouting, Nemesis are back into this.
What a shot. Winter. 2 crispy headshots there. A little bit of a misplay from the CT on towards the top box of sight. You know, they tried to get just reposition themselves and to give away that little bit of information, and that's all Winter needed. 2 quick taps, make it look easy. And man, as soon as you get those first 2 kills, you know for a fact that he wants to go for more. He got aggressive, got that 3rd in towards library as well. Just so clean, an 8-4 lead here from Team Nemesis Asia, looking to keep the ball rolling, keep the momentum going here as they swap sides. Now, Team Nemesis Asia on the CT side, they've got the raid boss technique on. Tell Derek to buy armor, somebody drops him dualies, and well, we'll see all sorts of hell getting let loose here in towards Banana after this. Winter good for 1, trying to find one more in towards Banana, but nobody is hitting their shots, no one is getting taken out at all.
Top off those mags as well. 32 bullets, but somehow that's still not enough. Everyone is kind of spread out, and honestly, that's such a good idea, right? That's always going to be the issue with these dualies. Going straight for the shot is going to be opportunity, and as well, Myrol's. They have to deal with the Sandbags player as well. Now Impressions has to pull off his best Myrol's impression to go for this defense, but he's already tagged down low to 7 HP. Winter has to try and go for this flank all the way. 2-on-2.
Damn, that is just difficult. They do manage to make their way on toward this site, but Impression will of course get tagged down instantly. With that amount of HP, you can't really do much. Winter's still alive though. He's feeling hot, and yes, he's showing exactly how hot he is. Nice little one tap to take down Myrol's last player remaining, Rolex. He was having an insane early half, but can he pull this off? Can he get the clutch? No, Winter! With the 2nd headshot, this man is unstoppable.
What a demon.
He's pulling off a Rolex.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to see that head-to-head for the longest time, right? Just between these 2 players.
Oh my word.
I mean, read me those numbers. 18 and 5, Winter? Come on.
That man is doing wonders. The reason that Team Nemesis Asia was able to come back. You know, he was one of the pillars of support that this team can definitely count on. 9-4, 9 rounds in a row is crazy, but they can definitely keep the ball rolling. All right, Observer, back to the game whenever you're ready. Thank you.
He found a nice little cafe in the corner. You know, it's Inferno.
This is
Nice
not
place.
peaceful. This is war. Dang it! Get this back into the action.
The head spotted as well up into the boost. I don't think they want to push that issue still, but Kuma has that information now. Going for the spam. I think this round is going to slow down just fully because at the moment both sides not a lot of utility to work with at the moment. Yeah, a lot of smokes, a lot of flashes between them, but as the round goes by, they're going to have to keep re-smoking these angles, making sure everything is checked, making sure all these angles are checked and safe. At some point, resources are all gone. It's just going to be the dry fights.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, as MITH, they should be able to keep those flashes available to at least go in for this execution to try to win those fights. A little bit of smoke there up towards the top of apps to delay or to stop anyone to try to go for this execution on towards this A site. But nonetheless, you can see the rest of the squad, MITH, kind of grouping up towards this A site. Spotted now. Flash going to be coming out. He will be able to get dodged. Winter good for nothing as Anony just shuts him down. 3 or 4 players there coming in from that library position from Arches. And Derek Sums, the Filipino duo, just shutting it down here.
Ridiculous.
Trying to go for a jumping Red Bull shot, but through the smoke impression. Does a Stewie 2K impression for himself. The smoke criminal coming out. Double digits confirmed here for Team Nemesis Asia.
They're just still going. They're not stopping this train whatsoever. The Made in Thailand just made it to 4, and they've just been halted all the way. Dear Lord. Okay, all right.
Yeah, they had the right idea. You know, coming in from, wrapping from Arches itself. That's something that a lot of teams don't really know exactly how to defend against. But, man, they just made it work. The way they held it down from TNA made it look so easy. The rest of the squad, of course, instantly rotating, coming for that retake. Nice Molotov, great utility usage being given. Rolex already down to 1 HP now, and he barely saw a single player.
Somehow, some way, they've shut this man down. He was the issue in that first best of 3.
I think as soon as Sums brought out the op and got that initial kill, he kind of just shut him down from there. But a nice little goosh there. Look at the HP that they have. Rolex 1 HP, Anony 8, and they just shut it down. Trying to play contact in towards that B site, no answers.
It's so disciplined too, and I mean, not only that, that's a high-low setup essentially, right? 1 player crouched down, 1 player standing, not behind cover, in the open.
What can you do? You know, you don't expect it at all.
No, because you're planning to clear that corner. By the time you're thinking about clearing the next one, you're already showing your shoulder. They will see you first. So, yeah, that's really rough. Myrol's 12 and 14. He's been stellar for his team so far in this game, but that's a bit too much to ask for. 11-4, Team Nemesis. They've thrown them into the blender.
Oh man, but that's been Inferno, I guess. Like today, we saw earlier a full-on 13-1 scoreline, a very, very one-sided game, and we're getting ourselves a one-sided game here as well in the lower bracket finals. Sorry, the lower bracket run. But man, this is not a way to start off your series. But then again, this is only map 1. You know, this is the map pick of Team Nemesis Asia. They know what they're doing, and you can see it. There's still map 2 and a possible 3rd map here. If MITH can keep the ball rolling, if they can show some signs of life.
Slow crawl now. Gonna try for that first bit of contact where Winter sends that nade down, chips away a bit of damage, nearly gets away with the murder there, but Rolex is gonna find his pickup. Now this is gonna be so scrappy. Zooms finds one. That's Anthony going down as well. Back into this back corner. They have to be aware of Kuma here. Standing on top of the boss, but he couldn't see him. There's the trade coming in from Amalade, but this is looking so dangerous. Past the smoke. They don't check it. Rolex goes down to Zooms. Was not expecting him there at all. Amalade goes down. Impression picks that last one up.
Everything
Map
is just
point.
going their way.
Yeah, map point 12-4. It's 12 rounds in a row.
That is insane. Just insane. And just look at the economy. It's not looking too good here for MITH. They're able to bring out a MAC-10, 4 rifles here, but you know, it's Galil's. A single AK in the hands of Rolex. But everything that round just completely went Nemesis's way. The timing was perfect. Can they close it out? Can they make it 13 rounds in a row?
I mean, at this point, this is where you turn on every switch, you flip every switch. You have to go super aggressive, find your answers, force the answers out at this point, right? And look at what they're doing. They're doing well so far. Until that.
So aggressive they take out their own team?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's the answer. That's a negative back the other way. Has to flick the other way. Doesn't get that pickup. Winter, best Rolex again, but Myrolls is there. Secondary to Rolex. A peek coming out from Anthony. It's going to take out Derek as well. 1-on-2. This has been such a scrappy round because this was desperation out of Made in Thailand to try and find some answers. But as the round quiets down, we're going to see where they end up here. I think with the time given, they have to end this on A, and Kuma is already here.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that he's so close, you know, it's definitely going to catch them off guard. If he could get a single kill first, yes, that's going to be one. Time is of the essence, though. Myrolls went for the fake tap here, but he will be able to secure it. That is their 5th round finally after 12 rounds in a row. MITH able to get it back, you know, to show that they're here to play. But man, that took a while.
Yeah, a long road back or just delaying the inevitable, we'll have to see. I'm sorry, I'm staring at Winter's number. He's 21-8 in regulation.
Oh, lordy.
Lights out performance from him. Boost up is going to be good for Zooms and Kuma, and immediately Amalade, Rolex are out. Trying to find some answers back to the spam, but they're not going to really find anything, so we have to see what else they can do.
Definitely.
2 HP for Kuma.
Look at his angle. Look at that tiny pixel angle. He has backup here. And man, just slowly, the numbers of the Thai players getting dwindled one by one. Anthony does take down Winter. He's down to 20 HP though. That is that's the concern here. It's going to be a little bit difficult here for him to work with, and oh no. And I think that might be all she wrote here for map number 1. A 13-5 victory here for Team Nemesis.
That's a convincing scoreline. But not only that, it's convincing in the narrative with how they even pulled that off. 12 rounds in a row after Made in Thailand secured 4, with only 1 stop towards the end, and then holding the line again. So, Team Nemesis, what a pickup on their Inferno.
Oh man, that is just a tough pill to swallow. You know, you win out the first 4 rounds, you feel confident, you know, as you're heading in towards that first half, but all of a sudden, Team Nemesis Asia just start to slowly crawl and they start running away with it. You know, it's a tough one to deal with, but you know, that was their map pick. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing. They definitely had some strats. I think I felt like they were very tactical. You know, they were able to hit their shots. They were able to kind of pull rotations here and there, get alert into places that you'd never expect anyone to be. And they just made it work.
Yeah.
Shut down Rolex.
I mean, yeah, you can see some of the highlights here, but I'm very sure it's going to be majority Impression and Winter just getting these frags. But I mean, over onto the other side, they were really trying to fight it off, but Rolex kind of disappeared this game, and I think that's off the case from Nemesis being able to read a lot of his movements around the map really well. They know that if they shut down Rolex, their secondary threat is Myrolls, right? And we saw it pop off in the pistol round. Granted, it's through the smoke, so you can kind of debate it as luck, right? It's him just holding the angle. They're all just kind of walking in, but even then, if both of these players shut down, Made in Thailand are in such trouble.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing in this map. Not only did those two players shut down, Winter got just popped off.
21 and 9. He finished that off.
Yeah, exactly. Just insane. I mean, just looking at the highlight reel, most of it is him. You know, with the 1v2 clutch, time and time again, he's able to just pull up a miracle here. Difficult game there for MITH, but nonetheless, they do have some time to talk about what's happening next game, which is going to be Overpass.
Yeah, Overpass is going to be that second map as well, so they have some time to kind of recuperate, really talk about their strategy, cool down a little bit, see if they can find some answers then. But then again, I don't know, MITH were also kind of struggling a little bit on that Overpass in the first debut as well, so they can maybe learn from that game. But it's very hard because now we're talking about being here the entire day. That's a lot of fatigue as well, right? It starts to kick in. And it's kicking in for me. Even the Red Bull's kind of fighting me for it at this point. So I can't imagine being there.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough, you know. It's down to the potential last two games here, and you know, being here the whole day. It's like you said, it's tiring, but it is what it is. That's a LAN. That's how it is. And that's where you kind of gain experience, you know, to kind of fight through this pain, to be able to go all the way through. But yeah, an incredible first game. Just a complete 360, no, not 180.
180.
Oh yeah, a U-turn basically. We thought Team Nemesis was going to take it away. Sorry, Team Nemesis able to take it away here from the side of MITH. But yeah, we're going to go for a quick break because you can tell I definitely need it. I can't even form a correct sentence here. here, ladies. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here, this is the second game here. MITH up against the likes of Team Nemesis Asia. We just saw I guess you could say a reverse sweep here coming in from Team Nemesis Asia, winning 13-5 after losing 4 in a row against Myth. Just incredible game here. But we're going to be moving on to the second map of Overpass. That's going to be the map pick of MITH. I'm FaZe, and alongside of me is going to be a lot Caliber, and we are going to be your casters here for this series. But guys, they have to win this one. Whoever loses this series is gone. They're out of here.
Yeah, and they really don't want to do that. Now, MITH did play Overpass earlier. It didn't go too well for their T side specifically.
Okay.
Their CT side, they kind of made an issue back. So essentially what had happened was that Deep Cross started CT side, and I believe MITH could only really get about like 2 rounds out.
Mm-hmm.
So it was 10-2, and then side swapped. They made it all the way back to 10 before Deep Cross kind of won those last 3 rounds.
Okay. So that's something we can take into account. But ladies and gents, this is it already, starting it off pretty quickly. We're going to be heading into Overpass. We'll see whether or not they can bring in something special here for us today here from the side of MITH. You know, it's a tough loss there for earlier there against Deep Cross Gaming. They're a big team, a very experienced team. They were able to take down Alter Ego, so MITH, you know, I think they are still definitely here in it to win it, to see whether or not they can push it to map number 3, because all games here today so far, 3 maps all across the board here. Can we make this work? MITH going to be starting things off on the T side. Very aggressive here from Zums. They want to get early control of Playground. Trying to see if there's any sort of movement, any sort of players he can find. Ooh, does get pushed down to 25 HP and will instantly just hold, fall back, wait for the rest of the squad to come in for the rotation.
Some space taken there by the stairs, but it's going to be an issue all the way up on the top side here. The USB handle here over by Optimus. It's going to be Winter. It's a good first shot. He has 4 more to try and pick up if he wants to try and deal with this, but he's going to get overrun by Zivin. And now his teammates as well trying to fight the issue, but there's so many Ts just rushing down the stairs.
A waterfall of terrorists running it down, just overwhelming that site completely. Like, what are you supposed to do? You know, it's a full-on hit towards that A site, instantly wrapping down towards the lower site. Oh man, 2 versus 4. And he's got so many different angles he's got to watch out for. Oh, Simon easily takes him out with ease. Signs of life, MITH. But we saw this earlier in the previous round. You know, they win out pistol, they win 4 rounds. And Team Nemesis Asia, they kind of figure out how to bring it back here. But oh, look at that, instantly. Rifles all across the board. A single MAC-10 in the hands of Malodi.
Oh, I'm getting flashbacks. I don't like this. They did this before, and their second round they lost it because there's a flash that came out exactly like this. It's not even the same team. It's a whole different team. They throw out the same flash, and they died to USPs. 3 of them went down here at this fountain in the first best of 3. Surely you're getting some trauma, and yeah, they're gonna deal with it. Handled just fine, but I got a little scared for them. I'm not gonna lie.
They learned from their mistakes. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
I mean, just
very,
look at the
very
damage though. They down to 18 HP, 50 HP earlier on. It got a little sketchy, but they were able to, you know, close it out. That's for sure. Keeping things hot here, MITH, keeping their economy healthy, their firepower strong here. As a Team Nemesis Asia, they will buy up M4s across the board, 2 MP9s to deal with. Definitely going to help when it comes to the connector position. But can they win?
Alright,
so much utility. It's just a rain of utility on this B side.
Yeah. So they had the idea to maybe go up into Fountain. No, kind of pulling back towards the tunnels. I don't think they know this is a fully packed side yet. We'll see. There's more players here than usual.
Damn, taking it nice and slow now. He can't take this slow. Oh, he's just going in. Just going to go in for the run. MAC-10 trying to lead the charge, but does not work out. But the trades do come in. Look at the MP9 in towards Monster, but it's not working out here for Team Nemesis Asia at all. 1 versus 1, and Emoni will win it out. 3-0 here for MITH.
A very, very quick 3 rounds already gathered for them. And they really want to try and punch through any sort of defenses that Nemesis can maybe put up on this map. Again, I'm not too sure how much experience and or maybe scrims Nemesis has done on this map in particular, right? But
Yep.
if this is MITH's pick, then surely they've done this as their home pick, right? We'll have to see. Zoom's buying up the scout here. We'll see if he can pick up one more. Ooh, we're spying on the players.
God, they've got the CCTV out here. Oh, man. Well, they do have a scout here in the hands of Zooms. Has been very successful when he had the AWP in the previous map on Inferno. We'll see whether or not this scout can do the same amount of damage. If you guys are new to the game, a single headshot will take out the enemy player. Body shot does about 70 HP. But still, a lot of damage can definitely be done. Especially since the rest of the team has 5.7s. A Deagle, very, very dangerous. Oh, spots out a shoulder.
Oh, what a shot from
God
Rolex.
dang.
What was that?
Instantly
Ridiculous shot.
deleted.
Oh,
Another challenger.
We might see it again. We'll see. They're going to have to hold up the defense here, but the 5-7 coming up from Winter is going to be huge. He's going to push straight through the bathroom. He picks up 3. Winter, how are you doing this? Simmons now has to be the hero of the round, pushing through with his teammate, but he's running out of ammo slowly. You can hear the clicks coming in from this AK. Ever so slowly, they have to time this. He lands that headshot with his Glock instead. So desperate.
Oh my god. That's the 4th kill here for Winter. On for an 8th. Can he find it? But with the bomb being dropped here towards the outside of the toilet, it's going to be difficult. Rolex only with 7 HP as well. Oh man. This is definitely very difficult. But there it is, Winter with the ace, picking up all 5 kills. Starting things off hot with 3 kills with a 5-7 in toilet. Wrapped around towards Long, got that AK in his hands, and just shut those last 2 remaining players out. Incredible, and it is just a Winter show.
Yeah, Winter show indeed. Christmas hasn't even reached yet.
Oh my goodness.
I was saying earlier to Trevor, more teams need to really utilize the 5.7, right? It's so strong for a pistol. When you go blitzing in like that, you can just it doesn't matter if they have armor if you're that close. You'll just completely annihilate them.
It's been so strong for so many years. Tech 9, on the other hand, its counterpart, just as strong but with a more mobility, I guess you could say. And that is what they have here in the hands of Melody and Rolex. We'll see whether or not they can use these close range weapons to entry on and towards this lower bomb site. And it's just a full-on shutdown here from Team Nemesis Asia. Taking down 2. Oh, but look at that. The trades come in perfectly. The amount of HP that the team has here made in Thailand not looking good at all. Oh, it's just a rain of grenades on towards the site. 15 HP left on towards the Myrals. And he's got to find an opening. He's got to find a 1v1 before he can actually try to go for the plant. And that's exactly what he's doing. But look at this setup that they have. Team Nemesis Asia knows exactly what they're doing. As soon as he spots 1, the second player will come out swinging. Winter closes things out once again, picking up 2. He's 9-3. The rest of the squad has 1 kill each, and Derek has 3 kills. Winter is putting the team on his back.
Oh man, I mean that's why he's the import, right? We mentioned the Kazakhstan region has so many gifted players, so many hardworking players as well. I mean, we see that in the form of like Molodor and Furia. We have Winter here.
Oh yeah, I mean Winter is relatively pretty known in the scene. You know, he's played for some big orgs, and he's showing exactly why they picked him up. Oh man, slowly but surely, made in Thailand, trying to find an opening, trying to find a pick across this massive map, one of the bigger maps here in this map pool. instantly getting shut down again. They pull off a reverse sweep. They were won 3 rounds in a row, and then now with nothing to show for, Team Nemesis want to win 3 back. They want to equalize the scoreline here.
Let's see how they push through into the bathrooms here. So far, the closer and closer they get, the more lethal they are. Made in Thailand, they're not shy with winning some of these pistol rounds. I saw Rolex hit some crazy bangers with the Deagle, but it's not in his hands this time. Myrol's definitely capable of doing the same. We'll have to see though, they're just playing this waiting game, waiting for someone to overstep here. Might have seen a shoulder, we'll have to see. 3 CTs here now littering into the site, but that first shot goes off for Zooms. Not a secondary peek just yet because they have to try and rush over to the other side, but the angle is going to be held up by Impression, by Winter. Deagle in the hands of Enemy and Myroils. Oh, what a shot come out from him as well. Zooms go down, that's the op. No longer guarding the space. So now they have to rotate one more player by the bins, and again they're losing space here by the bins. Oh, he's jumping up in his. What is that? What is that? What just happened?
This guy is pulling up parkour in a shooting game.
I just heard the Tony Hawk sound effect. You know,
Oh,
he landed that. What just happened?
Combo. Pull the 360 on him. That's one way to kill somebody.
Dude, I think, like, I don't think he even fired. I think he was impressed that he landed that. And he was like, whoa.
Like, okay, well, damn, you didn't have to flex on me like that. Holy.
I don't know. If that was me, I think I'm leaving. I'm out.
Toggle quit.
Yep.
Holy.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay. That's going to be a good start here. Forward side MITH, get the spam here on towards Impression. But it's tough. We haven't really seen much plays here in connectors. They're making it work. Oh my word. The scoreboard just lighting up blue.
Those players are cornered too, technically, right? 2 players holding that monster angle. Oh, good shot from Rolex. It will always be Rolex. But 2 players are over towards the back in Monster, right? If you crunch in the space with the right timing, the right flashes, they are essentially trapped out in the open. They're still hitting their shots. It's ridiculous. Oh, it could have been one more, but sent into low HP. 10 HP for Kuma now. This is very, very doable for Rolex.
Yeah, depends where the bomb is. It actually dropped towards short.
Has to rush for it.
So he has to be very, very careful. And the fact that he's running time is probably going to be running out fairly soon. You're hearing all these sound cues, all the information is going to be given away. And Zom's ready and waiting with that AWP. What a quick shot there from Rolex. Wants to find an opening pick at least. Wants to turn it into a 1 versus 1 before he gets the bomb down. But nobody's giving anything.
Yeah.
They are not giving him a chance to even try to find these kills.
Spam's coming through. He's locked onto
down
5
to 5.
HP. Around the other side of the pillar, he finds Kuma. Has to find the offer, but Zooms hits the shot instead. And a breather. Kinda nearly got him out of control there, but handled.
My word, I mean, what can you do? Zoms, I mean, if anyone is going to shut down Rolex, it's Zoms. Yeah, he's been doing it from the previous map all the way till now. And they are up once again. Oh man, very, very close. But I like the discipline coming in from Team Nemesis Asia. You know, they knew it was a 1 versus 1. They knew he had to go for a plant. They didn't want to force anything. They just allowed him to get that bomb down and try to get that 1v2 retake to happen.
Okay, looking like a full B rush now. Gonna be stopped by the Molotov here, sending one player here as well to go for the spam. Checking the smoke actually, you can see how disciplined he is by firing through it. He's looking for players on the other side of the gap. Oh, foot spotted, I think.
Oh, what a shot.
What a shot from
Time
Anony.
and time again, he keeps playing the same spot and he keeps getting punished for it. Big nades, big utility going to be sent towards that sandbag, but not really much damage being given away. But execution is on. Rifles are out. Tech 9s and upgraded pistols just running in towards the site, just rolling them down. That's exactly what you need. Bomb down in the lower side. Can they find one pick? Does anybody want to get aggressive? Does anybody want to give away their life? to start off this retake. Go for the boost here. Does he find anyone at all?
Oh, Rolex shifts again, but head spotted, going for the jump shot. It's so dangerous,
Yeah,
and they know they have to give it.
That might be the save here. Yeah, there it is. 4-4. MITH, they tie it back. Oh, man.
They're reading the map a little bit better this time. MITH, right? They were struggling on Inferno so much to kind of get a plan through. Here, you can tell this is where they've been practicing.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a bit more protocols here. There's a few more things they're way more prepped for.
You can tell they're rolling together as a squad. You know, like they're peeking out together. They've got the flashes coming in, and as soon as they swarm a site, they just go all in together, grouped up, man. It's just so difficult to deal with if you're Team Nemesis Asia. Once again, after winning that round, will put a little bit of a dent in the economy here of Team Nemesis Asia, but they are still able to buy up the AWP. Nice little flash, and Nade comes in perfect. Nade as well, doing so much damage. No, but the spray down doesn't come in at all. Rolex picking up 2. Derek and Malady, his teammate. 3 versus 3 now, but look at Kuma. Trying to find his way in towards the smoke, trying to be a criminal, but Rolex picks him up as well. This man is not only taking out the enemy, he's taking out his teammates as well. That's why nobody can stop him.
Oh man, that's impressive stuff from Rolex. Mix it up as well.
Wow.
For taking out his teammate, but Zooms and Winter, again, this is a dynamic duo over on the side of Nemesis. They can make dreams happen. They just have to be patient. They just have to play off each other. And it's so beautiful when they do. Oh, wide swing coming up from Rolex, and he's given a chance.
And what a nade as well. He has to go for the push. He has to try, and yes, he gets the shot. Does he have enough time?
Yeah, he does. He has the kit.
Oh, he has a kit. What in the world? I don't think he expected that at all. Sums making the right decision to just whip out the 5-7. And I think in that position, the 5-7 is definitely the best weapon to have that you could ask for as your side piece.
The best pistol in the game. Don't at me. I know the Deagle exists, but that's just for satisfactory reasons.
It's very, yeah. A Tech 9 though.
Yeah, that's also a bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let's be real. We had a whole meta at one point just for that, right? All right, over into mid now. It is smoked off, so they're going to be able to kind of take this position early. The only other way they can kind of fight this off is by going through playground, so this is why this angle is being watched here. But if he's not too careful, he can get wrapped by Fountain, but the timing is so good. He finds Rolex as well, swapping their weapons. Now they have to try and either fight forward or run back through the smoke.
Oh my goodness. What a molly there from Anauni to force Windsor off of that position. They do have the op again in the hands of Zums. Can he find an opening pick? He's been very, very strong with that AWP. They're just trying to stop. You know, every time he just falls back to a new position every single time. Now in towards connector, they actually have a very, very cheeky spot here. You can see Kuma in towards waters. They're not sure they're gonna expect it at all. He's good for one, but what a swing coming in there from Hyrule. Went for a bit of a pop-in swing there, for lack of better terms.
I mean, he might as well. He was so prepped to fire for the second guy, but a little bit too soon. Into the site now. We'll see if this causes any issues. Derek is still there to cause some chaos. And oh my gosh, this is so aggressive from Zoom. What is he doing?
Oh
This smoke with the knife. Has blocked the 5-7. They heard that knife go through, but Myrals can breathe a little bit calmly knowing that there was no murderer in the smoke.
Very ambitious effort.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, it's something you could have not done. You know, you could have waited for the rest of your squad maybe, but I think he saw the opportunity to go for a knife. He had the right timing, I guess. He thought he had it. But nope, he just did not have the right position. Oh man, and there we go. They've broken the economy of Team Nemesis Asia. Just insane stuff. They've got to keep this one rolling. MITH, they've been very, very back and forth, I guess you could say. They won the first 3 rounds and allowed Team Nemesis Asia to bring it back. And now, finally, they're showing some signs of life here in towards this map. Winter does find Zyvan here, in a towards connector, and they're getting aggressive. They want to find these players. Team Nemesis Asia, they've picked themselves an AK, and in the hands of Winter, it is going to be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, if there's anyone that can really maximize a weapon in a save round, it would be him. Gonna swap over the Deagle to his teammate. That's a good idea.
And look at where the AK is playing as well. He picked the correct positioning, and he got a nice little boost here, just towards Dumpster. Does spot Nanoni. Misses the shot, but does tag him down to about 21 HP. And now that they know where this AK is, the rest of the squad can slowly, confidently walk up towards this B site. Selling a massive, massive fake here. If he can find one here, that's going to be massive. Does give away some sound cues. Hello, guys? Did you not hear this? A spray down coming in, but they will get the trade. Could have been good for two.
I think they thought that was Winter. Because of the AK, I think they thought Winter was still behind them. Maybe, I thought they, okay.
But because of that, they picked themselves up another AK. It's 2 rifles, 4 players up against 3 players from MITH. Rolex has picked up the AWP. Can he find these shots? No, he can't. Malady gets the kill. Myros finds another one as well. It's a 1 versus 3. Impression by himself. Oh, time is of the essence, and I think at this point, he's got to go for the save, but Kobe comes in from the heavens. Says goodbye, but man, 6-5. Will it be 6-6 or 7-5? That is the question. MITH, they've got to win it out here.
What a messy round.
Yeah.
What a messy round. Yeah, I think they thought that was Winter, maybe just spamming through the smoke. They were like, it's just Winter. He has the AK.
Doing Winter things.
He's like guys, I'm rotating. Wait, what?
Oh, that could have gone messy though. Like it could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah.
For MITH, because they were able to pick up a second rifle. But dang, the amount of boost that you can do in overpass, you can get really, really creative.
I was gonna make that comment when I saw the boost happen in the save round with Winter and the AK. A bit ridiculous. So Zyvan has to be so careful. Gonna get rushed down. This is something new. So far, we've seen Nemesis kind of give Myth that area of the map, right? The staircase area hasn't really been fought for. Most of the time, they can kind of walk in here slowly. This time, though, way more aggressive.
Definitely changing things up. The flash coming in from the lower side. And oh my goodness, they just get completely wrapped here in towards this party position. Oh my, there was a flash from lower B all the way up.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Rolex not going to be ready for the deeper angle. 6-6, so very equal for both of these teams. A few mishaps here and there, but they're playing out of their minds. Winter is, especially.
Oh yeah, 90. That is just next level. This guy is not stopping.
Oh, our observer's having fun in the slide.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Go again. Go one more time. Aw. Alright, so into the pistol round. We're seeing a bit more utility here over on Nemesis, right? 1 flash, 2 smokes, Molotov. No utility on that side besides the 1 flash on my roll.
Yeah, no kit as well, so they have to make sure they win out these fights. But can they do it though? They do have some strong weapons here. I'm not sure if these are dualies or not. Yeah. And the 2 dualies players, they actually have the weapon, so they're going for the raid boss technique. Just like we saw previously in the previous map. Shots though coming in. Anony, beautiful tap here early on. Gets the second as well. Trying to show off his high firepower. It did not work out here in his favor as they do get the trade, but 2 for 1. They will definitely take those. They're definitely going to need it. Winter is down and out for the count. That leaves.
Yeah, Winter actually bought a P250 as well, so that's been swapped over now to Impression. Might help out, we'll have to see. They do have the dualies, the armor, so the P250 can hit a little bit harder than the Glocks, but you really just need to land that headshot and you're good.
Definitely, but I don't know, P250 for me is just, it's not, I just can't shoot with the P250. These guys are obviously pros. I can't compare myself to them.
That's why I use the 5-7. That's my crutch.
Just go for the simple taps, controlled, and now they're controlling and making their way towards this B side. I'm not sure whether or not he hears these. Oh, the flash does come in, does get goosed, but he's down to 91. Hold on a second. Kuma with the Glock, making it work. And there we go. They just continue raining these shots, headshot after headshot. They had the man advantage here, MITH, but instantly just caught off guard. Contact play towards that B side, and it's all my rolls by himself. Can he make it work? No. Impression will get the last headshot. What in the world? How did they turn that one around?
I don't know, maybe they heard me. I mean, I just said, hey, look, all the armor in the world on the pistol round dualies, if you just land the headshot, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did. That is for sure. Oh my word.
Our observer is having so much fun.
It's a little bit too much fun.
A whole party just for himself. You know what? It's okay. It's been a long day. I think maybe he deserves it.
Look at these
One more boost. Again, this is the triple boost over onto the other side for Party. So if anyone decides to come through, could be deadly. Might have spotted him. Yes, he does. What a shot. That's Winter going down too. What a big pickup.
They have definitely been doing their homework. They have definitely been watching a couple of setups here. I think that may be a very, very strong reason why they chose this map.
Slow crawl now into Monster. Have to be so careful. MP9 is going to ring out. Contact is going to get there. The flash is huge as well from Zooms, but Enemy is there to defend the site. Kuma goes down. They have to try to scramble to get their utility off. They have to scramble to get their space, because if they don't, they're just going to keep losing more players. Zooms goes down. Impression left 1v4.
Ooh, what can you do here? Impression has a little. It's definitely doable, but of course, you do not have the man advantage at all. If you can find these 1vx's, these 1v1s, then it's definitely a possibility. This man hasn't been looking too hot this whole game. He's good for one. Okay. It's going to be a good start here. We'll be able to smoke off the cross. But still, a 1v3, no smoke towards heaven. And that might be where the issue comes across. But oh, he just goes through his own smoke. Anani will be ready for that.
I was gonna say Anani is the biggest threat there, right? Seven was low. One, two shots would do him in. Rolex did not have armor, so Anani was the key target for him to find. But the slow push out the smoke, Anani was already sitting on there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
7-7, so very, very equal terms for both of these teams on this map. And I believe a timeout has been called as well for them to kind of talk about stuff.
Quite possibly. You've got to talk this one out. You know, you've got timeouts for a reason. You got to make sure you use them, even though you can't talk throughout the game. But using this timeout, not only can you talk about your strats, but you can also kind of slow down the momentum of the enemy team. You can use it to kind of just, you know, stop them from firing up, from heating up. And that's definitely one way to use it. But now we should be back in. Looking at the weapons that they have towards the MITH side. Rifles, MP9s all across the board. I've seen this happen before where these pistols can definitely make it work, especially in these guys' hands.
Does get Winter a little bit low here, so one of their bigger threats soften up. But utility is still going to be the issue, especially when it comes to the close range fights with these Tech 9s and these MP9s as well. Over onto the other side. Good headshot landed for Zaven, but Kuma lands the immediate trade. And they're losing a little bit more control on the map as well as they keep pushing in to the site. Bomb not planted just yet.
Bomb is down. Okay, hold on, my rolls. Finds one. They want to make this work. They want to go for the quick take, but it's just not working out here for them. Look at the HP that these two remaining players have. But he's run out of bullets.
He ran out of ammo.
He's run out of bullets. And Kuma with the P250 from long range. Shuts him down. Oh lordy. 8-7, Team Nemesis Asia somehow bring it back. They barely brought any weapons in towards that round.
This is a game of very, very small margins, somehow. We're only just on the second map.
That is just incredible. Tough. This is tough. Slowly, we're heading in towards the later stages of the game. There's going to be a lot of pressure because if MITH lose this, they're out of the tournament. And now the B hit is on. They're getting extremely aggressive, checking barrel, checking sight, using the MAC 10 to their advantage. They know that they're not going to have any armor, and they just run them down. But they do manage to pick up 2. They do manage to turn it into a 2 versus 3. But just looking at the weapons that they have, they've got a full-on USP, a Deagle, and oh, he may have just given away his sound cue, but this is land. They might have not heard it. Deagle trying to ring in some shots, but he's down to 19. That could be all she wrote. That could be the 9th here for Team Nemesis Asia.
We're gonna have to land 3.
So well read.
3 stunners. Not gonna happen. So, finally, a lead built again on the side of Nemesis. Made in Thailand have to respond very, very quick. If they don't, like you said, knocked out of the tourney.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, Team Nemesis is just playing so well. They read it. They knew exactly that MITH, they weren't going to be able to buy any weapons. They have to go for a full save. So they just grouped up together. They used their numbers advantage, used that MAC 10 to their advantage, and just went crazy. Ooh. Somebody was spotted there towards playground.
And again, the space is contested for, and they know that's an important part of the map that they need to take, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
That was just completely open before when Made in Thailand were playing on their T side. So they know if they can rush up into the space, they have options here into bathrooms. Maybe push out into long if they wanted to do a split hit, or go back the other way.
Definitely, and with that being out of the control of the CT side, they instantly just have to fall back towards site. Because if no one's watching your connector, then that toilet is completely open. Smokes do come in on towards that A side. They're trying to sell a bit of a fake here. See whether or not they can pull any sort of rotations. Utility, everything being thrown back. Oh, spots here. Impression gives away his position, gives away his body, but he will not get punished here for it. Time though, they've got to make up the decision, and yet they make their way towards this B side. Monster, lots of players going to be coming out here. Fama alongside the USP just holding it down, but they're going to get wrapped here. Oh my goodness, this MAC 10 is just been menacing.
Dude, Zooms has been such a master with all the weapons we've seen just in this series alone. He's on the AWP, he's on the rifle, he's on the pistol, he's on the submachine gun, he's on everything.
Yeah.
He's finding impact all the time.
Oh, a shot.
Quick swing out of Myrolls and Rolex. Left into this 1-on-3 for Zooms. He has to pull off the elbow here by the other side of the pillar. He lands that headshot as well. He can reposition over to the other side. He has to play ring around the rosy, but Anthony finds that angle first.
So close. He had to commit to the right side, and he chose correctly. 8-9, MITH, they are still in it to win it. They will be able to recover the WP as well, but man, difficult round there. We saw the shots coming in was just so clean, but I don't think he expected the third one to be there so quickly. Almost ran out of bullets as well, but nonetheless, decent effort here. Both squads here slowly now in round 18. One to somehow win it out, somehow close things out.
Oh, this is very quick as well to try and find some sort of spam damage to my fountain, but not going to be anything given. Kuma's down to a Tech 9 while the rest of his team has bought up, so we'll see if he's basically going to be the bait that gets sent in first, or if he's going to be the supporting element. things are going to come to a halt in the meantime. I think that's a good idea for the side of Nemesis.
Oh man, exactly. You just, what do you do now? I mean, you got to get somebody to lead the charge. You know, you got to, and I think that's what they've been doing most of the time. We've seen these Mac 10s in the hands of Zooms, in the hands of Derek, just finding that opening frag, creating so much chaos for the CT side, for MITH, and they just had no idea how to deal with it. But this nice little angle here, Rolex misses the shot. He wants to find one. He wants to find a pick at least. Do they have any flashes though? They have a single flash in the hands of Kuma, so the rest of the time they're going to be having to peek dry. And that's exactly what you do not want to do up against the likes of an offer. There we go, good for one. The rest of the squad in towards connector, making their way towards this B side now. Team Nemesis getting read like a book from MITH. The rest of the squad, the rotations should be coming in fairly soon. Nades, all types of support coming in here from Spawn, but they did not expect the player to be in towards barrels already. Malodi, good for one. Marvel's coming up for the second, and there we go. It's all Zooms. 1 versus 3 up in his hands. And yep, MITH will tie it back up. Oh man, nobody wants to give up.
I mean, for that round, that's a decision being made. I don't think there's a right or wrong for that one specifically, right? Because initially they were going to come through water, rush it down, but then the Molotov came in, it stopped their entire push, rotated around the other side, back into Monster all the way, and they had no more utility really to kind of set up for themselves. Winter was caught out in the open all the way by barrels, and he needed to get 2 there to make it successful.
Oh man. And there it is, you can see the economy broken from the side of Team Nemesis. They just bought a couple of upgraded pistols, and that's about it. And I think they just got to play it slow. It's either you stick together, go for a contact play towards either of the 2 sides. That's difficult. I mean, going to, oh, look at this boost that they're setting up here. Yeah, they always have something, man, these guys.
It's a map of surprises when it comes to the boosts, so we'll see if they have any more, but for now though,
yes they do.
Oh, maybe there's one more. Yeah, there is one more.
I can't even see what he's trying to look for.
He's looking for the cafe boost. The cafe boost was the triple boost we saw earlier.
Ah.
Over onto the party side, you're already at an elevated height, so you just need 2 people for that one. It's ridiculous though, this map.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to counter boost the boost.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fnatic
that's
really,
what it's known for.
Yeah, Fnatic really changed the map after that Olaf boost.
Yeah,
Alright.
Still 5 players together. They were able to find Sivan in towards connector, if I'm mistaken. If they can keep up this crazy push in and towards B together, then it's going to be a whole different story. But they got Malodi. Recently, he has been having a couple of rounds here, hitting his shots, making it look easy. Anoni's here as well. And yep, Malodi starting to heat up. And these is exactly the kind of eco frags you need to build back your confidence.
And Winter's not even going to test it. He doesn't have armor to fight for that, even if he wanted to go for it. To save the AK, go for the next round. This is going all the way for both of these teams. Double digits for MITH. They were here before. Let's see if they can actually close it out.
Yep. That's a lot of the problems with the Asian teams nowadays. You know, you always have a lead, but there's always a chance for a possible comeback. You know, we tend to joke a lot.
Yep. We love the art. Alright. I'm seeing the off on Rolex again one more time, but he's posted up all the way up at the long. So no aggressive position. Usually you might see him push up into Fountain to try and get an early pick, but he's not going to test it this time. I think with the scoreline so close, he doesn't want to risk it closing in. So playing a little bit more safer, letting his team handle all the security over on the other side. But again, another boost comes out. This time from Impression. Takes out Anony over by the other side of the site. And they're not even going to test it. They're going to make them panic, use up all the utility that they have, reposition, let them scramble to find an answer.
Yeah, that's a big kill as well. Taking down Anoni. He's one of those players that have been popping off on that on the B side with Melody. But slowly, like you said, just try to diminish the enemy team's, the CT's utilities. There we go. Molotov going to be used. They have a single flash and 2 nades left in the hands of Rolex and Myros. And the rest of the squad just slowly walking up. They're filled with utility. Flash going to be coming in though. Does he go for the peak? That's the question. The nade does come in from long. Oh, that's going to be a nice shot there from Rolex. Looking for one more. Oh, but he barely misses. Zooms. And Kuma will be able to find it. Open things up here on towards his A site. But where is the bomb? It's been dropped.
It's coming. It's coming. Taking the long road, but the longer this takes, we're going to have an issue with alert coming in. So if they're going to have to slow things down, really set up their crossfires. They don't even know the confirmation of where this next player is over by the bank.
Oh man. Slowly but surely. They both have the kit. Definitely doable with zooms. Here and ready. Simon good for one. Looking for one more, but of course they will create a crossfire. Double digits now for both these two teams. Round 21. We just got 3 more rounds here for either of these two teams. Oh man.
It's fighting for a lifeline for one team. This is be all end all. For Nemesis, this is a little bit more of a test for them.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Smoke setups as well. Try and maybe sell a bit of a fake out towards Fountain. Some movement there as well. Kuma's there by the stairs, but Rolex, Zivin find their opening. Spray
Oh my lord.
is going to be wrestled down by Derek. With low HP, I thought he was going to go down. He finds Zivin as well, so all of a sudden, things have been equalized. Immediately lost.
Oh yeah. 1v3 impression by himself. He hasn't really been having a great time here today, but definitely can make it up for it. Right here, right now in this clutch. But no, completely aware, completely ready.
Alright, closer and closer we get to a possible third map here, but Nemesis, I mean, they did the comeback before on Inferno, they can do it again here in a shorter time span, but this might go all the way into OT, possibly, if they just kind of keep doing the 1 round per team.
That's a tough thing, you know. Later, as we get into the final few rounds, economy starts to be an issue. You know, you're not able to buy a full armor, you're not able to get your rifle that you want, whether the smokes, the utilities, anything at all, and you can see that happening right now on the screen, towards the right side of the screen. It's just upgraded pistols, Tech 9, it's Eagle. Ooh, I think they might just be playing here for that overtime catch-up.
I'm thinking they're gonna go for B here. 3 smoke setup, you have the Molotov here, that should be a dead giveaway that they might want to molly the barrels towards the back. Maybe sell the smokes first up into A. We'll see.
There's multiple setups, you know.
Okay, utility all gone. Now we'll see if they can land the shots needed. So
Slowly,
yeah.
slowly but surely, they're gonna have to walk up. They have to contact, you know. I hope the Beagle is leading the charge as well. It's definitely going to be helpful. Yeah, Winter is seeing find a headshot here. Shadow has been spotted, but nope. Good for 1, good for 2, but that's going to be all she wrote here for the rest of them. Rolex is here. He's got the op in his hand, and we know how dangerous this man can be when there's an op in his hand. 12 rounds, 2 match points here for Made in Thailand.
This is their way back into this. Force it into a third map affair, essentially, is what they need. For Nemesis, though, it seems like the fire has been put out a little bit. We'll see if they can maybe find something left in the tank to push it all the way and secure a 2-0 for themselves, but this is it. This is all they have for this round.
That is not looking great. Not looking great at all for Team Nemesis Asia. But MITH showing exactly why they deserve to be here, exactly why they chose this map. They're calm, they're controlled. Oh man, tons of damage done to Maladi. Got to use their utilities. The flash does come in and oh, somehow gets a long range spray through the smoke.
That's the first step needed. Derek's already low as well.
Oh, hold on.
And they find Derek back the other
Oh.
way. That's so rough as well. Nearly getting his head taken off there by the boost.
Oh.
But Myrolls just comes in swinging from the stair side. Tries to go for a little bit more, but Zooms is going to have that handled, but he's been knocked down to 12 HP. Impression is the healthiest player here against 4 CTs that are very, very still strongly suited for their jobs here. Amaladi taking the deeper angle by the Greats here. Backed up by Zivin, so even if he goes down, there's going to be a re-swing over to the other side, but shoulder spotted already, made in Thailand. They are doing this, and Impression
my goodness.
gets executed. MITH avenge themselves, essentially, for their own overpass after the first best of 3 of the day. 13-10. A reversal of what happened to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Nemesis Asia almost picked up a reverse sweep of their own. It was 3-0 for MITH, and they were able to kind of bring it up. And then MITH we kind of just kept challenging them, and it just made it work. Insane stuff here from MITH. We will be heading in towards the final decider map. I mean, it is just going to be difficult here. They've been here the whole day.
Yeah. 3 maps for every single team on the broadcast and even off the broadcast. I'm not too sure about the Galantigos match though, so we're gonna have to check in on that one. But as far as I know, every single team that has played today, just on the day 1, yeah, they're going through it. They're either going through it or they are fighting their absolute butts off to be here.
Every single team, 2-1, 2-1. It's a best of 3. They want to go all 3 maps.
We're gonna see like 17 different booths in the highlights alone. It's just the way this map is like designed. It's the way the map has kind of been treated by the players, right? The evolution of the boosts being allowed, stacking onto your shoulders as well. The triple boost on the side of Cafe, double boost on the side of the ply wall here. That's your opening frags usually. And there's still probably like 5 more boosts that exist that we didn't even see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those boosts I haven't seen before, and I was so shocked because back then boosts were quite the thing in Overpass. I think it was one team. I think it was Fnatic or the Olaf Meister boost, right?
The Olaf boost, yeah, the Fnatic boost.
That's the one. That was insane stuff. So everything kind of just came back to me like, oh yeah, the Overpass.
Yeah,
is that map? Oh man.
Yeah. So, yep, that is going to be that map 2 wrapped up. Made in Thailand have given themselves a lifeline back into this tournament. 1 more map for the broadcast for the day. We'll catch you after the break. Stick around. You won't want to miss it. welcome back to the Odyssey Cup. One last map, one last match, and boy, it has been a very stressful affair for all the teams that have joined us today. Every single one of them have fought tooth and nail on stream and off stream to get where they are in the brackets, but unfortunately someone does have to go home today, and it's either going to be Nemesis or it's either going to be Made in Thailand. I'm Lord Caliber, joined with me is FaZe. We'll run you through the final map, but first we'll give you a little bit of a recap of what happened in the first two. So, what happened in that first map in Inferno?
Inferno, basically, it was basically MITH winning out the first 4 rounds, and after that, it was just a complete 180 here from Team Nemesis Asia. They were able to show exactly why they chose that map and just went completely nuts, winning it 13-5. They won 12 rounds in a row, and then MITH was able to win their 5th round, and they just completely closed it out. Yeah, it's just insane stuff. A full 180, like I said, and just completely different though when it came to Overpass. MITH, very, very smart. I think both these two teams, they kind of had a very strong understanding of Overpass. We saw some boosts coming up all across the map from that A side to B side, and it even caught me off guard.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they chose that map. It's basically revenge for themselves, right? They had ended it against Deep Cross at 10. They were so close to making their comeback before Deep Cross completely shut that out of their heads. So they can finally show their tactics, their full-on tactics of what they can do on that map here today. Over on the other side, it seems that Galacticos and Oasis are somehow still ongoing.
Yeah, that's crazy. That must be a long, long map. I mean, OT or
probably
something.
OT.
Yeah, that's crazy because we've already finished 2 maps and they haven't even finished their second. So it must be quite the affair that they're having. So if you guys are interested to see what is going on over there, it's definitely, you're going to have to come here to Cool City Mall and visit the Orange Esports Cafe. But don't worry, even though it is our final match today, we're going to be here tomorrow and the next day as well. So we got 2 more action-packed games, so make sure you guys do come by. But no more talking. Let's get into this map. Let's get into Mirage. This is a do or die for either of these 2 teams, so Lord, we'll see how they perform. They've got to bring out their best, to bring out their all.
Mirage being the decider has always been a staple of this esport. If it's not Mirage, it's Inferno. But we already had Inferno for breakfast for this best of 3, so it's only fair that this is dinner. Speaking of dinner, it is heading into that time now. This is a full day of just games. I mean, it's ridiculous. All these teams, I just have to bring it up over and over again. The tenacity, the resilience to be fighting here still late into the night when they can.
Since the morning, since 12 p.m. 12 p.m. was the first game. It's all the way now, 8:30, 8:40. It's been 8 hours, 8.5 hours, almost 9 hours. And they are starting it off here towards this B side. Team Nemesis Asia heading in with the Eagle, but they are just getting shut down by MITH. They do manage to even things out. The equalizer does come in, and it's a 3 versus 3 on this B site. Oh, hold on a second. Look at the positioning that they have here in towards Apps. I'm not sure whether or not they expect this, or whether or not they realize they're facing each other in towards the smoke. Shots now, left, right, and center. They do even, it's still a 2 versus 2, and there we go. Finally, he will get wrapped. Man, Impression by himself, just delaying as much as he can. He has another 6 seconds to delay. Can he make it work? Duel in his hands with Myrals. They go for a smart peek together. 2 versus 1. Instant push. Take him out. Go for the defuse. And MITH again win out the first round. That's been the narrative for the past 2 matches. MITH always winning out the first. They're always winning out at least 3 rounds before Team Nemesis can have a say in it.
Yeah, it's a very scary game coming out from Nemesis in that sense, right? It's like a chess master just kind of watching, seeing what you're gonna do, and then they're gonna adapt forward, learn everything that you've thrown at them for just the 3-4 rounds, and then go ahead and play out. But again, Mirage is a bit more of a neutral map, right? Usually this is more of a mechanics-heavy map these days, right? You have the usual strategies, your usual smokes. There's not too much innovation in this map anymore.
Yeah.
We've been here for 10 years.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not a lot has changed about it as well. You know, we see a lots of maps being.
They've added
reworked.
one bench in the middle.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess that's it. That's
Yeah.
it. We see Train is just completely reworked. You know, so much changed about it. And here, there it is. That's the bench we've been speaking of.
Let's go,
That one
bench.
insane change. But yeah, lots of strats still the same. You can either take control of mid. You gotta make sure you smoke off nest. So the op is not a threat, but nonetheless, they go for a fourth in the hands of Team Nemesis Asia. They brought out 2 rifles. They brought out a Mac 10, 2 Eagle, and a Tech 9 to work with as well. So very, very aggressive and a very dangerous round that MITH has to watch out for. Oh,
Wait.
damn.
Did he see the smoke pickup?
Oh,
I thought he saw the smoke pickup. There was a smoke on the floor. It disappeared right in front of him.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Maybe it's too late. You know,
Yeah.
maybe it's too late in the day. These tiny details are going to slip past these guys. I thought that's why he was slowly creeping in the corners. Like, oh, he saw him. He saw him for sure.
Dang.
Over on the other side, the Famas spray is going to be good for Malady. One more. Yeah, he's good with the USP as well. Lands that headshot. Oh, and that's an even
What a
better shot
shot.
coming out from Zyvan as well. So, all handled by MITH. And like you said, still very normal for them to pick up these first few rounds. Nemesis only starts to power up around round 4 or 5.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with that force buy, losing this one, you know, it's definitely going to have to get Team Nemesis Asia to go for a bit of a half buy as well. You know, just get some upgraded pistols. We'll see what you can do from there. No armor at all. Single armor in the hands of Zums. Let's see whether or not he can do anything with that Tech 9. Very, very dangerous weapon to have in their hands. Molotov sent it straight towards A main. Of course, they did not want anybody to be lurking there. Nonetheless, very, very spread out. They want to find picks across the map. And look at the aggression that's going on. Myrals pushing up towards the top of middle. Insane stuff. Good
Eagle.
for two, and he somehow stays alive as well.
Oh!
Yeah, never mind. Spoke too soon. Impression though, does manage to find one. Picks up the AK. Can he find one more? Just lurking around the corner. There it is, Rolex. Ooh, Rolex has been pretty quiet though the past 2 games, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of went quiet on that first one. Wants to really try and pick up his pace for his own team here because this is do or die. If they don't succeed here, they're out. And Nemesis, it's looking like they're powering down, but again, I'm going to give them at least 2 more rounds to show something because that's usually when they start to come in. Full guns bought up here as well, all utility in the belt. We'll see. It usually starts with Winter or Zooms picking up something crazy. And that's a shot and a half to come through right into connector. And there's Winter. He's activating now. Enemy goes down. There might be a little bit more, but again, another shot rings out. That's Derek. What a sharp shot as well. There's sharpshooters everywhere on the server. This is what I mentioned about Mirage. There's only so many smokes and nades and flashes you can throw in the 10 years we've been here. It's just going to be straight down to the mechanics at some point.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see the firepower of Thailand. The Thailand players, they are just super incredible when it comes to these crispy shots, these flicks, making it look so easy. But yeah, it's all impression by himself. 1 versus 3, and it's a very, very passive angle from the side of Zeven, and he will get taken out. 4-0. If they can keep this momentum up, they can definitely break through this curse. This 180 curse that they've been pulling off for the past 2 maps.
We'll have to see. We will have to see. Because it kind of just seems that Nemesis was just really, really prepped on that map. They were just reading it really, really well. Now all of a sudden, Made in Thailand have just kind of activated in all cylinders when they can. It's hard to deal with them when they power up this late.
Indeed, here we go. Execution on towards this A site, the classic smoke towards Fauna, towards Triple, towards stairs, and here we go. That's going to be a nice opening pick there from Kuma, showing exactly how dangerous this Tech 9s are. Straight up, right in front of you, close quarter combat, one shot, headshot is a kill. Bomb is down, and nades are going to be coming in. We'll see whether or not they decide to swarm spawn, and yes they do! Zums and Kuma finding some picks of their own. They just brought a couple of Tech 9s in. And these M4s, the op did not have anything to answer with.
MITH have a 4-round curse.
Yeah.
They have a 4-round buffer before everything starts going wrong.
Maximum 4 rounds.
Alright guys, we'll get our 4, and then we'll see what happens.
Oh man, that is just tough. Maybe they can call a timeout now and then rethink everything, you know?
Maybe. The timeout was called quite early on last time, and I think that helped them a lot. Ooh. If Impression had gone down there, that would have been rough. Alright, so weapon saved over as well. 2 M4s, 2 AKs now being bought up. Off in the hands of Zooms. Rolex is going to have an answer to that as well. Anani is going to have to play supporting element here with the MP9, so he's probably going to be off on B.
Ooh, and they make it work with this though. Looking at the money, you can see Team Nemesis Asia, they've got quite a lot of money here in the board, and they have something similar. They want to go for a rinse and repeat. If it worked once, we can definitely do it again. Smoke towards top of middle, smoke towards Ness as well. Trying to push, trying to pull anybody here towards middle. And look at this. They do have the molly. They put the nade as well to disperse anyone from getting close. So they have an idea of that someone is in the smoke. And oh my goodness. Good for one. Finding another one here, Rolex. But my Rolls is here, and they are holding it down at the fort. Holding it down. None of these players can make their way on towards the path. This A side. Good opening kick. Good shot though coming in from Impression. Definitely going to show some signs of life. They thin down the numbers. And look at this, the rotation already coming in hot.
This is all the way around the world that they have to go through. And they have to be so careful as well, because they've already stacked the site. There's a health issue with Rolex. They're 11 HP. Bogdan's Law, sure. Granted, he was the one with the op in the first place, so it's not swapped to him. But he can hold the tightest angles. He should be fine. Zooms has to wait for Impression too. So the longer they stay here in Abs, the longer it will give them the idea for MITH to say, okay, they might not be coming here.
Yeah, definitely not. But I like what they did there in Palace. Team Nemesis Asia, they threw the Molotov towards balcony and threw a nade inside the smoke that was there to see if anyone got forced in towards that Palace position. So just those small little things are kind of what separates us noobs against those pros up there on the stage. So incredible.
Hey now, we're retired on the caster.
Yeah.
We had our time.
Us retired pro players, you know.
All right. Old histories aside, let's see if any new parchment of events can be made in Thailand here. Nice little boost up here, and we've already left overpass, so we have a little bit more left.
No, he doesn't.
Has to be so careful. Man. Oh, they find Impression as well. Left to Zooms. 1v3 with the off. Time is running down.
That's going to be tough.
2 HP for Amality. He has to find it. Swings out with the Tech 9. I think the defuse is just going to be held. Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
So well placed. Those mollies just forcing him back. He did not have an angle to play with at all. Could not go for the peak. And well, instantly, MITH, they win it back. Their money was in a bit of trouble there. So thank goodness that they were able to keep at least a couple of players alive here to help boost it up slowly but surely, because CT side, you know, you spend a lot more money for weapons, for utility, for the kit as well. And now
Nemesis have to bank on Winter coming online. Zooms is already doing as much as he can, but CT side off, you know, it can be very tricky to find those angles first, because CT side off, you can just sit there at the angle first and just kind of wait.
It's very difficult.
You have to pull off some crazy flicks, some crazy peaks and timings. And there's only very few offers nowadays that can even pull it off, especially in this format with the rounds being so close down with MR12, right? So the off is even more expensive. it's even more of a luxury.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man. Still dwindling. The bomb though has made, they did send some pressure towards this B side, but now they've come back. They want to change things up a little bit. They sent the pressure towards short as well, so they're thinking they've got to stack a couple of more players towards that B side, thinking it's going to be a wrap from that apps position plus that B short. But here we go, the execution on towards this A side. Can they find those picks? Spotted. Going for a jumping play there. Very, very smart to keep himself alive, but off still in his hands. Derek will find Anoni on towards side. And look at that. One player in towards jungle, a player in towards that B short position. What can you do? Completely safe from this CT. I mean, oh, they do actually get the bomb ladder. And oh my goodness, Rolex Spirals. These guys are not stopping. Can they keep the ball rolling? 1 versus 3. Impression by himself. Loss of HP, but oh, Myros will keep this streak going. That was pretty impressive. I mean, Myros getting the spam through the box, through triple, to be able to stop the plant. And Rolex following up with that kill in towards A main. Just insane stuff. Grouped up together, and I really thought Team Nemesis Asia would have had that. You know, their positioning is just insane.
They would have. They absolutely would have if Zooms didn't let go of that position. He had to let go of that line down to ticket booth to smoke another angle.
Oh man.
If he held that for 3 more seconds, Rolex peeks out. And speaking of peeking out, Winter, he's done. If he wants to try and bring this back for his team, he has to get super aggressive. Zooms is setting him up with the flash as well, but being knocked down, Derek being knocked down now as well.
That's too easy for Rolex. You have to go for the flash. You have to help your team with the utilities, and look at what's happening in towards connector. Already 2 players in towards connector, and they did not expect this at all. It's going to be smoked off. There is a player towards stairs, but of course the trade will come in instantly. And Malodi can't really do much at that point. You're stuck by yourself.
Just run and save. CT economy. Very, very unfriendly when you're down in the dumps like this. So maybe they found a loophole. Maybe they found something a little bit here on mid. Maybe some pressure there. Because so far we've only really seen Nemesis go into apartments or go for a straight palace hit alongside with a split coming in from ramp. We haven't really seen them go for straight mid hits, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, the last time we saw a team do straight mid hits over and over and over again was back in the qualifiers, right? Because this is to be expected of, I guess, teams of that range. But up here, you can't just go for dry fights all the time. You're going to get flashed, you're going to get naded. Someone's going to have a disadvantage in the duels at mid, but I think Nemesis might actually have to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's important. You have to work together as a team. You've got to make sure you use whatever necessary to kind of make your way in towards the side. But man, that previous round, that connector hit, I didn't even see it coming. You know, that's how good it was. Yeah. Oh man.
You could say it left a lasting impression on you.
Oh, maybe.
I'm sorry, it's late. It's late.
Oh lordy. 6-2 though. Again, they want to go for an execution. They send the 2 smokes out middle, keep the players guessing. There it is. Molotov comes in. The nade not going to be dispersing the smoke, but oh, he stays alive somehow. Winter still alive after that headshot. But now you've got to be very, very careful. It's going to be an army of Thai players ready and waiting for you on towards that A site. Already quickly rotated, and oh my god, a bit of slow motion there. Shots from Derek and Kuma to take down the player towards stairs. 2 versus 3, and oh man, is it messy.
Kuma only had 3 more shots left in that AK before he had to reload. He needed to hit that shot. More nade damage coming in for Derek as well. He's not having a good game. But neither are Zooms and Winter. They're getting taken out so fast every time on every single entry. Made in Thailand are so strong in holding their positions. And they don't even do it that cleanly. They do it so messily, so it's just so chaotic, right? I mean, you saw, the dead man here right in front of your screen.
Yep.
Like,
R.I.P.
he was there. He's hiding in Palace, drops down, smokes himself. But that little bit of time that causes the issue of the smoke pluming and all the T's crossing up into Tetris Now all of a sudden they have to call out, guys, we can't push in. We have to clear the first triple boxes here. We have to clear firebox. We're going to die if we all go in. And that's enough for the rotation to come in and shut down everything else.
Yeah, MITH, they just thrive in the chaos. There's not a lot of teams can do that. Beautiful flash coming in from his teammate there. And wow, this is the MITH we know and love. This is what we want to see. Aggressive, chaotic, full-on firepower. And look at my rolls. 13 kills and 6 deaths. Completely shutting down Team Nemesis. Winter can't even breathe, it's too cold.
Not enough supplies to the last winter. I'm sorry, I keep doing puns. It's getting a little bit too cooked here.
Man, don't you worry. Keep
All
it
right.
up.
7-2. Made in Thailand are making this look so convincing so far. And again, Nemesis, they don't really have any answers to this just yet. This is the thing I wanted them to try out a little bit more, which is kind of get a little bit more mid-control. But look, they're defaulting again to the apartments. And if they lose out that first fight, I don't think they go through.
See how this goes. What do they have here in terms of utility? They've got the AWP in their hands of Zooms. They've got a flashes to work with. Molotovs, okay. And there it is. The B hit might be on their way. Wrapped towards B short, so they have to be very careful. They've got to worry about multiple angles at the same time. Malaudi has smoked himself off. And there we go. Mac 10 is going to do the Mac 10 things, but Myros is here, picking up his 15th kill, looking to shut down this attack. But he will get shut down himself. Rolex, AWP in his hands. He has to fall back. He has to keep this one alive because they do not have money. No money at all. So he has to keep this AWP alive. But I don't think Impression wants him to. He's just hunting. He wants to look for him, and yes, he does. 7-3, and this might be where it gets a little bit difficult here for MITH because the money ain't looking too good.
And this might be their way in here. But again, I can't really count on MITH and their eco rounds because they usually have something up their sleeves. I'm seeing a P250 being bought up by Enemy, 5-7 armor, and a flash for my rolls. So we might see an explosive play here. Over on the side of Nemesis, though, they know they don't really have to force the issue too much, right? Because they might be running to a stacked site, but they're taking as much space as they can, knowing that they're at the advantage here with the economy.
Slow and steady, as they should be. As they're aware, Team Nemesis, they know they've broken the economy here of Made in Thailand. So they do not want to give any free kills away. We're already into the later stages of this first half. Team Nemesis Asia wants to get as close. Preferably they want to get 5 to close it out pretty decently on the T side of a CT-sided map. But yeah, lurking up now. Does he expect... Oh, spots out the player. There we go. I don't know if he expected a lot more. Ooh, Impression so clean. We've seen the Winter show. This time around, Impression is his show to come up with, and he's looking flicky. He's feeling it. You can tell. There we go. That's the third. Looking for the fourth and picking up. Can he pick up the 5th? That is the question. Oh, so close.
So very close, but that was still impressive. He was just turning everywhere on a swivel. AK on the floor is available for his last player, but he's going to get taken out by Zooms actually all the way from the other side. Yeah, Impression was having none of that.
Yeah, you can tell he was starting to feel it from the way he moves his mouth, from the way he has those micro flicks, and it's just one of those flow state feelings, and it's one of the best ever. One of the best feelings you can feel. You know, everything is just going your way, every little flick. And now, final round of this first half. AWP in the hands of Zooms, of course. They've got a decent amount of rifles, but no, look, Impression keeping up the form. The rest of the team, Nemesis Asia, putting their names across the board, taking down a Made in Thailand here to 2 players.
Well, better late than never, if anything. Amaldi is there to say hello to Winter, so issue is still not done yet. 3v2, this is still very, very doable. 2 smokes on the side of Made in Thailand, so they can still kind of play around that if they need to. And again, it's Rolex and Amaldi left here. Still very, very doable. They have to win out these first fights. On the drop down, it's going to be super lethal. Flashes are going to be used, Molotov as well. There's that first drop, but it's going to be Derek. He was so not ready.
Okay, then. You can go ahead and do that, I guess, but now 1v3, 1v2 now as Rolex picks up one. Ooh, there we go, 7-5. Decent half there for both these two teams. We really thought Made in Thailand was going to be running away with it, you know, but of course, Team Nemesis Asia, once they're able to adapt and understand how Myth plays, they will slowly come back. And now the sides have been swapped. CT side here for Team Nemesis Asia. A lot of people would prefer it. We'll see whether or not Nemesis Asia can bring this back, can make things a little bit more interesting.
Kind of similar strategy as well. We're seeing double dualies, armor up as well. It's flash. Mid contact made.
Already. Lots of these players making their way towards middle. Full control given. And that's something you have to be very, very careful for because he's going to get wrapped. Coming in from connector, coming in from next. He's good for one. Oh, no.
Don't let him get away. Don't let him get away with murder. That's crazy.
He stayed alive for so long somehow.
Way too long. Because now all of a sudden the CTs are going to come in and start flushing in. They had the window there. They had to get those kills super fast. If not, that's exactly what happens. A game of seconds. In Counter-Strike, it's microseconds.
And like we said, the easiest shots are usually the hardest ones to hit when they're right in front of you. But man, my roles now, he has been playing so well. 16 and 9 here. But gets shut down by Impression, who is 15 and 9.
And I just heard someone shout over on that side of Nemesis table, so you're letting them back into the game. Suddenly, that 7-2 scoreline shifts into a 7-6 scoreline. It's something may or may not happen. That's the thing. But I mean, Impression is doing such a good job. He's leading the team the way that he has to, by example.
Impressive, man. Impressive by Impression and the rest of the squad. But now, MITH, they want to get this done and dusted. It is a bit of a half fight here for them. They want to go crazy towards short. Rolex does find one, but look at this. Not expecting Winter to make his way in towards underpass. And again, Myrol's by himself in towards that B side. Tech 9 in his hands, trying to get these taps at long range, but eventually he does get it.
I'll give Myrol's that one. I mean, I don't think even I would hit that. That's too far.
Yeah,
at some point, I think I stopped giving a darn at some point.
I just turn around, throw my Tech 9 over there.
I'm just like, no, I'm just going to go next round, man. So props to him for fighting all the way. I mean, he's fighting. 17 and 11 for him.
Crazy.
But Impression is catching up. He's 17 and 10 at the moment. He's leading the way that he needs to. But, okay, now we have the 2 MP9s over this side. And you're starting to see this pattern come up now. All of a sudden, Nemesis are activating in all cylinders. They're trying to be more aggressive. They need to, I think, disrespect the space that Made in Thailand are trying to keep for themselves. And the moment they find that window in, they take more fights. They use the chaos and keep re-peeking, keep smoking, keep peeking everything. Run MITH down.
What can they do, man? I mean, just look at what they have here. They all are stacked again, time and time again, towards middle. And they are just getting slowed down. Instantly just deleted like that. And it's been mid quite a few rounds in a row now. Maybe it could change things up now, but it is the buy round. Op is out in the hands of Rolex. Everybody will be able to buy up their rifles. They will have their utilities. Something can be changed. But Team Nemesis, again, another 180-degree turn from being down to now being up in the lead. Just incredible. It just catches up just like that.
Yeah, this would be a heartbreaking way to lose it for Made in Thailand. Holding such a confident lead only to lose it like this. At this point, Nemesis are... I don't even think they're running on adrenaline. I think they're running on cortisol, whatever is left in their tank, man. They're just running on fumes, but it might be enough to carry them over the line. We'll have to see. Smoke's coming out. He's going to break it open with a nade, I think. No, he's just going to check it deep. Does give him the chance to reposition over by the stairs, so if he wants to hold it, he could, but Winter's going to go back the other way, because I think he gave a step.
For the sound cue that he's making his way towards stairs, instantly making his way back towards jungle. But look at this positioning by Impression. They hit it towards ladder room. Just instantly just shut down Al Malari. No idea at all. The rest of the squad, you can see what's happening in towards the map. Such a massive, massive flank coming in from Derek. They have no idea.
That is a counter-terrorist chasing a suspect. If
Look at
you're
Derek.
looking at the map.
Look at Derek.
Look, he's just going. Derek finds the two. Impressive stuff for him. Yeah, Nemesis. They're getting louder and louder every round.
Yes, sir. You can tell they have the momentum. They have it in their favor. And they are vibing as a team. As they're completely just shutting down MITH here. That was missed by round. You know, they had the utility, they had the smokes, but they just weren't hitting their shots at all. You've got to call a timeout at this point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's spiraled so far out of control for MITH. You had such a good lead, now all of a sudden it's just being taken. It's literally being ripped away from you right now with the way Nemesis is playing, and it's just Impression, kind of just. I don't know. For them, it must be terrifying. We have the privilege of seeing this on X-ray and seeing where he's going. For them, over the past few rounds, think about it, right? He's just appeared in like the most random of places, and he just gets one or two.
Oh man. Down, but not out just yet completely. For Myth. Got some upgraded pistols, and okay, they're going for the mid play again. It hasn't been working. The Zombs as well takes down Rolex towards A main, and it's just slowly shutting it down.
I think they were trying to do what Nemesis were doing. Nemesis did that. It worked. They tried to do it. Zooms was already watching that angle.
True. There we go. B hit comes in anyway. They want to go ham. They've got the Tech 9s, but they got the Deagles. But on the other hand, hold on a second. I was going to say they had the rifles, but they're making it work here.
They don't know
with those
here.
upgraded pistols.
Oh, he lands that headshot right through the smoke. That's all they need. He has to pivot around, runs out of ammo. Virals and Anthony find their pick as well. All of a sudden,
hold on a
it's
second
up
now.
to Derek for this. Here's the footsteps coming in. Has to stay a little bit quiet. Has to play this a little bit stealthily. The other player has kind of shifted over, and they're not here together. They can't get that trade, but they do. Anthony rings out the op all the way from the other side and made in Thailand.
Big round there by Anthony. He was pretty quiet all throughout this whole game. I think he just picked up a 4K or maybe 2 or 3K there, because last I saw he was 2 and something, you know, just completely shut down, but he is back. And maybe that might have been the missing piece of the Myth puzzle.
Getting one more player to power up at this stage, this late, might be the key for Myth to really just push this and grab this for themselves. Meanwhile, though, Nemesis, they're all slowly powering up. Winter is technically not even in the game yet. He's performing well, right? He's a supporting element at this point for this match. But if he wakes up, then all of a sudden, made in Thailand, they're going to have to scramble for more answers, but the fights are coming through so cleanly. Derek finds one more. He's going to spray right through the smoke. Sees Anthony right there as well.
Oh my goodness.
Ivan goes down as well. Rolex flicks upwards by the stairs, takes out Derek. That was the issue. That was the turret down. But he's surrounded all in front of him.
Oh man, Derek. Just insane. Just slowly already. Couple of rounds later, he's slowly catching up. He's got 17 kills. And you can see that he is powered up. He could have easily went for a reload, but he knew that he was feeling it. And I gotta go for one more peek. Let me see what I can get. And actually picks up the third as well. Oh man.
The age-old lesson every single FPS gamer knows. Swap to your secondary. It's way faster in reloading.
He said, nope, I got this.
I got it. Dies to Rolex though, but it's okay. It's the statement. It's the practice. It's the theory. Rolex just has to save this off, try and carry it over into the next round. It was looking like, I believe that was Zooms, or someone's up there trying to possibly hunt him down here. Yeah, this is Zooms. He's waiting. If Rolex comes through here, he might be done. Peak barrel spotted.
He knows.
He knows.
He's been
Rolex
spotted.
Slowly clearing, slowly clearing. Oh, but he misses the shot and Rolex hits the no-scope instead.
That's
Ooh.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
But they do have a lot of money here. You know, Derek, 10K in the bag. He easily drops Zooms if he wanted to. But yeah, just insane stuff here.
And that was really close to a disaster too, because if Zooms had timed that correctly, Rolex goes down, he loses the op, he dies after time.
That's a good point. That would have been insane. That would have been a big, big hit to his economy. Oh yeah, hit control once again. Nades, smokes, utilities, mollies just being thrown everywhere. Do they want to go for a run boost? Yes, they do. Oh no, not a run boost, sorry, just a regular boost. In towards connected, that's a very, very nice angle, and I might just catch Winter. Nope, not gonna fall for it.
He's feeling it. He felt something wrong.
Oh, but Kuma though,
yeah,
takes down Zyvan in towards Apps. This is getting a little bit dicey because double digits have already been confirmed here for the side of Team Nemesis Asia.
That's such a dangerous flash. If Winter was still there, he could have really just played off of it, maybe get one, and that's the off done and out, but they're not going to test it just yet. They know with the way that they have this man advantage, they're forcing Made in Thailand to make a step here. They have to overstep and get a refrag, a trade somewhere else on the map, and there it is. Rolex finds it over into Zooms. That's the op down as well, so they're going to have to scramble with the rifles. Again, 3 deagles and an op. It's nothing but precision asked for Made in Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, precision is something that they can bring to the game when it comes to shooting people in the head. Definitely not something that they're afraid of doing. Still, 4 versus 4. Can they find a player in towards Palace? That's going to be a big key to this hit. But oh my goodness. Just sandwiched. So what can you do now? Kuma, Winter, and Derek just holding it down. It's 11 points.
I'm starting to see some nervous ticks coming through the faces of the Myth Boys there. I mean, yeah, you're leading this a little bit. Only 1 round, you've really gone past the 7. Nemesis are bringing this back. Not as crazy as the Inferno one, but this is still crazy considering this is going all the way.
What was it, 5-7 at the end of the first half? Oh man, that is tough. That is just tough. It's like when Team Nemesis are on the CT side, they are just a complete wall. You know, you can't do much, you can't break through the wall. And there we go, Maladi does manage to find a hole. Does manage to find an opening. And wants to look for more. I don't know, I'm sure if they're going to expect 2 players in towards the underpass position though. Winter does fall back, but to be able to find that second. Zooms with the op. Do they expect it? So much smoke's being used, they only have a single smoke left for an actual execution. In the hands of Zyvan.
1 more smoke in Zyvan's hands, but that might not be enough, and he's passed it over to Rolex as well, so that means, what, is Zyvan going to go and entry frag this?
Where will you smoke? That is the question.
No, now it's being passed to Merrill. What is happening?
They're playing hot potato with that smoke.
Yeah, they've thrown the Molotov and smokes over to 2 different players.
Okay.
We'll have to see. Slowly creeping up. This might be doubt. I don't know. Or this might be the greatest decision that they can pull off here. There's still a bit of an angle left. It's been blown open. Oh, the flick upwards was a nice attempt, but not going to land. Not going to hit it just yet. We might be going into this post plan. And yes, we are. 5 men alive still for Made in Thailand, but only a singular flash.
Oh, man. Can they make it work? Here it is. Flash comes out. Nobody blinded at all. Impression is going to be able to find one. The trade does come in. 3 versus 4. Off. Rolling in, but it's not going to be able to connect this shot at all as the rest of the squad just chimes in. tries to flood that site. They do manage to find one as they make their way in. But time is of the essence. They've got the kit to work with as well, and nobody's covering him at all. Impression, though, does find one. Last player standing, and do they have time? Yes, they do. Match point. Team Nemesis Asia looking to take MITH to the airport.
Series point for Nemesis. Comeback after comeback seems to be the way they like to play. 22-11. Impression,
Wow.
living up to his name,
Yeah.
is just copying playstyles at this point. He's showing that he studied Rolex at least.
I mean, he's one of the players that have a lot of experience.
Yeah.
You know, especially when it comes to LAN, he can definitely prove that he's still got it. You know, LAN doesn't affect him at all. He's not just an onliner. He's here to win. He's here to play. Unfortunately, he is in the lower bracket, but when his back's against the wall, he will perform. No amount of pressure can crack this man. But now, MITH, they've got to win 4 rounds in a row to bring it back, to take it to OT. And they've grouped up towards middle, towards underpass. They boost. Ooh, that spot though, Amaladi. Actually towards short. 3 players there ready and waiting. Down but not out just yet. MITH ringing the bells.
A bit of nervousness as well for Zooms. He was not expecting his whole squad to get wiped out just like that onto the defense. They have to give it up. They have to just play the safe. They cannot lose these weapons. Yeah, they can still buy into it, but you might as well just save that money to drop for your teammates. You know, go for your nades and everything. I was so worried for Made in Thailand there because they were running out of nades slowly and slowly and slowly, but the triple crawl up into B.
That's
into
crazy.
short. That's insane. And he spots just a little bit of a headshot angle there.
Oh man. I mean, like you said, I mean, it looks like they have a lot of money.
Yeah.
But, you know, we've only got 3 more rounds left to kind of bring this back here for MITH. But if they keep losing those two rounds in a row, you know, this money is just completely going to get depleted. By the time we reach 11 to 12, you know, it could be overtime. MITH could actually make it to overtime. So keeping that two weapons alive, keeping their economy safe is definitely going to help them here in the long run. You can already see impression down to 650, and weapons, the kit you have to buy, utility much more expensive in the hands of the CT side. But here we go, aggression here coming in from Winter. 11 and 14, the flash comes in, but oh, Myros is ready. Completely ready here. MITH want to keep this ball rolling. So many players here towards middle. Winter is down, the raid boss hasn't been looking too good here this whole map, and they want to keep it that way, that's for sure. Derek, good for 1.
He's been trying to force an issue, and I think that's the cause of his demise, right? Maybe if he has a teammate to flash him, he's a little bit more ready for that angle. Okay, impression now all of a sudden just burnt out by his Ivan. He's probably just as surprised to get that frag. And now I think Nemesis just have to stay put, because MITH are going somewhere, they just don't know where yet.
Oh man, 3 versus 4. They do have utility, they have the kits here available, but the positioning as well in such a strong position. You can already see Derek got so much information. He's able to shut it down this pick as well from Kuma. 3 versus 3. They know there's one towards Nats. Where will the rest of them come from? It's going to be from market, from short. There's going to be so many different angles that they have to watch out for. And that may just be their demise. A little bit of pop shots, a little bit of poke here towards Van. Can they hold it?
Each of them have utility, each of them have a kit. They can run down the time as much as they want, really make Made in Thailand uncomfortable.
Oh,
they don't have anything in their pockets. He lands that headshot. Mayros has been the hero for this map. He has to pull a stellar performance. It's going to be a double peak with the swing in. Pass into Vans. Zooms was the killer. He was the guy that you had to watch out for. Team Nemesis, do not make an enemy out of them. They will perform the comeback. And Made in Thailand, unmade.
Yeah. Made in Thailand. Unfortunate there for them. You know, all the way to Malaysia. I mean, they were our neighbors. You know, both these two teams actually are very our neighbors here. And it's nice to see them play, nice to see them perform, but unfortunately sad to see them go. You know, we really wanted to see a lot more of that Thai powerhouse, that firepower in towards this tournament. But unfortunately, someone has to go home.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, if you want to be very analytical about it, right, this is a very, very strong core. Because I think MITH have kind of struggled to find a proper core altogether, right? So far, maybe they've had like 3 of the players that are very, very solid. Maybe 2 of the players have been shifting in and out of the roster, right? So if they wanted to keep this core, I think there's some promise here.
It is a very, very promising roster, though, and I think they did pretty well. They've got a couple of things that they got to work out on, you know. But I don't know whether or not this is a MITH fault, or is it Team Nemesis just being able to kind of adapt to their playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be with the players as well, right? Do they like the kind of calling that's happening? Do they like the roles they've been given, right? Because who knows, 2 players might have overlapping roles and they may be fighting for who's more comfortable where. Map pool as well can be a little bit different.
Definitely. We're going to have a quick look at the brackets here to see about any updates here within... Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, again, another 1-1 happening. Basically at Orange Esports Cafe, we have a lower bracket round 1 between Galacticos and Oasis Wolfgang, and again a map 3. It is just full map 3s here today, all the way through and through. 2-1 here at the start, early on. Deep Cross Gaming able to win it up against MITH. 2-1 Semperfi being able to win out Team Nemesis Asia, and that's of course why we had the lower bracket run today. Galacticos losing 1-2 against Ground Zero Gaming, and Bayman Esports winning 2-1 against Oasis Wolfgang. So now, with that lower bracket round, made in Thailand, down and out. It's all down to Galacticos. It's all down to Oasis Wolfgang. Who can survive here in this tournament?
Yeah, and I mean, this is why they're fighting so hard. This is why all these games are going to the 3 maps that they are. Everybody wants a piece of this prize pool. $50,000, $20,000 for that champion alone. Again, this is life-changing money for a lot of these teams, right? I mean, just the conversion over, right? If we're talking realistically in terms of our economical financials here in Asia, that conversion over will continue some of these players' career playing pro. And if not, I mean, hey, that's support for their family, that you can tell them that, hey, look, I can make real money out of this game.
True.
I can continue. I can try and keep fighting for this. And if not, I mean, hey, this is the lifestyle, right? This is what you want. So big prize pool to share over. And again, if you play lights out performance like Impression did or Rolex did, $2,000 just for yourself.
Yeah, definitely, just insane stuff. And of course, none of this could have happened without our sponsors here, which is going to be Samsung and Red Bull. Thank you very much. You can see all of these dang Red Bulls on our desk. We've been drinking them like crazy this whole day. And I've been enjoying actually both these 2 flavors, this apple muscat and the pomelo flavor as well. But yeah, I think that's going to be all for it today here from me and Lord Caliber. Trevor, of course, as well. He was here earlier. We will be able to see him tomorrow as well. So don't you worry, guys. If it is Saturday, guys, tomorrow is the weekend. So if you can, do drop by Quill City Mall. We're going to be here all day. First game is going to be basically, around 11, 12 p.m., like that. And let's go all the way to the end of the night. There's going to be Boops. It's going to be Red Bull. What else could you ask for? Good games as well. It's been a pleasure. I'm FaZe, Lot Caliber. We'll see you tomorrow.